Warning: adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. That time I got reincarnated as son of an idol. Authors: Razak Ch. Genres: comedy, drama, ecchi, fanfiction, harem, romance, school life, slice of life, supernatural, Oshi no Ko. Summary: this fanfic is just wish fulfillment, Gary Stu fanfic with poor grammar, read at your risk. This is just fanfiction, don't think too much. Please just enjoy. Maybe a harem-focused story. And the word count is short too. It's more like 1000 to 1200 words per chapter, and I will post this daily hopefully. There is a spoiler in the synopsis, and I don't recommend it to still not reading Oshi no Ko to read this fanfic. This FF contained, Oshi no Ko, Kaguya, Love Live, Hololive, Because I Want It, and any other anime I like. Or any VTuber I like too. Why not? When I woke up I was in heaven, since I woke up in the arms of a beautiful woman with blue purplish hair. But I wonder why there was a star in each of her eyes. It looks like she called me Aquamarine. It looks like I was reborn as a baby. It looks like I have a twin sister. It looks like my twin sister is also a reincarnated person. Isn't I reincarnated as one of mech from the manga called Oshi no Ko, in which my beautiful mother would die at just 20 years old? There's no way I let that tragedy happen in my reality. And I will smack my father by my own hand by becoming a successful person in this entertainment world with the help of knowledge from another world. The world and story I thinking to make. The tag: comedy, drama, ecchi, fanfiction, harem, romance, school life, slice of life, supernatural. It's a world with many anime combined or crossover, like my previous FF stealing. Also different from cameo in Oshi no Ko, Kaguya in this FF will be the same age as our mech. It will focus on showbiz of course. But I will put supernatural thing in this FF too. Especially, there's some supernatural thing at Oshi no Ko too, since they had some god or something. Since I don't know about the father motive, I will make it my own thing in this FF. Which will contain supernatural thing that happen in this FF world. I thinking to put anime like Bunny Senpai too. Every VTuber in this world will be a real live person with the same appearance like their avatar. Mech Hoshino Aquamarine Aqua has blonde hair and relatively tall. He had blue aquamarine eyes and described as handsome with unique a star in his right eyes most of time. Different from Guru, who actually smart. The mech is a normal college student 20 at Japanese literature in his hometown city. After he reincarnated, his memory became much better and he could remember many things. Since he experienced death, he started to aware supernatural thing in this anime world. He can see supernatural thing, like ghost and other stuff. Chapter 01, The New Life. I think the last thing I saw was the glow of the lights that soon hit my body. I wonder if I'm dead because of that. I remembered that it was raining so hard that I chose to stop my motorcycle and take shelter at a bus stop. I had just returned from college, and it was already dark. Usually I stay at my friend's place, but for some reason I felt like going home. Unfortunately, I didn't have my raincoat with me, so I chose to take shelter, or else my laptop would get wet. I can just wait for the rain while playing a mobile game called Night. I think those were my last words before I heard the sound of screaming and uproar before a blinding light hit me. At that time, I didn't know that I was one of the victims of a brainless official's son once again causing trouble by driving a speeding car and crashing into a bus stop. It's almost a daily occurrence for a country with thousands of islands. Anyway. After that, all I felt was darkness, but it was very warm, like being in the arms of a mother. My movements were very limited, and I couldn't speak at all. My heart really broke when I thought that there was a possibility of paralysis. Or maybe I'm in a coma. That's why, when I could feel my body again and also live in the world, I cried. Tears of joy. Then I feel the embrace of someone who is also holding back emotion. I felt an overwhelming warmth that made my emotions surge and my cries grow louder. It took me a day to realize that my body was shrinking and the adults around me were getting very big. Not only that, their appearance is more like anime than the last thing I remember in my world. The person who embraced me was a beautiful woman with blue purplish long hair. No. Rather than a woman, she was still like a girl who was maybe younger than me in a previous life. I've read so many novels about reincarnation that it only took me a moment to accept the new reality. I don't really care if this is rebirth, reincarnation. Why are my memories still intact or anything like that? I get a second chance and also reincarnate into a world that looks like anime. Of course I'm very excited. It's just that I feel familiar with my new mom. Especially her eyes, which have pupils like stars. There's no way, right? Boo tilde ba boo tilde. I cried like a baby, and my mother's smile while still embracing me gave me a warm sensation deep in my chest. Hoo-oo. Are you hungry, Aquamarine? My new mother called me a ridiculous yet familiar name before she nodded her head and opened her clothes to breastfeed me. It feels a bit embarrassing, and there's a lot of reincarnation stories that make their mix not want to eat breast milk. But I hear breastfeeding is more beneficial for a newborn baby than formula milk. This isn't my excuse to enjoy breastfeeding. This is essential for my health. Don't judge me, people. Too bad for me. My enjoyment didn't last long after my mother heard another baby crying from the crib. Since my mother knew that I wouldn't cry, she put me down on the sofa and went toward the crib. She was holding the baby, who is my twin sister, and patted her back and embraced her while using a sweet voice to try to calm the baby. Yes. Yes. I'm here. Ruby. My mother called my sister's name, which was different from mine, and she wore a ribbon in her hair. Her name sounds less ridiculous than mine. But once again, it's such a familiar name. It crossed my mind. It feels like I want to enjoy this, but still don't want to recognize something. After Ruby stopped crying, my mother also carried me on her other hand as she carried both of us. It isn't long for her to cry once again though. Wah Hilda, she's crying just like you expected from a baby. What's wrong, Aqua? My mother worried about her child and asked the question, but she had the wrong names. Are you clumsy or just playing around? I can't help but think like that, as it's obvious that Ruby is wearing a ribbon and I'm not. Or perhaps only I can see her ribbon. Just like in the manga, the author put a ribbon on Ruby to make it easy for readers to distinguish between Ruby and me. But she actually didn't wear any ribbons. Oh God. Are you saying I'm in the manga or anime world? No, I know about that. But still. This is so weird, but this is such a familiar scene. That one's Ruby. Are you sure you're their mother? Behind my mother, someone talked and could tell the difference between me and Ruby. He had such suspicious old man vibes. He had a short beard, blonde hair, and glasses. But he's actually a good guy, a trope in anime and manga. I can't help it. I'm bad at remembering people's names and faces. Ah. Isn't it awful, babies? These Japanese men really like to stereotype mothers. Don't be like him in the future, right? Aqua. My mother said that obviously she was joking around with the old man. Stop preaching like a foreigner when you don't even have a passport. First of all, you're the one who doesn't allow them to shoot out of the country. The old man retaliated against my mother. But I can memorize people's names when I think they have talent, President Satu. Close. My name is Tu. Your shitty idol. The old man gave his name. To be honest, when I heard and saw this, it feels like such a familiar scene, and I know this person from my past life. He's the president of an idol company called Strawberry Productions. Which is not because I met him or anything like that. Because I read it. Yeah, I read it. My name is Hoshino Aquamarine. My twin sister's name is Hoshino Ruby. Which means my mother is Hoshino I. Which means I reincarnated into a world of manga called Oshinoko. Such a wholesome manga about showbiz in Japan. Yeah, it's so wholesome that when I finally woke up from my dream, I was ready to finally recognize reality. Those memories of a traumatic twist filled my still small brain. And because I'm still a baby, I can't handle this emotion and am crying as loud as I can. A. What's happening? Aqua. Are you hurt by something? My mother, I, was surprised to see me crying like that. This is maybe the first time she has seen me cry like this. I, took care of me, looked at me to see if there was something wrong with the diaper, and searched to see if I was hurt. She embraced me and patted my back with care. That only makes me want to cry more. Yes. Yes. I'm here. Aqua. Your mother is here. Yeah, I know. But. What's about in the future? I'm crying, and my mind is working in a different way. How was I reincarnated as the I's child? How about Goro, the doctor? Or perhaps, this is a chance? This might be a gift from Goro, or he might wish that I could change I's fate. Yeah, maybe I chose to reincarnate in this world. In this reality. To save her. That's something I wanted to believe at that moment. They continued what they were doing after I stopped crying. I was still holding me while Ruby was on the arm of the other woman in the room, who was surprisingly a light-haired woman with radiant skin, the wife of Tsukigo, Miyako, who can be said to be a young wife. Anyway, as of today, the idol I shall make her come back. Let's discuss what we're going to do from now on. Ichigo said as he was banging on the whiteboard where there was writing. Strawberry Pro Meeting, I, come back taking care of the kids. Your first appearance will be tonight's singing show. It'll be live, but you can do it, right? Ichigo told I, about the plan. Of course. I, confidently replies at Ichigo, who nodded his head and shifted his eyes toward Miyako. While is at work, I'll have my wife take care of the kids. Ichigo said those words to Miyako, who didn't hide her displeasure by sighing. Can't I bring my kids to work? I threw the question at Ichigo, who answered immediately. What are you saying? Of course you can't. Drill it into your head. You're an idol who's 16 and has 2 kids. If you let the world find out about it, your life as an idol is over. Ichigo explained the cruel reality of the idol industry to I, myself, remembered how toxic Japanese idol culture is. Which looks pretty much the same in this world. Also, they will question my responsibility as your director, and that will be the end for our company. We will be going to hell. Ichigo said while he gestured his hand chopping his neck to make sure I understood how grievous their situation is. That's quite the truth. I mean, it's such a bad reputation if people knew that an idol company let their idol become pregnant and give birth at such a young age. But at least, I give Ichigo a thumbs up to still let I become an idol with such a risk involved on her, and his responsibility would be huge and he may lose everything. Well, in the manga, it shows that he looks at I as his own daughter. A rebellious one too. You can't go shopping with your kids or handle any documents. If there is an emergency, we will take care of them. Ichigo told I that he and his wife would help her raise the twins, which is a good thing since I got a lot of support from the company. In the end, she was still young after all. That's such a pain. So annoying, right, Ruby? I responded as she talked to me, who leaned at her body. No, that's Aqua. You know. Please, remember your child's face. Ichigo said he may feel a bit worried if the child will be okay in her hand, while I laughed and said she'll try her best. Well, she may look like a terrible mother. But she's still young after all, so it's understandable if she's a bit immature. She will become much better later as she learns bit by bit to become a parent for the twins. Anyway, we don't have that much time until rehearsal. Let's get going. Ichigo tells I to get ready to leave because the idol group that I is in will be performing at a show. I gave me to Miyako's hand, and I stared back at I, who waved her hand at me and Ruby with a brilliant smile on her face. She left with Ikigo, leaving me and Ruby with Miyako. I've never done anything like babysitting before. Why do I have to do this? Miyako complained as she had given the two of us milk and changed our diapers. I don't think the two of us are difficult babies to handle. We ate well, behaved well, and didn't cry too much. We're only crying when we feel hungry or our diapers are full of waste. Even so, it may be too much for Miyako, who has never had a child. I don't think she ever had experience with a baby, and I'm pretty sure she never had any thought about working around the child. Miyako maybe felt tired, she just lay down on the carpet near me and slept just like that. Well, to be honest, it would be dangerous to let the child be left alone like this. But since the two of them are not ordinary children, I let this slide. No, I may prefer this, as I can easily roam around the apartment while Ruby sleeps on a small baby bed. When it's late afternoon, the television in the room is on. I can hear people talking to each other. Well, it looked like Miyako tried to watch the show that I attended. The show is about the Bikamaki group, which is an idol group consisting of 7 girls. At first, it looked like they were asking the question to the group. Ah, I forgot. If it's not, she will be angry. I remembered something. I moved my way toward Ruby, who slept very well. Hey, the show has started. I said this while shaking Ruby's body. She slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes wandered towards the source of the sound. It wasn't my voice, but the sound of the television, which is quite echoing in this room, immediately caught her attention. Oh, and step has already started? Thanks for waking me up? Ruby immediately opened her eyelids and moved her body toward the television. Yeah, actually, it wasn't that long for me to see Ruby's behavior. I finally knew that I was reborn as a baby, and I'm starting to be able to crawl. To find a baby who is fighting a comment war on I,'s smartphone against haters on Twitter. I think she said a bunch of things that I couldn't understand. Different from Goro the Doctor, or Ruby, who is actually a fan of the idol. I'm not a fan, and I can even say that I don't really understand much about being a fan of an idol. I've never followed anything like that. Perhaps, I could be said to follow some VTubers. It's just that I only watch a few streams and mostly enjoy clips from YouTube. Or you could say, I'm more into buying manga and light novels, and watching anime. So even though it sounds crazy compared to a fan and an idol, I honestly see I as a waifu rather than an idol. Mainly because I've never seen or watched I as an idol, due to how minimal I,'s performance as an idol is, and I've never listened to how she sings or dances in the manga. I think I heard and saw her in action in the anime trailer, but I actually died before the anime release. So yeah, from my perspective, I saw I more as a manga character than an idol. Which is different from Goro the Doctor and Ruby. Kaya. Whoa. Mom's so cute. Everyone watching this should pay $1 million. I heard Ruby talking like that when the Bikamaki performance started. As for me, this is maybe my first time seeing I,'s performance. Her singing may be far from what I would call an otherworldly performance, but it feels like her love-filled voice reached out to everyone who saw her performance. I don't know if it's because of the feeling I had in my previous life and my thought of I as my new mother. When I see her performance, she sings and dances. I feel like I get it. I can't help but give in. That's why she shone brilliantly and radiantly on that small stage. I wonder what will happen if she performs on a bigger stage. I feel like my heart moved. That's why I don't realize when Ruby look at me and laugh a little, as well as say a word like, oh, it looks like Mama got another fan beside me, since all of my attention was focused on I,'s performance. Once again, I feel like I'm in heaven. But at the same time, I feel someone gaze at me. It feels like such a patronizing gaze, too. It's my twin sister stared at me, who is still breastfeeding. Yum tilde. In the end, My small stomach filled rather quickly and digested quickly. No wonder, babies are always hungry all the time. Burp. I burped after I held me and patted my back as I put my cheek on her shoulder. Wah-ah. Ruby immediately burst into tears while stretching out both hands towards I, as if demanding that it was her turn. Yes. Yes. You want more milk? Really? My children sure really like being breastfed. Aren't you two eating too well? Ha ha ha. I laughed while spending time with us while waiting for her job. Look at that. That's Mommy. She put the two of us on her lap after she finished breastfeeding us. I looked at the TV that was on, and it was showing a sales advertisement for B. Comickey's 7th album, Supermotor. The commercial featured I, who always stood out among the other members. Sorry, but I don't think I remember any member of B. Comickey other than I. Pretty amazing, right? She said, with a somewhat happy expression, that she held up the two of us while laughing. After spending our time together like that, Akiko came to pick up I, for work, and once again we were both entrusted to Miyako. To be honest, isn't that so creepy seeing a baby enjoying breastfeeding? Wait, also ain't that you a guy in previous life? Yep. Yuck. What are you saying? It's normal for babies to breastfeed, especially infants. And breastfeeding is good for the baby's health. We need to stay healthy and not give I any trouble so that she can focus on her career. Oh. That's true. But I still want her to spoil me. It's nice to be spoiled by my idol. Something that only I can have. Ruby said those words while giving such an intense glare. She may feel a bit complicated sharing her idol like that. Anyway, the two of us started a conversation on becoming of a baby. Wait, babies aren't supposed to talk like this. However, this is what happens when twins are reborn with memories of their previous lives. At this point, I was quite confused as to what I should do next. Especially about the girl named Ruby. Do I have to tell her that the doctor she liked died, and the worst thing in this world, he wasn't reborn as Aqua like in the manga? Then for the matter of I's death. Should I consult Ruby? Will she believe me, and if she does, how will she respond? I don't know why. I feel that it is better for Ruby not to know anything about this. I have a soft spot for Ruby after all, and I would prefer that she stay pure and become an idol without having to think about anything complicated. Then there is the matter of I's tragedy. As far as I know from the manga, the incident begins with I's request for her ex-boyfriend, or also my father and Ruby, to meet his children. But rather than trying to meet them, he killed I instead. To be honest, I don't really understand what the father wants. Is that the reason? I doubt it. I think there's more reason for him, but I don't know anything about that. Since I died before the manga revealed anything, I think there's something more about him, and there's a chance that even if there's a chance I was saved from those stalker accidents, he's more likely to try to kill her again. I can't even read the minds of insane people after all. What? Are you staring at me like that? Ruby asked me the question because I thought about it for a long time. Well, I feel like I will become famous every day. Yes, of course. Mama is the embodiment of the goddess of celebrity. Your obsessiveness is insane. You know? Anyway, since she eventually would become famous, I think it will be much better if we have more security, especially to prevent stalkers. Oh, that's a good idea. Ruby heard my explanation and nodded her head in agreement. That's why we need an adult ally. That's true. But how are we going to do that? Well, the easiest one is her. I said those words while my eyes looked at the only adult left in the room. Ruby followed my gaze and saw Miyako, who sat in the seat while looking tired and bored too. Once again, how are we going to make her our ally? Have you not seen her difference? Huh? Look at her. When she came to our office, she looked bright with radiant skin and had beautiful hair. She may feel she has such a bright future. But after she became our babysitter, her skin lost its brightness. Her beautiful and neat hair became disheveled, and her face looked really tired. As if she was about to lose her mind. "Oh. Is that Sue? It's about time," she would snap out of it and try to do something stupid. At that time, we scared her into submission. That sounds like such an evil person like to do. Anyway, it's a good plan to act like we're a messenger from God or something like that. Yeah, but will she buy it? Of course, there's no way a baby is talking about a message from God and stuff like that. Okay. I think I need to change my diaper. So go away. Ruby said that to me, which is exactly what happened in the manga. I moved away from her as she started to cry and call for Miyako to change the diaper. When she heard that, she came at her slowly while bringing a box of diapers. It was really visible her frustration and desperation. Miyako sighed while talking to herself. Why do I have to do this? Aren't I technically Mrs. President here? Miyako brought that question to herself while she opened the box of diapers, took one of the diapers, and started screaming like she had hysteria. I only married that guy because he told me I'd be able to work with hot guys. Yet he puts me to work taking care of a 16-year-old idol's kids. And she's a single mother who won't even disclose to us who the father is. It's way too shady. I didn't marry him to become a babysitter. Miyako screamed and threw the diaper into the trash bin that failed to do so, and the diaper rolled in the floor. While the two of us watched her in wonder. She's really snapped up. Ruby said this without even showing any pity for her. Also, why do you hate a job that can be of help to mom? That's going to be the best job out there. Is something wrong with her head? She even said such an extremist thing. No. Actually, she had a point and was quite reasonable. At this point, I actually felt some pity for her. Yeah, I'm a bit sorry for her. But she's the easiest and the only adult available who knows R&A's secret. We don't have any choice, and she is also the best adult to have since she was actually kind to them and actually adopted Aqua and Ruby after the tragedy. Yeah, she's the only choice we had. Wait, but isn't this a perfect scandal source? That's it. I can sell this information online and get rich. Miyako said that with a kind of scary tone, and it felt like bad energy leaked outside of her body. I wonder if that kind of scandal really can make someone rich. That's something I'm actually wondering about. I wonder how much people would be paid for this kind of information. What are you talking about? We need to do something to stop her. Ruby was angry at my astonishment about how much people could get paid by selling gossip. We need to do something? Sorry about that. Okay, just like I said before, we need to use this opportunity to make her our ally. First, we need to act as a messenger of God. Will it work? Well, do you think a twin baby talking stuff about the messenger of God is something normal? Well, we're talking like this. Is creepy enough. Okay. Look. First we need to climb to the table to make our height much better. I and Ruby tried our best to climb to the table, while Miyako was already insane as she screamed while lifting her hand up. Arg. I don't care anymore. I'm just going to do it. Look, she's already taking a picture of Mom's diary. Ruby commented on what Miyako was doing. I looked at her and felt a shiver run down my small body since, in this world, not only could I see star-shaped pupil eyes in I's eyes but also in Ruby's eyes too. At this moment, Miyako's eyes went blank like those kind of yandere girls. What a scary expression she had. Foo. I will sell this and use the money for a host club to buy me some more stuff. I will get my man to be #1 in a month. Miyako's eyes came back a little, and her face was a bit sweaty from the guilt. I think Miyako was a nice girl who was a bit desperate and lost her way for a moment. Okay, Ruby. We need to look a bit more arrogant. I guess. I said those words after both of us were already at the table. I felt a bit nervous since this is my first time doing something like this. What a miserable girl. There's no champagne that could ever quench the thirst in your heart. I try my best to follow the script in the manga. To be honest, I don't know if I'm doing such a great job. Who's there? Miyako heard my voice and turned her body toward me. I can see our eyes staring at each other. She was actually so surprised that she lost any power in her legs and her body fell on the ground. I'm a messenger from heaven. Those misdeeds of yours are something I can no longer overlook. I said those words while pointing my small hand on her face. Miyako looked so surprised, and her face slowly became pale. A messenger from God? Wait. Did this baby just talk? No way. What's going on? Do you think it's common sense that an infant could speak? That's why you must believe. I continued to speak, but it looked like she still didn't buy anything. No way. Even if you say God. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. CK. This is still not good enough. Huh. I think I need to be more convincing. Oh, I see now. This is some TV event, right? A surprise event for I,'s manager or something. That happens all the time. They had me fooled for a second. Ha ha. So where's the camera? Miyako said while she looked around the room, waiting for someone to come out and say she had been pranked. To be honest, I actually want to finish this by myself. But there is always something that happens outside of the plan. Or maybe it's something called fate that can't be changed. Hey Ruby-chan, it's not safe for you to be upon a desk like that. Miyako said while reaching her hand out at her. Ruby slapped Miyako's hand without hesitation and with such a low voice tinged with irritation. Quiet. I'm the embodiment of Amaterasu. I'm what you call a god. It was such an icy sound that Miyako and I couldn't believe it came out of her mouth. Not only that, she made a gesture that looked down at Miyako. You've been blinded by the money in front of you and now are on the verge of going against God's will. She continues with such a voice and act. God's will? Miyako's face became pale, and hearing those words, a large amount of sweat flowed down on her face. Hoshino I was chosen to be the next goddess of celebrities. Hence, her children also have great destinies. It's God's will for you to guard and nurture these children. Your current actions are ones that go directly against God. At this rate, you shall be facing divine punishment. Divine punishment. Miyako was shocked when she heard those ominous things coming from the baby's mouth. What do you mean, divine punishment? What would happen to me exactly? At this point, she may already be panicking if I'm in her position without any knowledge of reincarnation and stuff like that. I will be scared too. What exactly? Well, basically. After talking and acting for a long time, Ruby finally lost momentum as she never thought about the punishment. You die. I guess. I, who for a while was just a bystander, told Ruby the most harsh punishment could be. Yes. You die. Ruby told Miyako, who was already on the verge of crying. Oh my god. No. That's so specific. Scary. What should I do? There were already tears flowing down on her eyes, and her hands were firmly together as she prayed, maybe begging for forgiveness. It's easy. You must protect the secret of I, and her kids. Dote on them, and listen to everything they say. With that, remarrying a hot actor might be a possibility. Ruby told our demand to Miyako. It may be too much to say everything, but I feel that's good enough. Miyako herself immediately showed such happiness, and her face became bright once again. Really? I will do it. I will listen to everything. I will even lick their shoes. You do not need to go that far. Ruby finished her conversation with Miyako with that sentence. Miyako immediately took care of her diaper problem and even enthusiastically cleaned the room, something we didn't ask her for. She even hummed happily with such weird lyrics about hot guys. She is such a hopeless woman at this point. Was that good enough? Ruby asked me. Is perfect. With this, we have an adult ally, and we may go outside now. Actually, that is such great acting. I can't praise her enough of that. Really? Yay, I'm glad to hear that. That's maybe my first time acting like that. Since I grew up in a not so normal environment. Ruby said it with a happy expression. Yeah, that's amazing. You may have the same raw talent as I. You can be an idol or actress in the future. I honestly said that. It was an amazing performance for her first time doing an act, but at the same time I can't help but feel envious of her. Even though at that time I wanted to do that. But I don't think I could act like that. We're supposed to have the same genes, but maybe it's still different. Or maybe because of the differences with our previous lives. I mean, in Ruby's previous life, she always looked up to idols and that stuff. Which is why she could pull off something like that. Something happened to me too. I was a Japanese literature student in my previous life, and I'm capable of understanding and speaking the Japanese language in just a short time. Much better than my previous life. So maybe there's something else in this world at which I would excel. Something different from Guru too. I mean, I doubt that I am as smart as him. I wonder if I could do what he did in the manga. Of course, I know what he has been doing, but I wonder if I can pull off those things. Ahaha. In the end, it wasn't about I will do it. But I must do it. Yeah, I must do anything to save I. Or. I don't know why I'm here. Yeah, even though I have my doubts about my own ability. But I knew I had to do it, or else what's the point of me being reborn in this world? It's been a few months since I returned to work, and B Kamaki's popularity boost has yet to come. My salary this month is barely 200.000 yen. Looking intently at the paper in her hand, I raised an eyebrow in mild displeasure. Ugh, our company's pay is so low. Come on. We placed third in the Oricon with our single last time. Aren't you guys taking too much? She complained to Miyako, who sat in her seat while working on her laptop. We're just a small company, so you should already know that we don't get much out of it. Why is it bothering you now? Miyako replied to I's complaint without even looking at her and focused on her laptop. I realize that the world is all about money. That's not a good thing to realize. You see, I want these kids to go to a good school, do extracurricular activities and give them as many opportunities and options as possible. In order for that to happen, I need to sell more and make a bunch of money. If things stay like this, I won't be able to make them happy. I said those words while she leaned against the sofa and lifted Ruby into the air. Ruby herself acted like a child and smiled happily when her mother did that. Oh. Do you like it high, Ruby? I asked the question at Ruby. It had been a long time since I was able to distinguish the twins. Gahaha. I looked at two of them on their sides. After working for months, their condition didn't improve, and her reputation still hasn't been boosted. Their group didn't get any commercial gigs, and there are no movie job offers either. I could feel she slowly became gloomier each day. I think soon it will be her lesson time. She walked toward the fridge and took an expensive ice cream and ate those to lift her mood. Wait. First you should stop buying and eating expensive ice cream. Have you ever heard about budgeting? This time it was Miyako's turn to lecture who was slowly eating the ice cream. After finishing eating those, I gave the twins Miyako's hand as she left to take her lesson. Seeing our mother leave with a gloomy face makes Ruby a bit talkative. Wait, isn't an idol's salary like 1 million yen per month? Ruby asked me a stupid question. Of course not. Only top idols have that kind of salary. I answer her question while doing something I have been doing to this day. It's not? You need more like this. Ruby was surprised with my answer before she showed more of those famous otaku dances. I don't know if you are interested in this dance. She commented as I followed her dance, as I learn and train those otaku dances. Well, there may be a time when I need this to encourage and support our mom. I replied to her comment. She opened her mouth a little, as she was impressed with my answer. That's true. That's such a good mindset. Ruby had a happy-looking smile on her face after hearing my reply. It would be perfect if I got more job offers, Ruby said as she changed her attention to Miyako and actually screamed at her. Hey manager! Why won't I get more job offers? Shitty management. Hit up some more people, would you? Our poor Miyako looked at her with a bit of a tired face. Even if you say that. Miyako has already gotten used to the two of us talking like this. Idol groups are basically a bunch of people. We sell as a group, and we've always been fighting to win a single job offer. But competing against lone individuals as a group is quite difficult, you know. Miyako explained the reality of the idol group. Even though AI is amazing, that's only within the idol category. In the entertainment world, you need something that will make you stand out alone. Or else, people couldn't get a job on their own and had to take on part-time jobs at expensive restaurants in Roppongi or even end up as hostesses in Minato. Miyako gave us another example of the reality of the idol group. I didn't know that. Ruby, for the first time in her life, experiences the reality of the idol group she has loved since her previous life. The world sure is a scary place. I can only agree with Ruby. In the end, I was the only college student who had just a little experience in the real world. It was nearing night 1. I came back from her lesson, and it was easy for me to see how different she was. Her usual star-shaped pupil eyes, which are always bright, became gloomier, especially today. I mean the first time I saw her performance on television. I swore that I could see her unusual pupil eyes were so bright that day. It felt like they filled her eyes and were shining brightly. But now, it's just barely there. If I'm not mistaken, in the near future, I will have a mini live and also a promotional event with 2 members from B Komiki. I could say that she looked a little sad, and it got worse after she saw people criticizing her on Twitter. At first, I thought it would be best to follow the story of the manga, but it's still different when you see that stuff in real life. I can't help myself from wanting to ease her burden immediately, rather than doing it later, even though I know it would be effective to follow the manga. And it looks like I'm not the only one who thinks like that, as someone looked at me with a face full of worries. What do you think happened to our mother? Ruby posed the question to me. I think there must be a lot of things weighing on her mind. I think the best thing we could do is support her. I replied to her question, but I doubt she will be satisfied with that answer. She will have a show in the near future. How about we go there and support AI in person? When I said that, Ruby's eyes sparkled like an excited child's. Wait, she's still a baby, of course she would be excited like that. Well, I think even though she's grown up, she will still behave like this. She's still an idol fan after all. How about we give her something to get her energized? In the end, I gave her another idea. I don't know how AI will react, but I'm pretty sure she will like it. Are you talking about a gift or something? Ruby asked the question to me. Yeah, I don't think we need anything expensive or anything. Is that so? I mean, it's only an extravagant gift that deserves to be given to our AI, right? Ruby told another fanatical line at me again. Of course not. How do you think we can get those things? I shook my head, rejecting Ruby's suggestion. That's true. So you're saying we can only give her gifts that a child would normally give? Like a drawing, a charm, or maybe origami? Yes. That is fine, I replied and nodded contentedly. After all, we need to act like children too. Or it would be weird. I continued my sentence. Although it all depends on the personalities of each parent, I believe almost all parents appreciate getting gifts from their children. Then I'm pretty confident that AI is a simple parent. Because as far as I know, AI is not a person who knows love, and I doubt she even knows anything about family ties. In the manga, she is still learning to love things, especially her 2 children. Doesn't this sound like a family drama? I couldn't help murmuring those words aloud. When you say it like that, it felt less authentic. Ruby responded while sighing. In the end, we need Miyako's help. The two of them looked at Miyako, who had a face that said, "How can I be in this mess? Is there anything you two want? I hope you're not asking me to buy something expensive," Miyako said skeptically. "Come on, Miyako. We wouldn't do that." Ruby looked at Miyako as she came closer. "Yes, first of all, we are begging you that the two of us would like to go and watch I's performance live. I begged her as I came at her too. That's quite difficult. Or I can say I'm the one who will be in trouble if we get caught by my husband," Miyako answered. Even though I told you about those internet coins?" I tilted my head, trying to act a bit cuter. "Ugh. That's coin, huh? It may be increasing like you say. But if it's true, it would increase like you're saying. I put all my savings in there. Can I sell it now? It's already 15 times the price I first bought it for." Maki responded with pleading eyes of her own. "Of course, you bought it when it was still worth below $1 and now it's worth $15. I think you can sell it now since this may be the highest price this year. And buy it again when it is down around $3 at the end of this year." I gave Miyako a green light to sell it. I may not know every day of coin values, but I remember when the highest and lowest price spikes of this coin were. "Is that about that coin called Bitcoin like that?" Ruby entered our conversation, wondering what I'm talking about with Miyako. "Yeah, it's about that. In the end, the manga will be published around 2020, and it looks like we were born in different years. We weren't born in 2020, but in late 2010, and now we're in mid-2011. As their worlds were nearly familiar with each other, that's why I don't really understand those crypto things. At least Bitcoin is famous to rise every year and peak in price around $6,000 in 2021. I wonder how you know that stuff." Ruby couldn't believe how I could know something like this. "It's fine. This will make Miyako more convinced about us being messengers of the god." "That's true." She looked at me, crossed her arms, and continued pondering about something. "Yeah, at that time, I told Miyako about Bitcoin and told her to invest half of her savings to buy it. It had a familiar symbol and name, but I'm still unsure if the coin would be the same or not. But I'm pretty sure this would be particularly the same. This. Really unbelievable." Miyako murmurs to herself as she thinks about selling the coin. "Don't forget to buy this again when the price is around $3. Buy it little by little before selling it 2 years later. Just think of this as an investment, and don't forget to just sell half of your coin or at least keep 1/3 as savings." I put my hand on her feet. Miyako looked down at me and put her hand around me, before she lifted me up. "Never in my dream. I will listen to this kind of investment from the baby. It made me wonder if you know a lottery number." Miyako asked me something so stupid that I didn't hesitate to slap her face just a bit. "Are you stupid? Didn't I say there is a chance I will lose my power if you use money for something bad and don't help something benefit I reprimanded Miyako for not being brash about this. "Yes. I will be more careful." Miyako surprisingly responded with such a meek tone. "Anyway, we want to watch the show live. We want some drawing tools too." "Ugh. Fine. But promise me to stay put, okay?" Miyako finally gave in to our request. "First, drawing tools. Huh. Do you two want to draw something?" Miyako put me down near Ruby. "Why draw tools?" Ruby asked me. "I think a simple drawing of her shining on the stage from us would make her happy." I answered nonchalantly while Ruby nodded at my answer. "Yeah. I think that's a good idea. How about we draw something like this?" Ruby decided to take my advice to heart and put it into practice immediately after Miyako gave them drawing tools. We didn't need to draw anything amazing, just something that would make her happy. Also don't forget to tell Miyako to document what we both do with a video camera and photos for our mother to see. Also, I think it will be good to give our mother a surprise too. I had been busy with her lessons, training, and rehearsals before the concert. But, after we finished our simple drawing, We waited for her to come home. It was rather late when she came home. Ruby tilde aqua tilde. Mother is home. I called us as she entered the apartment. She walked into the living room to see the three of us waiting for her patiently. Oh, it seems you guys are still awake. I added her words. Ah, yes. There's something they want to give their mothers. Miyako told I herself came close to us and said in wonder. Really, I wonder what it is? This for mother. I am deliberately stammering those words, while reaching out my hand and giving her the picture we drew. This. I was surprised by the suddenness of it all. She looked at our childish drawing of her standing on the podium, singing brightly. To be honest, at that moment, I wondered what kind of expression she had. It felt like she was unsure what reaction to this, and her eyes widened seeing the picture. Mama. This. Ruby put a flower crown she made on top of I's head. Mama. So shining. We love it. Ruby continued her words, trying to ease I's worry but still talking like a baby. Ahaha, this is really pretty. I looked at Ruby and finally gave us a smile. Even though it feels a bit awkward. They're pretty worried about you and say you've been a bit gloomy in the past few days. So they are thinking of giving us those to make you happier. Miyako told I the truth. Really? Do I look like that? I was shocked by those revelations. Well, it looks like your children can see that way. Miyako's words once again surprised I, who looked at the two of us. But this time, I could see a warm smile and an expression on her face. She put her arm around our bodies and hugged the two of us. Ruby. Aqua. Thanks. I happily thanked the both of us. But her voice was so quiet, as if there were a lot of emotions in it. After that day, I feel like I's became brighter and, to be honest, worked harder than before. It feels a bit worrying, but I can't say anything when she has that determined face. With that, concert day arrives. And today we have 3 members from Bikamaki. The host introduced the performance as 3 members of Bikamaki entered the stage, including I, as one of the 3. Then it is easy to see that I is the center of Bikamaki. She stood in the center, in front of all of them. Mini live promotion event. It's one of those where entry tickets are lottery based. It's my first time seeing Mom live on stage. Ruby said with sparkling eyes, and in her eyes there was another unusual love pupil shape on her eyes. It's something that happened in this anime-like world. I wonder if I had those kinds of eyes too. But there's someone who looked at us with such worried faces. Look, I brought you guys along because you asked for it, but once again, I reminded you too, I'll be the one in trouble if we get caught, okay? She said those words while putting a pacifier in our mouths. No pushing, no running, no talking. Keep your pacifier in your mouth and stay put. Miyako once again reminded us not to stand out. Okay. I said while playing with a pacifier in my mouth. Even though Miyako said those words, I have no plans to follow them. I needed to follow the manga and make her worries go away, and I realized something about her smile. Which, as I know, made her more famous after that realization. We can't afford to stand out no matter what, but I can't help worrying about her. Even though we've already tried something before. It made our mother become more serious. That's why I'm not just here for fun and games. Ruby was talking like that while removing and inserting a pacifier in her mouth. Slowly, the melody started and the lights began to shine brightly. The fans who came immediately shouted to welcome I, and the other 2 members. They waved their glow sticks in response to their idols, who started singing with cheerful faces and happily dancing. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that I is a good dancer. She and the 2 members of Bikamaki dance and sing from the bottom of their hearts. That's something I believe from the bottom of my heart. This is not an easy job. You have to dance around while singing at the same time, and you also have to smile all the time. Another way to show how difficult the job is. But even so, I felt that I was not as radiant as she could be. In fact, I can conclude that the performance she put on this time is still less bright than the one I first saw a few months ago. I wondered if this was because her star-shaped eyeballs weren't as bright as they were back then. Although after what we did a few days ago, it seems that it still hasn't dispelled the doubts in her heart. I certainly didn't know the truth behind her star-shaped eyeballs. What I suspect when I read the manga is that the eyeballs have a lot to do with the emotions of the owner. When the emotion is positive, it will shine like a star, and there is a possibility that if it is negative, it can cause the eyes to become black and dark. This makes me wonder if what we did a few days ago wasn't as effective as I thought it would be, or if it changed anything meaningful. If I can't change things like this and follow what's in the manga, can I change a fate as great as the tragedy that happened to I? Can I? Making Miyako invest in Bitcoin and giving a gift like that couldn't change this fate. How much change do I need to bend I's fate? I can see her dancing, singing, and smiling, but it was still not enough. Ruby, who was I's devoted fan, stared at I with sparkling eyes. It looked like she was about to explode with her enthusiasm. In the end, I can't change anything. I saw I's smile, but I didn't notice her brightness. I sighed while grabbing something from my back, something for which I had been prepared before, and gave a 2-piece glow stick to Ruby. Ruby, I give you this. And we need to dance. Dance wildly. I practiced a lot for a day like this. For now, I need to stop worrying and focus on helping I find her brilliance again. Just like in the manga. Ruby and I are dancing together, those idol otaku dances. Just like in the manga, while screaming "Bibu!" again and again. And I heard the commotion among the fans around both of us, who watched us dancing. I can imagine Miyako's face will become pale after she sees what we're doing. Because of this, people around will make enough commotion to make I and the members of Bikamaki see us. Which makes I smile brightly. Then, without my having to guess, our dance together was seen by I. And just like in the manga, she smiles brightly and makes her star-shaped pupil shine like a real star. I felt like I could see a bright aura around her. Of course, at that time, I knew what I was thinking, but it was something irrelevant. After that, I's dancing, singing, and smiling increased 100-fold compared to before. It was a performance that had all eyes on her and couldn't be moved for a second. I's steps, on the other hand, were graceful and masterful. Her steps were as light as a butterfly's flutter, and as smooth and elegant as silk. At the same time, they were stronger than birds soaring through the skies. Despite her singing skill still being nothing extraordinary or world-class, it felt like the spiritual power she poured into her voice gave it a strange power that made people charmed by that unique voice. I flashed many radiant smiles that would make any fan or not fan fall in love with her. Such a powerful smile. It was such a perfect show. But I couldn't be happy about this. I'm frustrated. I felt like I was lost. In the end, I'm still following the manga to make her successful, and a little deed I do still wasn't good enough to make her shine like this. If this continues, I couldn't change the tragedy. I wonder if I need to change something more and bigger. Wait a minute. It's maybe not the answer. What if there was a rule about this? Or fate itself is already written, and you need to do something about it? Like deceiving the world itself. If that is the answer, I don't think I can do something like that. It was too big for a task with a body like this. I wonder if I will talk about this with Miyako and Ruby. 210k retweets. The video has over 2 million views. I knew baby content goes viral pretty easily, but this is. Miyako said with a weak voice as she watched a viral video about baby twins reacting to idols by doing an innate fan dance. Ichigo wasn't happy, and he actually pulled his wife, who was likely to get lectured by him. While I looked at her smartphone and saw the comment about her smile. It's full of positive comments, and when she sees those comments, I, who had her star-shaped pupil bigger than before, smiled and said the same word as in the manga. I see. So this is what you like. Now I know, Tilda, she said happily. Her face showed how she had figured something out. At that time, I felt enlightened. Baby. Viral. Baby.viral. I murmured those words again and again for a moment. Thinking about something. I failed to change something for her since I'm not following the rules. I think maybe because there was no connection between Miyako's having Bitcoin and extra money for us. Or trying to make I,S feel better with a gift, since those are just personal things that changed, but I never changed something that connected to the center of the problem. The entertainment industry. Yeah, how about changing the entertainment itself? Baby.viral.easily. Yeah, I can use this. I mumbled to myself without realizing Ruby was staring at me. Since I don't see her, how can I know what kind of expression she had? But I wondered if I was more aware of her at that time. Our fate may change a lot. Yes, I know a lot of people say that there are times when people are geniuses as children, outstanding as teenagers, and average as adults. Then it's very obvious in the world of entertainment. Many child actors and musicians are famous when they are children and fade away once they grow up. There are many reasons why their fame faded, and I don't need to list them. But I think I can handle the pressure. Maybe. I've never experienced being a famous person. But I'll have to do it if I want to try to change I,S fate. To be a superstar, it would be good to be famous from an early age. I said those words to Miyako, who was working on her laptop. Yes? She tilted her head upon hearing my words. I think there's some actors who successfully became actors after being child actors, right? Well, of course. But most of the time the actors fail to escape their image as children and eventually quit acting too. You know. I threw those questions at Miyako, and she answered in a rather realistic way. I know, but I think this is a chance for our great destinies and a time to nurture this child. I said those stupid lines to trigger Miyako, whose face said, oh, shit. I forgot about that. Are you saying you want to take a baby role and become a child actor? Miyako said it to my face. Yes. That's why I need your help. Since we became famous as a baby who danced in an idol's performance, we may use this moment to find a job in an advertisement or a simple role in a drama or TV show. I think we're capable of doing something easy. We will sit if told to sit, laugh and smile if told to laugh, and we may remember some of the words too. I don't think they would ask too much, right? I explained my reasoning to Miyako, who looked like she was thinking deeply. Yeah, that's true. We may get role advertising. It's rare to get a twin baby role in powdered milk or baby food with a twin. That sounds like a good plan. Miyako is mumbling and making an interesting plan. But we have a problem. Will Ichigo and I allow us to do it? Miyako said with a pale face, as she probably remembered the last time she was lectured by Ichigo. Well, I think I will let us do anything we want. As for Ichigo, as long as I agrees, he will be fine. He had such a big soft spot for I. Ha ha ha, you can read him like that. Miyako looked down as she replied to me. She lifted me up and put me in her arms. So how do I get I to agree to this? I need Ruby's help to make it easier. I replied to Miyako, who put me down near Ruby, who for a long time watched I,S last performance again and again. Kaya tilde, as I suspected, our mom is the best. Ruby said those words while cheerfully singing the melody of I,S song. So what do you think about this plan? Are you saying you want to become a child actor? Yes. We can help and it may help you in the future too? My future? Yeah, don't you want to become like a mother? A shining star, I know you can do it. Is that so? You sound pretty sure. It makes me feel embarrassed. Well, half the reason since you had S genes after all. That's a bit cruel to say. Don't you think so, Miyako? Why did you change the conversation with me? To be honest, seeing you two talking to each other like this, I feel like my sanity is being chipped away bit by bit. I wonder if this is a dream or reality. But just as Aqua says, after selling those coins, the price gradually declined, and I got 9 million yen in just one scoop. It's scary. I want to use this money for a lot of things, but I'm afraid I will be cursed if I do something wrong. Miyako suddenly shared her experience as her expression turned a bit ugly. Ruby and I stared at each other, and we had the same expression, which is Miyako will be fine. Well, rather than use that money, how about saving it and buying the coin again when the price is the lowest again? Ah. That's true. Miyako said it quickly, but her expression became normal again. I don't know if Ruby wants to become an idol or an actor in the future. But I don't think it's such a bad idea to start early. In the end, you two are much smarter and easier to handle than any baby I knew. People in advertisements will like you very much, and you can make a connection too. That's what Takwa is trying to say. This may help you if one day you want to become an idol. Miyako explained my intention to Ruby. If I want to become an idol. Huh. Fine, we're doing it. But why is it up to me? Ruby asked me this question. Because it's easier to convince if we both agree and I need you to do something. You want me to do something? Yeah, I think you will do a better job than me. I said those and told Ruby and Miyako my plan to convince and Ikigo. Well, more importantly, the two of them would be key after all. While I only took the back seat. After the last performance, I immediately got recognized and got a job, and she went with Ikigo and went home in the evening. Mom's home I always greeted cheerfully when she announced herself upon arriving at the apartment. She looked at us for a moment before going to the bathroom and washing her hands and stuff. Before she hugged us in her arms. You two became heavier. I complained, but her face looked like she had a good day. Well, she finally got another job after all, and judging from her mood, it may have gone well for her. She took care of us for a while before Miyako came to say something to her. There's something I want to talk about with you about the twins? Miyako started the conversation. Is there something wrong with them? No, actually, they're really easy to babysit. Really? I'm glad to hear that. I'm sorry for always troubling Miyako. It's fine, really. It's another level of experience. I guess. Is that so? These two had a good relationship. Anyway, I wonder if you are interested in letting your child make appearances in advertisements and stuff. Miyako finally asked the question. That's. I looked a bit surprised with those sudden questions. To be honest, if you see how easily they're becoming viral on the internet, it shows how good their prospects are. Really? Yeah, I'm never babysitting anyone except your children. But I think your children are much smarter than any baby I knew. You can see it from them already starting to talk a bit and how fluent their dance is. It may be from your genetics. I feel embarrassed if you praise me like that. Also, they don't really cry that much. Except if they are hungry or relieve themselves. People from advertising will like these too. That's true. But I know you worry about them and your career too. Since this may be a danger if people catch you and the twins' secret. And you may worry if these two do not want to become child actors or something else in the future. But you see. You want your kid to do anything, so give them as many opportunities and options as possible, right? Yeah, that's true. How about you saving their money for their future? That's a good idea too. Also, your kid is smart, you know. How if you ask them? Miyako said those words, followed my instructions, and took Ruby from A. I. She lifts her up in front of A. I's face. A, do you think? Do they understand? Why not try it? Well, how do I say it? Just ask them if they want to be like their mother. To be featured on the screen. Ah. That's a good question. Ruby, do you want to be like me and appear on the screen? I asked Ruby, who was literally in front of her. Ruby want to be like mama. Ruby said with a smiling face. Ruby? I was a bit surprised, but her face was a bit blushing and she was happy to hear her kid say something like that. Mama.shining. I like to be like mama.shining. Ruby said with such a happy looking face in such a cute manner too. It was something that I knew very well that I couldn't yet. Ha ha ha, really? Ruby wants to be just like mom. I took Ruby from Miyako's hand and hugged her lovingly. Mom, happy to hear that. What about you, Aqua? I asked me. I didn't need to say that much and just nodded my head. Together. Is that so? Well, if you two want to do it. I don't think I need to prohibit them. But I hope you will take care of the two of them, Miyako. I will. And so this will be the start of my career, me and Ruby at such an early age, far from something that happened in the manga. You two really are doing it. Ikiko said after he heard Miyako and I's explanation. Even though he said those words, he couldn't hide his amusement. Well, it's a good proposal after all. Miyako replied instantly. Yeah, I don't know if this is our luck or something. But I think I just heard gossip about that one small bottle of powdered milk. It will be good if we do something first. Ikiko mumbled to himself as if he were in his own world. He just went to his own world. Miyako said those words, while I laughed while the twins sat in her lap. Just like I thought, it was easy to persuade Akiko as long as I agreed with us. He had already thought about the plan, and to be honest, he was reliable as someone who will help I be able to perform on the dome. We need something to show for them. We don't have anything other than those otaku dances. Which means we need something. Ikiko talked like that while staring at the two of us. How about we show them how smart they are? Miyako replied to Ikiko. Especially to show how easy it is for any director to work with the twins. I mean, they can dance like that, because they really like watching I's performance and seeing people dancing like that. We can conclude that they can mimic things that catch their attention. Then I'm also pretty sure they're smart enough to understand what we mean. Miyako explained further, while Ikiko nodded his head. Is that really true? Ikiko still couldn't believe it, but he himself saw the twins dance and already spoke quite well in many words for someone just about 1 year old. Yeah, how about we try it? Can you do it? Show them a simple hand dance? Well, of course. Ruby, can you follow, Mom? I said this to Ruby, and she did the hand roll dance, which is a children's dance. Shake your hands 3 times, before you wave your hands upwards, and then repeat once. After that, roll your hands down and shake your hands up. Not forgetting clapping and also various dances that are easy for young children to imitate. Wait, it's not that it's too difficult. Ikiko said those words, while I, who realized that, just put her tongue out and said, Ups. Geez. How? Ikiko wanted to tell I to make it easier, but what he saw was how Ruby was repeating all of I's dances perfectly, even though it was a bit difficult because of her baby body. This is. What about Aqua? Ikiko couldn't believe it and he turned away from Aqua, who, to his surprise, was already dancing after I's and Ruby's dance. Ahaha. I called them immediately. We can't let this chance go? Ikiko said it with such a pleased expression. Wait. Ikiko. If you are talking about powdered milk, can we use this proposal? Miyako stopped Akiko and gave him a paper that contained Miyako and my plan combined together. Akiko looked at the paper and smiled before giving it back to Miyako. I think it's much better if you're the one who talks about this. I will arrange the meeting. Akiko said as he left the room and talked to someone. Which is a good signal that we may get something immediately. You foo. So my child will be an actor, huh? I hugged me and Ruby in her arms with her cheerful grin. It was actually a slender arm that feels really big when you're just a baby. But there was no fear or anything except a sense of security and warmth. I always thought you two were really smart. But I never expected to be this smart. I's cheerful grin changed into a gentle smile. Both of you two are not only adorable, but smart too. I wonder if you two will become much bigger than me in the future. She simply smiled and calmly lifted the two of us. It felt like we were staring at each other, and I could easily see how blooming her expression was. I can't wait to see that. She looked happy, and of course Ruby and I were happy and showed it by laughing and giggling together. And then, 2 weeks later, our first shooting started. Are those two ready? A man with a deep voice asked the question to Miyako, who stood next to the crib that carried the two of us. Yeah, I think they're fine. Miyako bowed to the man who would be the director of our first shooting. To be honest, I don't really remember any Japanese directors, and the only one I knew was the director who helped Takuma in the manga. Good. I hope. They're really doing a good job, like we saw weeks ago. The director said those things, because, just like he said, we actually had a meeting several days after Akiko called them. It was a meeting with Miyako and a simple audition. To be honest, I don't think that's enough to be called an audition. Miyako just showed how the two of us could understand what was being asked of us. Those companies also like our proposal and only changed a little bit of the plan that was made by me and Miyako. They walked into the living room as it was being built from the ground up. It was similar to the living room in any Japanese home, but it had a rather warmer and cozier atmosphere. At the same time, there were a lot of cameras in many places in the room. Just like our plan. We will create 2 segments of twins separately before creating one segment where they dance together after drinking the milk. So do any of you want to go first? Or shall we start at the same time? The director said those words and stopped when he saw me, who had already raised my own hand. Oh, there seems to be someone who is very excited. The director smiled when he saw my reaction. Babu. I responded to his words. Ha ha ha. This kid is really good. So how about we go with him first? As the director said, this was my first time shooting ever in my life. Well, the living room set would likely be used for our shooting together. As for my own segment, it is still in this room, but we will use just part of it. The room itself used a carpeted floor that looked cozier for a baby to do anything on. Is he ready? The director asked Miyako, who had already changed my clothes to ones that fit with my segment. It's a baby's outfit, but kind of similar with a sporty appearance and a headband in my head too. Okay, we will take him to do some exercise. The director said that to me and Miyako. Yeah, my segment actually shows an exclusive baby boy. Even though people may not think about gender when they want to buy powdered milk. But there's also people who are really conscious of little things like that. That's why my plan with Miyako was to make an advertisement that was exclusive for both genders. My segment is for a boy, while Ruby is for a girl. Even though we're twins with a similar appearance, we had notable differences. Me, who had blue eyes, and Ruby, who had pink eyes. Before we're filming together. First, they shot me doing a pull-up. Of course, it's just an illusion created by how cameramen take the shot. Actually, I'm only told to stand in some kind of metal shelf or a small chair. After that, they shot me, while I was lying on the ground and just moving my legs up and down. Next are stretching, sit-ups, and other leg exercises. Oh, of course I don't forget to make a cute face and smile. Especially the last 2, when I was lifting toys that look like dumbbells and laying on the sofa acting tired by wiping a towel on my forehead. It was a perfect one. A cute baby tried doing exercise and got tired of it, so he needed a drink. But my segment stopped there. It's time for Ruby to have her own segment, as she is doing more girly stuff than me. Oh, she's really good too. I could hear the director comment when he shot Ruby. I myself was being carried by Miyako. Yes, this is much easier since usually babies are easy to cry and easily distracted. The staff member talked to the director. Yeah. I mean, the lights are bright, there's no one around them, and we make sure to be quiet. Also, there's a lot of weird stuff from a baby's perspective. They're cute, but most of the babies are cute after all. The most important thing is that they actually understand what we told them. It just took 3.4 times faster than usual, baby. The director explained. And they're pretty aware of where the camera was. Every time they smile and look, their eyes are always pointed at the camera. He added. Those two are geniuses and have the talent to become actors. But I may be wrong. Okay, the Ruby segment is over. We took the last segment. People heard what the director said and prepared for the shot. My clothes and Ruby's changed to just usual baby clothing and let the two of us down. In this segment, we're supposed to just meet each other, walk toward a small table, then give a product, drink it, and dance happily after that. And we're just doing that for 10 minutes, and finally the commercial shoot is over. Ahaha. It's really great. I'm maybe not that great, but if you need my help, feel free to contact me. The director gave his contact information and name to Miyako, who bowed a little. Thanks for taking care of our twins. Miyako replied while the director shook his head. What are you saying? These twins make our shot easier and faster. This is such a friendly atmosphere. After all, it's always difficult to take a baby's shot. They're usually crying over a little thing, and the staff could be prepared to suffer from a long commercial shoot. But this time it ended in just an hour. Yes. They're really great. If someone I knew needed a baby role for their shoot, I will recommend the twins to them. We're really grateful for that. Since Miyako naturally bowed to the director. Ahaha, it's fine. I'd be happy if we had another cooperation next time. With that last word from the director, the three of us returned to our home. After that, it's been 2 years since then. Ruby and I finally talk and walk without others suspecting us. Ruby herself had now evolved into a full-on pathetically spoiled fan. Just like what she did right now. Mama, gimme a pat. She shamelessly asked those who who was relaxing on the sofa without saying anything to grant her daughter's wishes. Tilde the blissful pure land of Amitabha? She said such stupid words sometimes. Such words. I wonder where you learned such a difficult term? That's a whole new level of genius right there. But it must be genetic, right? Maybe they're learning when they're shooting. But well, I let her go since even though you could say that the three of us lead a peaceful life without suspecting anything from us. The three of us had been busy with ourselves. While was slowly but surely increasing her number of jobs, like modeling, radio assistant, and of course, TV show too. On the other hand, the two of us also became really famous after that advertisement became a success. Even though there's no one who told us, the number of companies, especially a kid who wanted to work with us, just told us everything about the success of those advertisements. In 2 years, I don't think there's anyone who knows our faces anymore. I could say that we're already famous. But there's something that makes me a bit uneasy. I mean, it had been 2 years with 1 year left before the tragedy happened to But to my surprise, the event that made her meet with the director Gotan Dateshi still has not come at all. No, only about that, none of the three of us actually had an offer from drama or stuff. Especially for It's weird that despite her popularity, she never had an offer for a small role in a drama. Sometimes, it made me wonder if this happened because I had changed the entertainment industry, even a little. Or there is another reason for that. To be honest, this makes me anxious, but I'm also a bit relieved, just for a moment. I mean, If this continued, she would be safe, right? Really? That's good. It's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, old man. It looks like I just finished talking with someone on the phone when I was thinking about that stuff. Is there anything, Mama? Ruby asked our mother, who had a big smile on her face. Well, it looks like Mama will be performing in a drama. Really? Yeah. Ruby responded with delight. While on the other hand, I felt a bit conflicted, since isn't that too much of a coincidence with my thinking? Or I just raised a flag out of nowhere. Wow, it's Mom's first time acting in a drama. I'm so excited. Ruby said those words in such a clearly excited voice. Though I'm only playing a small role. I replied to Ruby's words while playing with her soft cheek. Seeing the two people sitting in the back seat getting along so well, Miyako again warned everyone. Listen well, you two. I brought you guys along because you guys begged for it. But don't even think about calling I your mom while we're on the set. Don't forget you're pretending to be my kids. Miyako's tone of voice strongly emphasizes the word my. With such a serious face. But the three of us took advantage of it to throw jokes at her. Okay. Mom, give me a pat on the head. I couldn't help throwing those words, following the manga script, as I and Ruby said something too. Oh, please do that to me too, Mom. Mom, give me some allowance. Coo. You three. Miyako's expression was somewhat irritated, but at least we had a fun journey toward the set. The set was a high school, and I immediately greeted the staff, including the director of the drama, Gotenda Teishi. To be honest, what happened kind of makes me feel dispirited. I mean, after what I've done. The changes that I made only delayed the events in the manga by 1 year. Even so, it's still happening. I wonder if I ask Miyako to use the money from Bitcoin and hire some Yakuza to kill that bastard. What the hell are you talking about? Do I say it aloud? A bit. Well, I'm just thinking about what we're going to do about our father. Such a thing does not exist. Ruby said with a blank look in her face. A scary expression. And these kids are? Teishi, who has the same appearance in the manga. He looks like an old man with a slightly disheveled appearance. Even though, at this point, he would be just 30 years old. Oh, they're mine? Miyako replied, and Teishi responded while she bowed to him. Is that so? I feel like I see them somewhere. Teishi looked at me and Ruby with such sharp eyes. Well, there. Come here, Aqua, Ruby. How about you two introduce yourselves to the director? Miyako called the two of us, and then we stood next to her before introducing ourselves. My name is Hoshino Aquamarine, I'd prefer it if you called me Aqua. Nice to meet you. My name is Hoshino Ruby, you can call me Ruby. Pleased meet you. We introduced ourselves, while I bowed politely. Ruby waved her hand and acted a bit cutely. Oh. I think I know you too. That's famous twins. I think I see you somewhere on television or billboard. Do you two have any interest in acting? Teishi asked both of us the question. I want to become an idol. Ruby answered the question with her own dream. I actually had a big interest in acting, but I wonder if I will be really good at that. I answer with my honest feelings. You'd make a good picture on the screen and have a good delivery in advertising. So even though I've seen prodigy child actors quite a few times, you definitely make it. Is that so? Here's my business card, give me a call when you are interested. Teishi gave me his name card while staring at me with such great interest. To be honest, there are a lot of things I want to talk about with him. But well, he had his own job, and there are Miyako and Ruby nearby. Oh, that's a good thing. Miyako patted my head after Teishi left. You may get another job if you're lucky. She added. After that, we were brought to the classroom that was used to prepare actresses. Just like Teishi, most of the actresses knew about us and swarmed around the two of us. Called the two of us cute and gave us a sweet too. since the two are such friendly kids who aren't afraid of strangers. Most of them are so touchy, and Ruby enjoys herself as she acts cutesy, as if she is asking to be spoiled by others. Well, it can't be helped since her parents didn't really care much about her. That's why she acted like that. She's died young too, after all. Anyway, I need to run away from this classroom and meet with Taishi again. I left the classroom and looked around to see the staff doing the set. It feels the same but different, I guess. Well, it's not like I knew this stuff. Most of my knowledge came from watching videos behind the scenes of famous movies on YouTube. Oh, Aqua. What are you doing here? Taisha asked the question after he saw me lurking around. I want to see the shot from close and learn something from it. Oh, you're quite diligent, are you? I like it. By the way, last time you offered me a job, right? Oh yes. I think shortly I will film a horror movie, and I don't know why I feel like you will be a great addition. Okay, but I want you to offer a role to A. I, too. That. Taishi looked a bit surprised. I wonder why he's a bit hesitant. Ah, shit. Maybe he still has not seen A.I.'s act. You mean that idol? Well, if we're talking about her looks, she definitely takes the lead. If she's lucky, she might survive. It's fine. I may try to bargain with you. But she will not only survive, but she will surpass your expectations. When you see her, you will understand. What the hell do your parents and company teach you? A child at your age knows the meaning of bargaining. And try to do that to me. Holy crap. This gives me goosebumps. But just like I thought, you will be a good addition to my next movies. Taishi was perplexed with my answer and responded with such bizarre words. But I heard this kind of thing is a common thing in the world of showbiz. Yeah, that's true. But you wouldn't expect to hear that from a small child like you. Anyway, you see her. You will understand. I guarantee it. Okay. Okay. Cut 74, ready. The staff said those words, and I could see A.I. and other actresses ready to do their jobs. Cut 74. And when they start shooting, Taishi silently watches A.I.'s act. Even though he didn't say anything, I could see how serious his expression was. Well, it's not like I'm an expert or anything, but just like when she performed, my eyes were drawn to her. This is interesting. Her acting is average, but she draws me in. Right? Just like I said before, she will be fine. Okay, then. I will contact Strawberry Production later. Just like that, A.I. and I will be part of a movie shot by Taishi. I wonder if she will be there too. Okay, boy. At least in Japan, the casting is almost always decided by higher-ups. The more money spent on making films, the more they can't screw up. In the end, their objective is to make money, and the safest way is to get a hold of actors who will bring in a big audience. And to make those happen, they have their own battle too. Taishi explained a lot of things, especially how the showbiz industry works and about casting actors. Is that so? Yes. Only a handful of super big shot directors have the authority and privilege to pick their own cast. Or maybe the director, who is working with a super low budget on a small scale film. Do you wonder which one I look like? Super low budget. Yes, that's correct. This is a low budget set we have here. Taishi spoke while we were all in an old school in the countryside. Just like Taishi said, most famous directors sometimes need work on a low budget movie. In my previous world, names like Quentin Tarantino and Christopher Nolan made low budget movies before they took off and became famous. This movie would be a success if it followed the manga and made A.I.'s become more famous. As for me, even though it may be a good thing to become a famous actor since childhood, I still felt like I wanted more than that, but I still needed the director's help. Mama, I wanna go back to where Mama is. Why is Mama not here with us? Just like in the manga, I experienced Ruby crying like a child. Well, even though she's still young when she died and now reincarnated, Being still an infant makes her literally like a child. Ah, don't forget that she was also an ill child in the past, so there was no way she had a massive experience in life. Well, too bad she's busy with work. I want to go home and have her fawn over me. To be honest, I expected she would be much more mature with all of our activities as a model or commercial star? I guess. But it looks like she acts just the same. Or worse. I don't know. Sometimes she just acted like in the manga, but since I see how she acts every day, it feels much worse. I guess. Hey. This is a pro's line of work, you know. If you're here to play, then go home. Another child in the room banged on the table and said something harsh to the two of us. No, she specifically calls out Ruby's childish attitude. Yeah, because of Ruby's childish behavior, I forget about her. I'm Kana. I'm your partner today. She introduced herself to us. She folded her arms across her chest in a rather bossy manner. I can see the movie script we are both going to play in her hands. I feel like she is wearing a summer-like dress with a summer hat on top of her head. She had short red maroon hair and eyeballs of a similar color. Oh, wait, isn't she? What's she called again? The genius child actor who can lick baking soda like that. Ruby said as she remembered about the person who stood in front of her. No, she's a genius child actor who can cry in 10 seconds flat. I corrected what Ruby said before Kana spoke for herself. Ah, is that so? Yeah. That's me. It looks like your brother still has a decent brain. Anyway, everybody says the way I cry in dramas is amazing. She said this time she tapped the script on her left hand on her right hand as she was still acting proudly. Well, it's amazing after all. She emphasizes quite a bit how amazing she is. You know, I don't really like this girl. She seems fake, and I have an instinctive distaste for her. Ruby responded with her own personal attack toward Kana. What are you saying to a little kid? I put my hand to my own forehead and sighed deeply. I know you two are commercial stars, and my mother says you are quite famous for being geniuses. But it looks like you two are just spoiled kids. Kana said this time, pointing her hand with a script book crudely toward me and Ruby. Is that so? Huh? What's your problem? While my response was quite lukewarm, Ruby was quite offended by Kana's attack. Not only that. I know all too well. You two have a connection, right, to be here? I don't see any of you in the original script. Neither you nor the title have any lines, and Mom told me it's because the director insisted. That's really not allowed, you know. Kana explained the reason she dislikes the two of us. No. That's not exactly how it went. But I don't think you hear me, huh? I said those words, but Kana continued her words. I saw the drama that the director shot recently, and that idol hardly had any screen time at all. I bet her acting was so bad they had to cut it all out. She seems to be good at buttering people up, though. Hey. Ad-san, hold on to my bag. She said that while walking toward the outside of the room and asked the staff to hold her bag, who were busy with their jobs. Chan, beside me, Ruby shows a furious aura and angry expression. Ha ha ha, she's just a brat. You know. Don't let the words she utters get to your heart. It's not worth it. I replied while patting her hair. I can make her learn how hard the real world is next time. I continued to say that, and Ruby heard my response. She smiled in satisfaction. Yeah, teach her the harshness of the real world, Chan. Ruby rooted for her big brother to bully a child. Oh well, to be honest, it's not that different from the manga. But she sees us more like rivals, maybe because our status in this world is more established than before. I mean, we had the same kind of alias as genius child actors. It's easy for me to see why she looks at us like that. But to be honest, I was surprised to see her in person like this. I mean, to see someone at her age talking and acting like that was super impressive. Unlike the two of us, she wasn't a reincarnated person after all. Oh well, this world was an anime world that had supernatural things like reincarnation. so I don't think it's weird that there's someone like Kana who is super smart in this world. Anyway, it's time for me to get ready for acting. In short, this movie tells the story of a woman who has no confidence in her appearance and then ends up getting plastic surgery from a suspicious hospital that is deep in the mountains. It's a horror and thriller movie where I and Kana will act as creepy kids the protagonist meets at the entrance of the village. Kana and I were already on the movie sets, and the staff once again checked our appearance and asked if we were ready or not. Okay, let's shoot it. Taishi, the director, called the staff after he knew that we were already ready. The place where we shot the movie was a hill road in the afternoon. Then, when the protagonist of the movie is about to arrive near the entrance of the village, she meets with us, who played creepy kids. Welcome, honored guest. We're here to greet you. Please, enjoy your time here. Kana's voice was different from the one we heard before. It felt like she lowered her voice. It was as expected from a prodigious child actress. Her acting was really good, and that made me envy her for a bit. Well, since I've been in many commercials over the years. Of course, I'm also used to saying the lines in these advertisements. But I doubt I'm skilled enough at her level. Huh? You're the reception party? Do you have an issue with us being children? After this was my turn, to be honest. It was easy to just follow the manga and call it the days. But there was no such thing in the manga. In the manga, they just implied that Aqua acted like he always does. But that was another Aqua, the doctor, not me. I doubt that I like him. In the end, I was me, and the doctor was the doctor. The easiest way is to just follow what Kana did, but if I do that, I don't think I will reach her level. It will be just an imitation. I want to be seen as much better than her after all. Also, I have my promise with Ruby. Although personally I can't say that I have felt the hardships of the real world. Since I died at a young age. Not as young as Ruby thought. Well, so what I'm going to do right now. I knew very well that I and Ruby were on their way to becoming actors. But what about me? Can I really make it? No, in the end, I have my mother's bloodline. I can make it. I will make it. For now, I need to act like a creepy kid, so how do I do that? Think and remember. Everything I knew from my previous life and my new life. Every book I read, every film I watch, everything that I'm experiencing. There must be a creepy kid somewhere. Somewhat in my memories, and so I can recreate that. There is only a single guest house within the village. As such, it might be best to check in before wandering. How is their tone? How's their voice? How do they act? By following those memories and experiences, I will create my own creepy kid. I will deliver a creepy kid that is according to the director's expectations. Okay, cut. Taishi said after we finished our shot at that scene. Wow, you're amazing. I got shivers? The actor who played the protagonist spoke to me. Really? That's good. I replied with a smile, since if she reacts like that, which means my acting is at least on point. I don't know how other people think, but I think that's my best acting until today. It's no good. Director, a retake, please. Kana said while she grabbed Taishi's t-shirt. We didn't have any problems though. Taishi replied, but of course Kana wasn't satisfied. There is a big problem. The way Kana acted just now. I did so much worse than him. No. One more time. Please. I'll do better next time. One more time, please. She was screaming and crying, and she asked Taishi for another chance. But in the end, Taishi never let that happen. I could see Kana's mother and maybe her agencies trying to calm her down. And on the other side, I could see Ruby giving me a thumbs up as if she were happy to see me show the world at Kana. What a petty girl. To be honest, I feel sorry for her. In the end, the one who actually wanted her to become an actress was her mother. Her mother wanted to become an actress, so when she failed, she used her to fulfill her dreams. Which is why Kana acted like this without knowing herself. She may obsess over this. since she knew her mother would be happy if she became a genius child actress. That's why she dislikes us. Since Ruby and I had the same image as a prodigy child actor. Just like Taishi said in the manga, they had the same image, which made our presence clash with hers. What do you think the most important thing is when it comes to acting? Intuition, motivation, or perseverance? Of course, those are important, but in the end, it's communication skills. If you are hated by other actors or staff members, you won't be getting jobs anymore. There's no future for kids who are conceited and pretend to be influential figures. Taishi told me about the truth about showbiz once again. So you're trying to give her a wake-up call, director? I wasn't thinking about anything that noble, but you can also nurture someone like this. Your acting was absolutely perfect, just like I imagined it. Taishi said that to me. To be honest, I was really happy to hear that since this time it was me who actually acted and I got praised for it. Of course, I'm happy. Well, it's thanks to the director. I guess. You say you can nurture actors by doing that. If that's the case, I have a favor to ask? What is that? Taishi's expression shows that his interest is piqued by me. Will you be willing to raise me? Huh? You say to nurture actors and an amateur actor as an investment, right? How about you raise and invest in me? Hot Hilda, are you saying? You want me to help raise you as an actor? No. I want you to teach me everything. Everything? Yeah, not only about acting, but I want to learn everything. Scriptwriter, video editing, how to shoot, and everything else to make a movie. Yeah, I don't think becoming a famous actor would be enough. In the end, to grab influence and power, I need more than that. And becoming a movie producer would be nice. Especially if your movie is always a success. Your influence would be massive. I have a lot of things that I could take from my previous world, but I don't think I have the skill or knowledge to recreate those movies, songs, etc. That's why I need to learn it little by little, and one of the most suitable candidates is Gotanda Taishi. In the manga, a successful director, for which he won many awards. Taishi looked at me with such a serious expression. One of his hands several times rubbed his own beard. That sounds troublesome. You know. Is this too much? Well, of course. But this may be interesting. So you want to learn not only as an actor but also as a filmmaker? Well, first, I need to know how serious you will be. So how about you try to write a small thing first and send it to me? Ah, you can write something that happens on the weekend or anything. You like it, and I will check it. You know my number, right? I will wait. That's how my conversation with Taishi went. Which was the start of my life as his disciple. It had been 5 years since I was reincarnated as a child. The movie I shot with the director 2 years ago seems to have been well received, and he was nominated for several director awards. Although it was my first performance, it was quite amazing. In the end, I stole the show. And after that, just like in the manga, her job offers increased significantly, and she became a rising idol with outstanding sales. And we lived peacefully without being exposed to the public, and for now I was already older than the one in the manga, whether that was a good thing or not. I don't know. Of course, Ruby and I went to preschool. There's nothing special about it. All I did was follow what the teacher said in class, and when I had free time, all I did was read. Ruby herself always seemed happy, and she spent her time playing with the various toys. Perhaps this was something she had never or rarely experienced in her previous life. That's why she loves to play around. And just like in the manga, we had a dance festival. I remember doing this in my previous life, when I was in prep school. I remember doing traditional dances from my hometown. But this time, I think we did a dance with Ruby in the center. Although at first she refused to do it, eventually, after she had some bonding time with her mom, she became the center of the dance. I don't think I have the talent or the willpower to be very good at dancing like our mom. Other than that, I've also become busier in the past 2 years. Of course, Ruby and I still have commercial projects. But I'm getting more work, especially to appear in dramas and movies. I mean, my first appearance as an actor was in a movie that won several awards, and I performed next to the famous genius child actress, Era McKenna. Many people thought that my acting was as good as Kanna's or maybe even better than Kanna's. Therefore, I got many job offers as a child actor. At the same time in these 2 years, I also studied under Taishi. First, of course, I learned how to act, but I also started learning how to write. At first, I was just writing about my daily life, before I got more serious and ended up doing short stories. Slowly, he taught me how to write scripts because it's different from writing novels and stuff. For now, I'm still new at those things. Ah, by the way, our relationship with A.I. Something that I think wasn't much different from the manga. Although, because of my interference in the showbiz world, that makes the three of us busier than in the manga. Even so, whenever there was free time, we always spent time together, whether it was for something like the dance festival at the prep school, my birthday, her birthday, Christmas, or other festivals like Shichigo-sen and others. A.I. always tried her best to make us celebrate them together. Of course, Miyako and Ichigo were also there. Because those two are the only ones who know about our secret. Ah, I didn't forget that Taishi also knew about the relationship between me and A.I. Sometimes, the two of them are quite close, like a niece and her uncle. But I doubt any of this would have helped prevent A.I.'s tragedy, because as time went on and I started to move around a bit more freely, I also had more money than before. I became bolder and bolder. I guess. This is never mentioned in the manga, but A.I. actually tried and found the doctor who was always by her side when she was pregnant and the only person who knew that she was pregnant with twins. Although A.I. found it strange how suddenly the doctor didn't show up for the delivery, at first she didn't understand why. Then she heard that the doctor had disappeared and there had been no news at all for years. Especially after A.I. learned that the doctor had no family or relatives. A.I. was worried enough that she hired a private detective to find out. However, she didn't get any satisfactory results. It was only natural that the doctor had died and that his body was hidden behind the altar. How can I know what A.I. was doing since A.I. discussed what she was doing with Ichigo and Miyako? Then, if Miyako knew, I would know. Therefore, not long after the dance at the kindergarten, I deliberately gave a clue to the whereabouts of the doctor's corpse, which led to the murder investigation of the doctor. To be honest, what happened next was messier than I expected. First, when Ruby found out about the doctor, I think she accepted it much harder than in the manga, and it took a while for me to help her get over it. I mean, she couldn't say it to anyone else but me. As for I don't think I can read her emotions. She might be fine, but I think she might be affected a little. The second is the problem of the stalker and his father. Since I had money and Miyako on my side, it became easier for me to organize people to monitor those two people. To be honest, the two of them actually never communicated at all. I wondered if this was because my father was a very cautious person and he had other ways of communicating with his stalker. After hearing the news about the doctor, the stalker never left his place. It was as if he was afraid that the police would catch him. To be honest, he didn't have a good mentality because he could be manipulated by a middle schooler. The day that Bikamaki will perform at Tokyo Dome is approaching. I guess what I experienced wasn't much different from the manga itself. At some point, I felt like I was living in the same apartment. It made me feel very disturbed. And even though I felt like they already had good measures in place for the stalker and paparazzi problem, because we never had that problem until today. That's why I coordinated with my own stalker, who violated their plan of action. Which makes it look like my stalker managed to find out our address and put a message through the apartment door. This made A.I. and Ichigo inevitably have to move apartments again and also tighten the guard on the three of us. I also didn't forget to ask Miyako to warn To be more careful, especially when people come over. Like always using the chain door lock and talking on the intercom when someone comes here. Anyway, thanks to my blessing, I ended up performing at Tokyo Dome with peace of mind. I didn't think she would try to contact my father. And from my own network intelligence, she didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But something happened after I's performance. Just like in the manga, the stalker actually committed suicide. So that guy killed himself. I said those words because there were only two people in the room, Miyako and me. Yes, we saw no movement in his room, and it wasn't long before we knew that he was dead, and it was most likely a suicide. Miyako replied after she reported what happened to me. Was there anything else? Like a will or something? Miyako shook her head in response to my question. What was Kamiki Hikaru doing back then? He was just going about his daily life as usual. He went to college and sometimes met people in the entertainment industry, but what he was mostly doing was just a backstage job. Is that so? In any case, I had already done the show. The stalker was dead, and I had put Kamiki on my watch. Which meant I could feel a little more relaxed, right? I don't know, it feels a bit anticlimactic. With that, I wondered what the future held for me after this. But from then on, I knew what Kamiki would do in the future. It would be best if I focused on increasing my influence. I mean, in the future, he'll create his own company. At that time, I want my influence to be great enough to make sure those companies run into trouble. Yes, I think I'll do that. Please, keep an eye on her. Miyako. I'm so grateful to have you by my side. I thanked her. She just smiled at my words and patted my head thoughtfully. I don't think that word was spoken by a 5-year-old. I think it's time for you to rest. To be honest, I feel tired seeing how busy you are. Is that so? Yes, I think. I will rest. I think I slept better that night than I did a few weeks ago. How about we go camping in my next free time? One day, I suddenly spoke up and took the three of us on a vacation. Really? Ruby's red eyes were sparkling when she heard I's invitation as she walked and hugged our mother. Yeah, I don't think we ever go out like that. I replied while hugging her daughter back and patting Ruby tenderly and gently. That's true. But will it be okay if we go camping like this? I asked who put one hand on her cheek. It's fine since we will rent a private camping area. So we don't have to worry about our secrets being discovered by others. I answered my question cheerfully, but I don't think her smile was as bright as usual. I simply waved her hand, signaling me to come over to her. I wordlessly walked over to who then hugged me along with Ruby. I'm sorry. I'm really grateful to have you too. You are both smart kids and never cause trouble. I spoke to both of us while gently rubbing our cheeks. I think with all your intelligence. I think you two understand my position and are always supportive of whatever I do. I guess I wasn't a very good mother. But how could I not feel so blessed to give birth to you two? I'm really glad I gave birth to you guys. She said, wearing a smile that was both gentle and vaguely sorrowful. Mom. We love you after all. Ruby responded by leaping into I's arms. Meanwhile, I just nodded at the two of them. Of course, I wanted to be happy with them. But one thing that bothered me was the words I spoke. From the tone in which she spoke to the words that came out of her mouth, they were very similar to what I read in the manga. The thing that made me shudder was that it was quite reminiscent of I's death. Was this all a coincidence or just a gimmick? I don't know. Is it too late, or maybe a warning? Well, I don't know. It just doesn't hurt to have a little fun. Does Mom know anything about camping? I asked her once again. She looked at me with bewildered eyes, and put her index finger on her lip with a tilted head. Before she made a cute face with her tongue out, she closed her left eye, and tapped her head with her right hand. T told her I've never been camping before. She said it in an easygoing tone. Will we be fine? Ruby herself once spoke with honesty. Take it easy, we'll be fine. We're not alone either. Ichigo and Miyako will also be coming with us. I replied with a vague smile, as if she were a little embarrassed. Well, if those two are coming, we will be fine, I said. Yes, to be honest. This idea came from Miyako. She told me it would be good to spend some time with you guys before you both enter elementary school. Or we don't spend time together freely. Even though we've always been busy. I explained a lot, before she stopped for a moment. I agree with Miyako's words anyway. That we need to spend time together. Work's been going great. The world is watching me. I also performed on a big stage, the Tokyo Dome. I think I'm already happy as a mom and also as an idol. She continued her talk as Ruby and I observed her. I once again stopped her word, and from her face, I felt like she had a conflicted feeling or maybe had difficulty expressing what she wanted to say. But I felt like I knew what she wanted to say. You don't have to worry, Mom. We're happy. I said that while hugging her. Is that so? She hugged me back. Yeah, we love our mama. Well, if you two say it. It must be true. Whoa. I laughed while kissing our cheeks in turns. And just like that, all of us went on vacation with Ichigo and Miyako. Ichigo took us to the camping ground. I guess they chose a place like this to make it easier for the three of us to have a proper mother-daughter interaction without the thought of being seen by others. Unlike the two of them, I've been camping, although the last thing I remember was a camping event as one of the university's extracurricular events. It wasn't that fun at all. I hope there aren't any fuzzy caterpillars or centipedes? I said it in a low voice, but Ruby still heard it. They have those here? Yes, of course. We're in the mountains after all. That makes me feel a bit disgusted. We've already got our reservation, and we're going to the campsite. Ichigo said that to all of us and brought us to the campsite. This campsite was on a hill, and I could see a small lake nearby from the top of the hill. I didn't see any people around our area, but there were some tents if you looked from above the hill. There's nothing much here. I said as she looked around like us. Of course, we don't want any people around after all. Miyako replied to I's words. Oi. We should set up the tent and tarp? Can you help me? Ichigo screamed near the car since most of us were already far away to look around the campsite. Yes, we come. You three should also help. Miyako replied to him and told us that. We helped set up the tent and the tarp. Ruby and I helped by doing a simple thing, and one of them just put down the peg. Before they set up the tarp. Is this the tent? Ruby asked as she helped Ichigo set up the tarp. No, this is the tarp. If the tent is the bedroom, this would be the living room. Huh? I have no idea what you're trying to say, but whatever. No. This place will be the place where we put tables and other stuff, so our tent will be very spacious to sleep in. I could hear their conversation before Ruby felt bored and came at me, who spread out the sheet before we set up the tent on top of it. Is this where we sleep? Yeah. I replied shortly and continued to help set up the tent after it finished. Ruby just leapt inside the tent and slid on the sheet. It's quite spacious, she said with a joyful voice. Of course, it will be used by the three of us after all. Is that so? Hey, you two. We're making curry for lunch. How about we make it together? I said as she crouched at the tent entrance. Yes. Ruby immediately got up, turned around, and exited the tent. To be honest, sometimes it feels like she has unlimited stamina to move around so happily. I cooked the curry with our help while Ichigo and Miyako did other things. After the curry was done, we brought the table to the next hill nearby so we could eat while having such a great view to see. I could see the mountains and the small lake from this hill. Under the gentle wind that blew past us and the delicious curry we made together. Doing this kind of activity made me think how peaceful this was. I think having this kind of activity sometimes is a good thing too. Well, not only is it good for my mental health. Also, it's a good thing to deepen my relationship with the two of them, I, and Ruby. In the end, I'm different from the doctor after all. Sometimes I remember my family from my previous life after all. Yeah, I have a different mindset with Guru the doctor and Ruby toward I. Guru didn't have a mother and was raised by his grandparents, while Ruby in her previous life was neglected by her parents and spent her time alone in the hospital. As for me, I felt like I had an ordinary parent. I don't think they're the best parents ever or bad ones either. It's just that I love them in my own way. That's why I have a different sentiment toward I. Sometimes I wonder if that is healthy or not. Or if I really look up to her as a mother or other thing. I think for years my obsession was just to save her from the tragedy that made me wonder if I really look at her as human itself. For now, I finally saved her from that stalker and I don't think that tragedy would happen. It's just that I don't know what Kamiki will do. I have no guidance on what happens in the future. Because I have changed everything I know from the manga by saving I. Whatever happens in the future for me is a blank canvas that I will carve myself. When I realized that, I couldn't help but feel scared of this thing called the future. During my life in this world, I've been relying on what I know from manga and of course my past life memories. Sometimes I can't help thinking negatively. After this, will I be able to protect her if Kamiki does something? If I remember correctly, he is still doing bad things in the future in the manga. Like killing other actresses, so there was a big chance he will do something in future. Sometimes that kind of thinking wears me out and depresses me too. I can't help sigh deeply. What are you doing, Aqua? I feel someone hug me from behind and it's an easy job to find out from the voice alone. The scenery is very beautiful. I replied since I was wondering about this on top of the hill while staring at the beauty of nature. Oh, are you enjoying the scenery? Is that so? If that's the case I'm happy to bring you here. I could feel I's voice and she hugged me more tightly than before. How about we'll go explore around for a bit? She asked me. Well, okay. I brought Ruby and I explored around the campsite. Ruby, who rarely goes to places like this, runs around with such vigor that makes me wonder how much stamina she had. Ruby, please be careful. I told her while walking beside me. Yes, Mama. She replied while still running recklessly. We walked around the hill and enjoyed nature. Sometimes the ground was kind of difficult to walk on with my small body. At some point, I grabbed my hand and with a smile on her face she told me to grab her hand tightly. While grabbing her hand and seeing her figure sometimes I wonder what I thought of I as? If I close my eyes and think my mother was. Who will appear in my mind? My mother in my previous life or I? Something that I'm actually afraid of. If at that moment, I'm thinking of I felt sorry for my mother in my previous life. Then if it's the other way around, I felt sorry for I wonder what the correct answer will be. Of course, I felt like the correct answer is that you need to cherish the life I have right now, but still. Since I remember my previous life which made it difficult to do. I couldn't help tightly grabbing her hand. When she felt that she turned around to look at me and smiled sadly. Are you tired, Aqua? She asked. No. Really? But your face is. She didn't say anything and just grabbed me and embraced me like a mother to her kid. Are you hurt somewhere? She asked me with a worried tone and patted my back to make me calm down. No. Really? You're about to cry. Maybe. I wonder if this happens because of my small body that makes my emotions more fragile than when I'm in college. With many things that I need to handle and a lot of uncertainty of the future since I had already changed. I couldn't help being stressed out. When I read a lot of stories, I always thought I could do it better and stuff. But when those really happened, it was really difficult and hard. If something happens or you feel sad, you can talk to your mom. I reassured me and gave a warm feeling to all of my body. Yeah, I was a good mother. I don't want something to happen to her. That's why I swear that I will protect her with all my might. I think after that I felt like my bond with I deepened. With that, a year passed quickly. Ruby and I finally entered elementary school. The two of us, just like always, had jobs here and there. Not only a commercial job, but I got a job in drama or TV series too. While Ruby gets a job in kids shows like dancing and singing. She had taken a different path from me. Well, eventually she would become an idol like our mother after all. As for I, people don't need to ask about her. Her fame once again became bigger and bigger to the point she joined a big movie as a support cast and killed it. Her act, her song and other things she did always became a hit. As if everything she touched became gold itself. Even so, our secret is still not revealed to the world. But we still need to be careful. We need to be extra careful. Ikiko said in front of all of us. On the other hand, Ruby and I were just eating fruit at a nearby table. Enjoying our time together. It's fine. I know. With your fame, more paparazzi will flock around. I just warn you to be careful. Ikiko sighed deeply, especially right now there's a scoop for the last 3 days about a rising idol that has been found out by the public to have a boyfriend. Which made me understand Ikiko's concern and once again made me remember how toxic the idol culture was. It was quite fuzzy and slowly destroyed her reputation. No wonder Ikiko was a bit noisy about this. Especially when I may start to become a real star in the entertainment industry. Also, there was something that took my attention from that idol. I felt like I could see those star-shaped pupils in her eyes too, like I, but not as bright as her. I wonder if there's a lot of people who have those eyes. I told once again to be careful since tomorrow you and Aqua will be in the same place. So please make sure not to do something that is suspicious. Okay. Yeah. This is maybe a long time for the two of us to appear in the same shows. Well, I,S just came as a cameo though. It's fine. We'll be careful. That's what I reply to Ikiko. Well, I don't think that is a difficult thing. Next day, I'm doing something that has become a habit for me. Acting in a TV show. I think they will be used as a cameo. From what I heard, I think they never though I would be agree to came as a cameo. She always said she found it interesting, but I think she just wanted to appear in the show where I played. She slowly became a bit selfish, I guess. I felt sorry for Ikiko. When our eyes met, she immediately waved her hand with a smile on her face. Geez, what I'm going to do with her? Oh, it looked like she had already finished her job and went toward her room. At that moment, I heard a staff member talking about something. Wait, look, isn't that the girl that caught controversy? Yeah. Such a waste. I hear that because of backlash. Some advertisements pull out from her company after all. Her company is on fire right now. Well, of course, the problem is not only that, but her sex tape is released to the public too, right? Yeah, that's really destroying her reputation. I wonder why she came here? Ahaha, maybe she is trying to ask about appearance or help someone here? Ahaha, that's awful to say. Well, that's quite a disturbing conversation to have in front of the kid. Or they didn't think I would understand what they're saying. What a poor girl. My eyes wander and see the girl in question. She's still young, maybe at 20 years old. I never thought anything at all when I saw her until I saw her pupil. I feel like she had the same kind of pupil eyes like I. And when I saw that, I immediately felt my body shiver from what I saw, not a bright small star pupil like before, but a big dark star-shaped pupil that filled her eyes. Something I used to see in the manga which felt like showing how negative feelings the owner had. There's no way, right? She walked toward I,S room. Wait, how the hell they let her roam in this place? No, she even entered I's room, which means I, or Miyako agreed to meet her or something. I didn't feel good about this and without saying anything and ran toward I's room. When I was near the room, I heard some argument and entered to see the two people talking to each other. I, and Miyako, who had those confused looks. While the girl was hysterical and yelled at I, that it was all her fault. Ah, this is quite the same picture. The girl pulled something out from her pocket and with any hesitation leapt toward I. There were a lot of things in my mind. I wonder if I became a bit too relaxed after those events have already passed and I already put Kamiki in watch 2. Miyako always told me there was nothing different from his daily life. It felt like fate playing with me. No. There's no way I let those happen. I. Knife. And a hysterical person. Even though it may be the same, I wouldn't let those happen. I swear to protect her after all. Or else. What's the point of reincarnating to this world? Miyako perspective. Miyako's life changed forever when she met twin babies. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, no one knows. Miyako herself doesn't even know. However, Miyako always remembers the day the twins told her that they were like messengers from God, saying that she should keep I's secret and also take care of the twins. Since that day, her relationship with the twins has been smooth. In fact, Miyako found that taking care of them became easier when they started talking like mature children. Whatever the twins wanted something from her, they just told her without crying like they used to. In the past, she had to guess what they needed. Then, after a few days with them, Miyako realized some important things about the twins. Aqua, the boy and also the oldest, was arguably smarter than his younger sister. Meanwhile, Ruby, who was previously the most terrifying of the two in Miyako's eyes because of how well she played the role of messenger from the sun god, she actually acted more like a child. She was more spoiled, and even though she sometimes talked like an adult, she didn't act like a mature child at all. Sometimes Ruby always said something complicated that Miyako saw from those I's fans. Which means Miyako realized that these twins were very obsessed with I. Sometimes she even thought that the past lives of the twins were very likely those of I fans. Aqua, on the other hand, who had previously appeared ordinary in comparison to Ruby in her mind, gradually began to change in Miyako's eyes. Between the two, Aqua was particularly terrifying. One day, Aqua borrowed her smartphone and was seen looking for something on the web. Before, he told Miyako to buy a coin called Bitcoin. It was a stupid sounding online coin that Miyako could not possibly think of buying. However, when she saw how serious and terrifying Aqua's face was, Miyako still imagined that these twins were the children of a god or something. In the end, she bought the coin and spent almost all of her savings on it. Sometimes Miyako wants to cry when she remembers that, but when she sees the price of the coin increase day by day until it can be sold 15 times over, she wants to laugh when she sees that. Miyako began to believe that these twins were the real deal. No, forget the innocent and sometimes stupid little sister. Aqua was the real deal. However, Aqua always emphasized to Miyako not to spend the money she earned from buying and selling the coins and told her to keep some of it as a safety deposit. Then sell half and use the money for other things. Miyako got all the savings she used to buy the coins, and Aqua said she was free to use the money. However, when Miyako found out that Aqua was the real deal, of course, she asked Aqua to continue doing what he was doing, and he had all of her support. What was surprising for Miyako was how Aqua said that Miyako should rather seek her fortune by focusing on managing internet talent. Miyako was a little confused at first, but she slowly felt that the job suited her in the future, or maybe in the next 4 years. Aqua especially told her that Miyako should invest in technology that can capture and create virtual avatar characters like Hatsune Miku. Or what he often says is VTuber, or virtual YouTuber, where YouTubers use virtual avatars in the form of anime-like avatars to stream. At that time, Miyako caught on that Aqua wanted her to make a Hatsune Miku that acted like a YouTuber, such as singing cover songs, or playing games. It was a concept that sounded abstract to Miyako, but with everything Aqua has done so far, it has always made a lot of money. Miyako could only obey Aqua. Ah, if there was a visual novel called Fate, Stay Night and you could invest in or buy the rights to make a mobile game out of it. That would be an amazingly good thing. Aqua will say those words to her someday. Really? Yeah, in the future, mobile games will be massive and it will be so easy to make money from them. If you can't make a deal with those Fate, Stay Night to make a mobile game. Next, you just need to make a mobile game with an open world that looks like Zelda but is full of cute girls and handsome guys. And just call it Genshin Impact or something. I can't believe I heard those words from a 1-year-old baby. Miyako said those words, but she still saved what Aqua said on her laptop as a reminder to her. If they had the money to invest in or buy those things, they would have bought them immediately. However, once again, their lives changed not long after that as the twins went viral due to an otaku dance that was recorded when they watched a concert performed by A.I. Miyako still remembers when Aqua told her that he wanted to capitalize on the hype of the viral video and enter showbiz as a child actor. She even remembered Aqua's words to her at that time. I know, but I think this is a chance for our great destinies and a time to nurture this child. When Miyako heard that, it felt like her heart stopped for a moment. She had always used Aqua to make money, but she had forgotten about it. Then, in 2 days, Miyako and Aqua devise a plan to convince A.I. and Akiko to let the twins become child actors. Things turn out to be a lot easier the other way around than Miyako imagined. After that, Miyako started her life as the manager of the twins. Thanks to the success of the first commercial the twins did, they were both famous for being easy babies to work with on set. They were getting quite a lot of work, and Miyako herself was quite worried. Miyako began to become one of the backbones of Strawberry production. In addition to being the manager of the twins, she sometimes filled in for Akiko as A.I.'s manager when Akiko was busy with other members. Then, when the twins turned 3 in 2013, many things happened in her life that year. One of them was when Aqua appeared for the first time in a movie directed by Gotendo Taishi. The second was A.I.'s explosion in popularity after she managed to become the center of attention for her role in the same movie that Aqua was cast in. It was such an explosion that A.I. got a lot of work, and people started calling her the new rising idol. As such, Strawberry production started to get busy, and with A.I.'s rising fame, it helped boost the overall popularity of Bikomaki. But that year, one thing happened that changed Miyako's life and her relationship with Aqua. It was on December 1, 2013, that the price jump of the internet coin that Aqua said to invest in reached almost $1,000. After that, Aqua gradually began to change. Miyako had always thought the twins she was babysitting were cute. Even though they are sometimes very strange, saying many things that are hard to believe coming out of children their age, they remain cute in her eyes. But Aqua gradually changed after that. He didn't always appear like that. He always acted casually when he was with Ruby and A.I. It's just that Aqua was different when she spent time alone with Miyako, especially when they talked about the things they had to do to be successful. Yeah, since then, Aqua has slowly changed. Although Miyako could see that Aqua was still as confident as ever. Sometimes Miyako could see the darkness in his facial expression. Miyako didn't know what to say, but she could see an expression of desperation on his face. Miyako was pretty sure Aqua could see into the future or at least read what would happen in the future. Then Miyako began to wonder what Aqua saw or predicted for the future that would make him make such a desperate face. If she knew that, she swore that she would help him sincerely. In the end, Miyako loves the twins after all, as if they were her own children. Miyako perspective. Well, I've found the visual novel you told me about. It has a slightly different name, but the storyline is pretty much the same. Then, according to the gossip I heard, he tried to make a game but failed. So he published a novel instead. Although it was originally an idea for a game. Miyako spoke as she handed Aqua a paper with information related to the visual novel that Aqua had been talking about. Miyako never thought that one day she would act like a secretary to a 3-year-old. Even if Miyako were to talk to someone else, she highly doubted anyone would believe her. They most likely just assumed she was joking and laughed at her. She meant that, currently, Miyako looked at Aqua, who was reading the report carefully, before he nodded his small head. That's right, this visual novel. Then, like I said, we use the money we get from selling Bitcoins and use it to buy or create a new game company. Then make an offer that is hard for the publisher to refuse. Aqua explained his plan to Miyako. By the way, how much do big companies usually offer to license and make their game? Aqua asked Miyako. Although Aqua can be very smart at times, he also seems to lack experience and knowledge in many areas that Miyako manages to cover. Well, I usually think this is how much money is given, but that's just an estimate from me. Miyako replied. Oh, so how about we increase that and tell him since this would be our first game. We will not hold back by using famous artists and voice actors in the game. How about we give this kind of proposal? Aqua then explained things that Miyako thought sounded like gakuen in digital form. It sounds like a gakuen. Well, this kind of thing will be famous as Gakko Hell. Ahaha, that sound not fun at all. Are you sure people would be fine? It's fine. It's a free-to-play game after all. So there will be F2P gamers and a whale that buys anything for our game, and our target will be those obsessive gamers with a lot of money. You don't have to say it with such a villainous expression, you know. Anyway, we need to make sure to get that license or we will lose a big chunk of money in the future. Getting money from buying and selling Bitcoins is sure nice, but I don't think I can be 100% sure about that. I only know about the jump in price, so it will be a really great move to spread that money and invest in other areas. Well, that's true. But it's still such a big investment that we're using. Miyako couldn't believe how much money she had earned and then used. Her past self would never have imagined that she would have this kind of fate. She was just a girl who dreamed of marrying a handsome showbiz man and being a good housewife. Then, at this time, Miyako worked as a secretary and manager for the twins. How about our other project? The VTuber project called Kizuna AI? That thing. We're using a similar real-time capture motion like CGI from Hollywood. It is also starting to move in a better direction with the new funds we're investing. The power of money really does make things easy. Miyako replied with such an honest answer. Is that so? Well, that's good to hear. Anyway, is there something I want you to do? What is that? I want you to surveillance these two people for me? Yes. Miyako was taken aback when she heard Aqua's sudden and unusual request. Can you do that, right? Well, it was an unusual request from Aqua, but Aqua didn't ask for too much either. So of course, Miyako wanted to grant the request. It was just that it felt too unusually strange. What's the point of doing that? Miyako asked. Do I have to answer that question? Aqua responded like that. He had such blank eyes that made his dark bluish eyes look like a deep ocean that may swallow a person to the darkness. Miyako gulped as she looked at Aqua. Well, Miyako was a little overwhelmed by Aqua's sudden change of mood. First, I'd like you to install someone to stake out one of A.I.'s fans named Ryujuk. I think he often comes to A.I.'s handshake events. He's also the one who gave A.I. the star sand. Aqua explained the person who he wanted to put in his watch. It's fine, but why him? He feels like those obsessive fans who, one day, could be A.I.'s stalker and may harm A.I.'s in the future. Aqua replied with words that seemed like facts. Is that so? Well, okay then if that's the reason. If Miyako had not had all those strange experiences with Aqua, she definitely would not have listened to this request. For now, What Aqua was asking for still makes sense. The second is a man named Kamiki Hikaru. I think he is currently a college student who used to be a member of a theater called Lalali Troupe. Wait. What's wrong with this guy named Kamiki? Miyako asked because she was surprised when Aqua suddenly described a man who had almost nothing to do with them. Is that really important? Aqua asked bluntly, with a completely blank expression on his face. It feels like darkness in Miyako's view. Well, I need a good reason for doing something like this. In the end, I'm still an adult. There's no way I'll let you do something like this without any explanation. Yeah, that's something Miyako feels. Miyako felt as if she didn't do something right. The small child in front of her would be going the wrong way. At this moment, she felt that Aqua's eyes were full of hatred that may have hinted at murderous intentions. Kamiki Hikaru is the person that I suspected to be Ruby and my father. Aqua answered Miyako's question with an answer that was like an atomic bomb in Miyako's mind. Huh? Wait. What? Miyako's mind could not immediately grasp what Aqua said. Because the father of the twins was the thing that I covered the most. Even Akiko himself couldn't get to tell him who the father of the twins was. Then this time, Aqua suggests the possibility of who their father is. Did I tell you guys? Miyako asked, and Aqua responded with an immediate head shake. But how? Miyako couldn't help but ask him. Well, in the end, it's just a simple guess. It happened when she was 16 years old, and I think at that moment, she was only busy with her idol activities, so her connection was limited. So how can she meet our father? I don't think our mama is someone who is just roaming around and searching for a man like that. So there must be a reason, and something leads me to believe there is something that came from her acting abilities. I don't think it just came from nowhere. She must be learning for someone who's good at acting. Maybe someone told her to come to a certain theater to help her become more famous by learning acting or something else, and at that place she met our father. There are a lot of theater troupes in Tokyo, but I is not that rich or famous. She must come to a small troupe and to a place that is easy for her to get to, which means Lalali's theatrical troupe is most likely the place she went for. And from many guys there, who meet Ruby in my profile with a skill that matches only one person. Which is Kamiki Hikaru. He is most likely our father. Aqua gave Miyako a long explanation. It was absurdly just a guess, but at the same time quite convincing. It's fine if you feel like this is difficult to believe. That's why I want you to monitor him and learn about him. I want you to surveillance him and tell me everything about him. It was Aqua's request, and from his tone, Miyako knew that she couldn't reject this request. And it wasn't that long for her to learn that Kamiki Hikaru was truly the twins' father. Miyako perspective, Miyako would never have expected to know the father of twins like this. Then, from Aqua's demeanor and words, Miyako knew very well that Aqua didn't want Ichigo or to know about what the two of them were doing. Yes, it was not only Miyako who would investigate Kamiki Hikaru. She also hired a private investigator to observe one of Ika's fans. She didn't think this kind of stuff would be approved by either Ichigo or I. After several weeks of investigation on Kamiki Hikaru, Miyako easily obtained DNA from him, and from the results of the DNA examination, it could be said that Kamiki Hikaru was the father of the twins. Once again, what he said is the truth. Huh. Miyako spoke as she sighed. Honestly, she felt a little complicated by what had happened in the past few days. She followed Aqua's request and gave a report on the two men. Until now, Miyako felt that what she was doing right now was the wrong thing to do, especially since it felt like it would make Aqua worse. Alternatively, Miyako felt that this would make Aqua even further away from normal kids. No, this may make him far from a normal human being. Yeah, he's getting away from being normal. Miyako said that word to herself. Lately, what Aqua has been doing has been worrying her. Not only that, He was busy with his various activities as a child actor and commercial star. He also started practicing writing, as Taishi had asked him to do. Miyako didn't think it was appropriate to ask a child to do those difficult things, and when she made such a comment to Aqua, I wonder what the director was thinking to ask this much from a 3-year-old. Forgetting that the two of them were actually doing more difficult things together. But Aqua's reply was quite reasonable. He told me to do difficult things like this in the hope that I would give up and gain knowledge like everyone else. However, I wanted to take a shortcut. Therefore, I will do as he asks without complaint. It was a sensible thing to do since he was smart and wanted to learn at a young age, but still, Miyako was concerned about Aqua's health, especially his mental health. Seeing a 3-year-old already busy with a job and having him have some kind of homework was quite absurd. But Miyako doubts she could stop him. Miyako just prayed that nothing worse would happen. But it looked like God didn't listen to her plea. Since every time Miyako reported about those two people, she felt Aqua was getting different day by day or worsening every day. Miyako could feel the hatred and even resentment in Aqua's eyes, which were once more cheerful and bright like the beautiful sea. It slowly turned a dark blue color, like the darkness of the deep sea. However, Miyako also felt that this was not all that Aqua felt. There were many negative emotions that he was burdened with. Desperation, hatred, resentment, uncertainty, unease, scared, afraid. And Miyako could see a cold black star in his right eye. It made Miyako's body shudder and feel cold. Yeah, Miyako could feel those from him. She wondered what he sees or reads will happen in the future. However, she was pretty sure it was a bad thing that he was acting like this. For now, Miyako was following what Aqua had to say without saying much. Since she was afraid if she rejected his plan, he would search another way, and Miyako couldn't keep an eye on what he was doing. However, once again Miyako was surprised by Aqua's words. Miyako didn't know if Aqua was serious or just joking. "Can I just hire someone and kill them?" Aqua asked her. It sounded like a joke, but Miyako could see Aqua's seriousness. From the tone and expression on his face, she even felt pressure on her to answer yes. That was as far away as Miyako could feel from Aqua. Miyako doubts that Aqua hates his father just because his father neglected him. It must be beyond that, but Miyako didn't know what that was. And at this moment, she felt as if she didn't stop him, Aqua would really kill Kamiki Hikaru. And if Miyako didn't stop him from doing that, she felt like this child would have gone far away to dwell on his dark emotions, and maybe he couldn't return to the light anymore. "There's no way I will do that, right?" Miyako rejected those ideas with all of her might. "Is that so?" Aqua's response was quite short, as if he knew that Miyako would reject his request. And after that, to her surprise, Aqua actually heard what she said. Anyway, Aqua's demeanor calmed down a bit for a very long time. But that changed when Aqua was 5 years old, not long after the prep school dance. When Miyako told him that I was looking for the doctor who treated her when she was pregnant. It seems that the doctor disappeared without a trace when I gave birth and was never seen again anywhere. Aqua saw the report and, surprisingly, told Miyako where the doctor might be. He immediately said that judging from the doctor's profile, he was not someone who would abandon his patients for no apparent reason. In other words, something happened to him that was outside of his control. Then the hospital was near hills and forests. There is a high possibility that the doctor fell from the hill or experienced something that made him disappear in the forest. In other words, he was around the forest near the hospital, especially around this area. Aqua pointed to the place he suspected the doctor would be located. Then, as usual, what he said was always true. The doctor's body had been found, and it seemed that the news had hit I and Ruby pretty hard. Miyako didn't know why, but after hearing the news, Ruby's behavior worried her quite a bit. Aqua, however, took quite good care of her, and at that moment, Miyako felt that only around her family. Aqua became such a good child again. Yeah, Miyako rarely feels those dark emotions when Aqua is around Ruby and A. That's why, at that moment, Miyako thought it would be good for him to be around his family. It would be better if Aqua just spent his time with his family. I wonder if there's something I can do. That was all Miyako could think about at the time, making Aqua a happy boy. Without knowing what will happen in the future, it would haunt her. Miyako perspective. As Bikamaki announced their performance at the Tokyo Dome, Aqua once again became someone who was on the edge. Even though their first game finally came to fruition, Aqua's mind was somewhere else. As soon as Aqua heard the news about Bikamaki's appearance at Tokyo Dome, he immediately told Miyako to warn A.I. to never tell their father about their lives. Miyako could only nod, saying she understood, and then as she left, Aqua stopped her and decided to ask for something else. Wait. Maybe it would be better to tell A.I. that if she wants to bring Dad to the two of us, it would be better for A.I. to ask the two of us first. Aqua said that to Miyako with a face that was quite happy with the idea. It didn't take long for Miyako to convey that to A.I. I know you never told me about the twins' father. But may I make a suggestion if you want to introduce them to their biological father? Can you ask them first if they would like to meet their biological father or not? I think while you might want them to know who their father is, ultimately the decision should be up to them. Miyako gave A.I. the advice Aqua had hoped to give to her. Surprisingly, A.I. took Miyako's advice, and it seemed that A.I. asked the twins, who replied that they were not interested in meeting their biological father. Miyako knew this because she could see that Aqua's face had become more cheerful compared to the past few months. It wasn't too long before Aqua found something he didn't like. Miyako could see how he disliked the security of A.I., as well as their new home. Then Aqua lightly hired someone acting like a stalker who managed to send a message directly through the apartment door. This led them to move house, and security was reinforced. Miyako also warned A.I. about security and also using the intercom whenever there were guests. Once again, Aqua felt relieved with those, and the surveillance on the two people became more intense. But there was a surprise news Miyako got, namely that the Ryujuk they were watching died by suicide. Miyako could see how taken aback Aqua was when he heard that news. How about Kamiki Hikaru? Is there anything weird about him? He asked. Sometimes his eyes beg for something weird to happen, so he can use those to make a move on him. But there was nothing strange about Kamiki Hikaru, he did everyday things as usual. After that, it felt like Aqua's burden had been lifted. Even though, he said that Kamiki Hikaru's surveillance was not over. Miyako thought that Aqua's became healthier, she guessed. She didn't want him to continue to dwell on those dark emotions, so she told A.I. to spend more time with the twins, with the reasoning that if they entered elementary school, it would be difficult to spend time together since how busy the three of them are. A.I. looked like she understood what she meant and used their free time to be together. Like going camping, fishing, or renting a villa near the sea. With the money we had, having those vacations in such an area free from paparazzi was easy. It's such a peaceful year, the game called Go was a great investment, and shortly we will launch Kizuna A.I., and if that's successful, we will launch another 4 members slowly and make it as Gen Zero in the first VTuber group. Also, A.I. may reach the top idol as her last movie was a big success. And those movies had a lot of investment and she had a significant role too. It was a good year. If there was any inconvenience, it was the news of idols having girlfriends until their intercourse videos were leaked to the public, and it could be said that the career of the idol was ruined. Because of this, Ichigo goes to great lengths to keep A.I. away from the paparazzi. But today was the day that A.I. would perform a set with Aqua. It was A.I.'s wish to perform together with her son. Miyako allowed this because she was still hopeful of something like this. Aqua would be further away from the dark emotions that were getting less and less every day. A.I. seemed to be pondering something while looking at the messages on her smartphone. "What's wrong?" Miyako asked. "Well, I got a message from the idol that is in trouble. Yukauri or something?" "Oh. What is her problem?" "I don't know. She says that I may help her, or something like that." "Huh. There's no way we can do something for her. Just say no." "But. She said some weird stuff. Are you saying you will be in trouble or something?" I nodded, and Miyako sighed deeply. "Okay, we're just talking for a moment. It's not like she will do anything. But when she came, it was such a mess. The idol in trouble called Yukauri came inside, even though the security must have done a check on her. She is still capable of bringing a knife inside. She hysterically spoke to I, and said that what happened to her was I's fault. Something unreasonable to say. Of course, I denied her allegation. Before her eyes stared at Miyako, at that moment, Miyako felt those eyes as the same as Aqua had. It felt like there was hatred and resentment with a black star in her eyes. "I knew that you and your manager had that girl over there. Hired a private company called Hayashi and observed many people. I don't really care about my secret leak. But Haru is dead too. I can't forgive you all." Hearing that, which surprised Miyako, and in her mind she was confused as to how this girl knew about it, and she spoke as if her boyfriend was dead or something. Miyako. I was confused and threw a question at Miyako with a wrong step to create confusion between them. "Wait. I may rent those, but I never try to pry someone's secret." Miyako answered truthfully and defended herself. This was really a mess up. Miyako's mind couldn't comprehend why something like this could happen. But the girl didn't care about that. She found Miyako and I caught off guard and leapt at I to stab her, but even though I was distracted, she still evaded those attacks. It was just because she was a bit distracted. Her balance was not good, and she was still in heels too. Which made her fall to the floor. "Die. You bitch." The girl leapt toward I, who was defenseless. But the three of them were so occupied with this ruckus that they didn't realize a small kid opened the door and without any hesitation jumped in front of I. When Miyako saw that small body that had been with her since a baby and with all of their time spent together, seeing how Aqua didn't hesitate to shield his mother and that small child stabbed by a knife was so traumatizing for Miyako. At that moment, Miyako's mind remembered what Aqua had been trying to do. "I wonder if you see this coming, Aqua. If you see this, then why you never told me? If you just told me, I swear I will kill anyone to make this not happen." It was on Miyako's mind when she saw Aqua lying there covered in blood. Kamiki Hikaru is a new college student in the Faculty of Science. It had been 2 years since he left La Light Troupe, a theatrical troupe in Tokyo. He had been living peacefully in college until the last few days, when he felt something was off. "I wonder if there are people following me around?" As someone who has been active in theater, Hikaru became very sensitive to people's gazes. It had been a long time since he had been to the theater, so there was very little sense of what he was feeling for the last few days because of the fans. Even so, it was not surprising that he felt strange about what was happening to him. He thought that maybe the feeling would disappear if he ignored it for a few days. However, that did not happen. In other words, someone was intentionally observing him. He didn't think there was anyone with the hobby of watching people for a long time like this. He also doubted if it was a stalker or something like that. He knew people like that well, while the person observing him seemed more professional. He also suspected that several people were watching him. Because of this, Hikaru acted immediately without a second thought. Although he did not understand the reason why those people were watching him, he felt uncomfortable without knowing who was behind the people who were observing him like this. "I wonder if I have made enemies at some point." Hikaru thought like that while he started to try to unravel people who were watching him. Hikaru always had been blessed with a nice, soft face that most people liked, and his easygoing and likable demeanor made people always let their guard down when they were talking to him. Of course, it wasn't that easy to get to know the people who were watching him. But if people were around him on his side, it would be much easier. First, he establishes a pattern for his daily life. To make it easier for him to pinpoint the person who watches and follows him. It was like on Monday he would go to a convenience store with a fixed time and when the cashier was his acquaintance. So he could question if there is anyone on the spot that is most likely being used by someone who is monitoring someone. Of course, he asked for several spots, and he did it in many ways. When he went to the supermarket. When he went, he brought food from the food stall. When he brought stationery for his college. Slowly, Hikaru makes data from those. It may be a tedious and long journey, but to be honest, he always thought that at some point they would leave him alone. He was someone from the showbiz world since a child after all. This kind of thing was normal in that world. But to his surprise, the people watching him were pretty resilient, as they had been watching him for months. And Hikaru himself already knew of at least 3 people who were pretty sure had been watching him. He thought there were still a few people left, but that didn't really matter. After finding these 3 people, the next job became much easier. There were a few things he could suspect, such as whether they were journalists, police, paparazzi, or perhaps private detectives. Then, after knowing what some of them look like, everything becomes easier. Hikaru has relationships with people in the showbiz world. It didn't take long for him to find out where they were from. They came from private investigators from a company named Hayashi. He needed a bit of a long investigation to know what possibility their clients were. He didn't find anything interesting, until he found out a possibility of a strawberry production using these private investigator companies. It was a name that Hikaru actually found hard to believe was here. However, at the same time, the name of this company was the most suspicious. This was the company A.I. was in. A.I. was a girl he had a relationship in the past and even had children. So if there was a company that wanted to watch him this much, Strawberry Production is most likely the suspect. It was just something that felt out of place in Hikaru's mind. Whoever it was who put him on the watch list. Hikaru knew very well that A.I. wasn't that kind of person. No, to be honest, Hikaru knew that A.I. wouldn't let anyone know about him as her father's child. So there was no way the president would know about him. In the end, Hikaru needs to investigate more. Until he knows the person who used the private investigators is actually the wife of the president, Miyako. When Hikaru knew about this, he couldn't believe it. In Hikaru's mind, the judgment of people like Miyako was that a girl who marries someone with connections, then hopes to one day marry a handsome actor. He doesn't think Miyako is the one who can know about him unless A.I. tells Miyako herself. But just like before, he doubts A.I. will tell anyone about him. Which means Miyako knew about him herself, but from her profile. Hikaru doubts she is smart enough. It was such a contrast what was happening with his own judgment that he found this quite disturbing. I don't like this. She's outside my understanding. Wait. I wonder how to make her out of the picture. Hikaru doesn't feel good about this revelation. It would be much easier if the person was someone he could read. But this Miyako was so far from his judgment that he found her quite bothersome. I think she is also watching Ryujuk. I can't use him again. I think it's time to cut him too. But how am I going to deal with this? Even though Hikaru rarely did acting again, he was still in the showbiz environment, with a focus on doing backstage jobs. He had his own hobby and pursuit after all. While he was thinking about how to deal with Miyako or maybe Strawberry Production itself, Hikaru met a certain young idol who had kind eyes like A.I. had. To be honest, Hikaru always wondered why he could see those bright stars in people's pupils. Most people don't see it like him, and always told him those people who had bright stars were someone who had captivating eyes. And that young idol had those eyes, but not as bright as A.I., though. Even so, it still burns his emotions. It makes Hikaru remember his past, especially what happened to Hikaru Eri. Ah, wait. This is perhaps more interesting. Since I could have taken 2 stars in one plan. Hikaru said to himself and couldn't stop smiling for a long time. He finally found something interesting again. The first thing Hikaru needed to do was get to know the idol very well. He needs a sample size to understand her. Since sometimes he worked in a backstage job. There was a time when he met her and had a conversation with her. With those conversations, he accumulated data about her. Of course, he combined any words she said in an interview with a video available on the internet. How much confidence does she have? Does she have friends? How is her relationship with her friend and colleague? What about the guy? Is she in a relationship with anyone? What about her past relationship? How about her family's environment? Did she have a good relationship with her parents? Does she have any siblings? After getting those sample dates, Hikaru could make his own detailed description of what the idol may like and not like. She started to gain exposure, which is why she became a confident woman. It looks like she only had 1 or 2 friends she could trust. She had a good relationship with her colleague, but it looked like she had difficulty with older members or was afraid of them. She had an older sibling, and their relationship was rocky. She had a father who was always busy, and her mother passed away because of illness. She only had 1 ex-boyfriend, and he was older than her. It looked like her relationship didn't look great, and her ex-boyfriend was quite toxic. Or maybe since he was older, he was always too possessive of her. From those samples, Hikaru made up his plan, and usually he always lets him become close with her. But his objective this time was to put down strawberry production too, which is why he was fine taking a back seat. Okay, with this. I think I know a person who will be great for her. The person Hikaru chose was far from her ex-boyfriend. He knew someone in another faculty who may meet those idols' new criteria for a boyfriend. They were the same age, but he was younger than her. Also, he works part-time to help his family since her mother's illness burdens their family's economy. Which is something that the idol felt a connection with him. His face was a bit rough, but maybe those gaps between his appearance and his nature would be a plus for her. Now how their meeting would be. I think making it as grand as a movie would be great. If I wasn't wrong, she had a set with a director I knew. Hikaru smiled as he found a great way to make their meeting great. Especially this director, who is quite well known to become a sexual harassment person if he's a bit drunk. Hikaru was still watched by those people. It looks like they had difficulty monitoring him on campus. Maybe they didn't have enough power to monitor him on campus. That's why Hikaru hooked up the man called Haru to work part-time with him on the set. After following his plan, Hikaru made sure that they had a drink party after the set where the idol named Yuka-uri would be in the bar with the director. Haru himself, without any complaint, followed Hikaru after all. Hikaru told him that this may be a chance to get connections on this kind of job. After that, Hikaru makes the director drunk, so he makes a move toward one of the beauties in the bar, Yuka-uri herself. The people on the set already know what kind of person the director was, and usually they let him go. In their minds, most likely, it's not like he touched her or anything. Or he just flirts around. Worst of all, the thought that a small idol like her would need to oblige or cater to make those higher-up staff happy, whatever they do may rot in this entertainment industry. It may help their career. That's a big part of the mindset of people in this industry. Even though the director may not have touched her or anything. He would make super sexual harassment comments while asking the idol to pour another beer on his glass. It was a common thing for almost everyone in the bar, including the idol in question. She may be uncomfortable, but there's not much she can do about it. Except for one person who was never really in this industry while still young and brash. Who had the courage to actually rebuke the director's attitude toward the idol. Well, of course, the director didn't take it well. Something that Hikaru used to meditate on to calm down arguments. Before Hikaru pulled the man, he chose to go to the alley beside the bar to reprimand him, especially because he told the man that this job may help him to pay for his mother's treatment. Hikaru knew that the idol would come to thank the man, which is why he told about those private things so the idol would hear that. It may sound cheesy, but sometimes that stuff has a good effect too. In the end, just like he wanted, those two became secret lovers after weeks of shooting on the set. Hikaru doesn't need to wait to come forward and ask the man about his relationship with the idol. Even though at first the man did not open up to Hikaru, this is Hikaru's best skill, making the man open up to him. Because of Hikaru's ability to read that idol easily, that made most of his advice really useful in keeping their relationship in such good shape. And it made the man truly trust Hikaru, which made his work easier. Also, the surveillance on him slowly became weaker, especially after he finally cut off Ryujuk and after A.I. performed at the Tokyo Dome. Hikaru didn't know why, but he suspected that Miyako surveilled him because she was afraid of him making fuzz before A.I.'s performance in the Tokyo Dome. Anyway, it became much easier for him to do anything. Just like that, Hikaru carefully makes those couples trust him before he just drops them like it was nothing. Also, he waited for the idol to become much more famous too. It was nearly 1 year before he finally started his plan. With his connections, Hikaru easily alerted one of the paparazzi, who was able to catch the two of them making out. It wasn't enough that it became a sensation and public fodder. Hikaru mercilessly spread several videos featuring their intimacy. An easy thing to get when trusted by both of them. It doesn't stop there either. Hikaru, who had experienced some crazy fans. It was easy to manipulate those emotional people into doing something crazy, like killing people. That's why the next meeting is between Hikaru and the idol. She was really devastated, and from her looks, she may be lifeless. Her life was in chaos because of a scandal, and her boyfriend was attacked by her fans and died shortly. Right now, she's lost everything. So she needed just one push. At this point, she wouldn't care if Hikaru said a lie or the truth. As long as it makes sense, she will believe him. Sorry, this is maybe my fault. I always feel that I have been followed by someone. But I never thought it would be used like this. Wait. Do you mean someone spread this on purpose? That's most likely what happened. And I may know who is behind this. Who is that? When Hikaru said this to the devastated idol, he could feel her hatred. Well, I found these people following me, and I found out those people are private investigators hired by Stu Miyako from Strawberry Production. Strawberry Production. Bikamaki. But why? I don't know. But this came from me. I hear that I,S from Bikamaki may have had a child or something. So maybe she found you in ice or? Yeah, the girl in front of him right now. Wouldn't think carefully or even ask how Hikaru found out all of this. What they wanted to know at this point was just anything to blame. After this, Hikaru didn't do anything too much. The girl herself could do something by herself. To be honest, Hikaru feels very grateful for the loose surveillance on him. That made him able to do this very easily. But he still wonders why it became weaker after A.I.'s performance. Oh well, anyway, Hikaru just needed to wait for the news, and 3 days after their conversation, breaking news saturated all news platforms, which was something that was actually out of Hikaru's plan. But at the same time, the news answered all of his questions about Miyako and Strawberry Production. Yeah, the news was about the attack from the idol on A.I. that actually wounded a child actor called Aqua, which was actually his son. When he heard the news, Hikaru understood why he found Miyako peculiar. The oddness was due to the presence of his son. Ahahaha. I understand. That's why. But isn't he still too young? But if he's my child, he may do all of this. I mean, I was still young when I orchestrated Himekawa's accident. But it looks like someone must be holding him back. Or I may have already been gone for a long time. Well, it looks like I need to be more serious about this. Hikaru said it to himself with a big smile on his face, as if he had found something interesting. Also, his star-shaped pupil was glowing, but in a dark color. A.I. perspective. I wonder how this started. I think it started when I learned about the death of the doctor who had been treating me when I was pregnant. I don't think I've ever experienced losing someone. I doubt that I was close to the doctor. It's just that, this might be the first time I've really felt the death of someone I know and might care about. I may forget his name, but I think I remember how much he cares about me and how he promised to make me have a healthy delivery, before vanishing without anyone knowing. At that time, I was a bit angry at him. But after years, I heard that he vanished without anyone knowing where he went. So I started searching about him, before I knew about his death. I never thought I would feel lost. I feel lost. Me? I may not cry over him or anything like that, but I never thought it would be hit like this too. But at the same time, it started to make me wonder if this means I'm feeling sad for someone. So I think I can care for someone. I think I will be sad if Ichigo and Miyako are gone. What about one of my children? What I would feel is. Even before I thought of my answer, my chest was hurting, and without saying anything or thinking about anything, my body already hugged the closest twin. Ah, it's warm. They're fine. They're alive. They're real. I don't want something to happen to them. It was different from anything I've ever experienced. Is this love? I don't want to lose them. So I love my children, right? Which means I can say that I love them. Right? Mom. I heard Aqua's voice wondering what happened to me who just suddenly hugged him. Yeah, I think I can say it, right? I'm going to say it. But in the end, I can't. Because I'm afraid that when I say it and realize it's just a lie. The same word that I threw around to those fans. At that time, for the first time in my life, I realized that I'm actually a coward. I am such a coward that runs away from confronting my own emotions. If I think about it, I have been like this for a long time. This kind thought makes me remember the first time I met Ichigo and became an idol. At that time, an old man lured me in with a matcha frappuccino as Starbucks coffee. As someone who is only 12 and lives in an orphanage, knowing that getting a drink like that had caught her attention, I wonder what he wanted to talk about. Is this maybe a famous compensated dating? But to my surprise, he was a scout from an idol company. You said you were scouting, so I got curious. But an idol? Me? That's a funny joke. At that time, I wondered what he saw in me. I mean, I'm only a bumpkin who only wore cheap clothing that didn't show anything at all. We're forming a unit with middle schoolers at my company. I think you'd be fit for the center role. It surprised me to hear how confident he was, and if he wanted to con me, there was nothing he could get from me. I'm not interested. You're definitely cut out for it. I guarantee it. I think it's best if you give up. I grew up in an orphanage. I only have one parent. When I was young, my mom got arrested for theft, and I stayed at the orphanage for the duration of it. But even after Mom was released, she never came back to get me. Not that I care though. It's a whole lot better to be in an orphanage than getting beat up every day. I have no memory of ever being loved or loving someone. A person like that isn't befitting to be an idol. Yeah, me and the image I have of an idol are different. Idol that is associated with a pure existence who brings joy to others by scattering smiles. And me, who spits at lies and hates people. Yeah, I've always been like that, spitting out lies and hating people to protect myself. So I don't feel the same pain again. The pain was betrayed and abandoned. That's why I don't think I will be able to love my fans, so they won't love me either. That's perfectly fine with me. This job isn't for normal people anyway, and your past gives you character. Ichigo replied quite simply that I was completely bewildered. But, idols say they love everyone. If I said that, it'd be a lie. It's fine even if it's a lie. Or rather, the audience is looking for a pretty lie. Being able to lie well is also a talent. I think that's more than fine. Come on. Ichigo once again tried to persuade me. Is it okay? Even if it's a lie. Is it okay for me to say, I love you? When I heard that, I felt like my heartbeat grew faster. Is that really fine? For someone like me who has never heard those words from others or just said it to other people? Is that fine? Someone like me said those words? My mind is racing. You say all these things. But in truth, don't you also want to love someone? Ikiko asks those questions to me, but I can't answer his question since it may be really the truth. You just don't know how to? You don't know what to love? Yeah, just like Ikiko said. I don't know what love is. I don't understand what love is, because I never experienced it or understood it. That's why I want to know what love is. To feel what love is. If you just sing and dance cutely, that's already showing love to your fans. If you become an idol, words like I love you will appear in your lyrics countless times. So if you keep saying I love you to everyone, maybe that lie will turn into the truth someday. When I heard those words from him, I agreed with Ikiko and became an idol at his company, Strawberry Production. A lie turning into a truth. I'm someone who has never experienced love, but at the same time, I want to know what love is. So I chose to become an idol with the thought that I'd be able to love my fans if I became an idol. Because I really wanted to say I love you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, I want to learn, know, and understand what love is. I just wanted it so badly to say those that I kept lying and saying I love you all. Without knowing that the more I said those words, it feels like those words became more hollow. I have been dancing and singing since that day until years have gone by. But I still don't know what love is. I don't understand it. Or even learn something about love. Love is still something I can't comprehend. Even so, I still sing and dance for the fans. I hope that one day I will truly understand those words and be able to say them with meaning behind it. Perspective. However, even 3 years after I became an idol, I couldn't understand what love was. Also, in the end, even though I was recruited as an idol, I also became the center of a new group called B Komiki. Our performances on stage were very limited. Then the company focused more on our training first. At that time, my problem was, I'm only someone who came from an orphanage that always lies and hates people. I don't think I try to fit in. Of course, I have difficulty not only with the member itself but with other people in the set too. Some people might think of me as a bumpkin who just arrived from the countryside, and that made me create more walls around me with other people. My thoughts back then were to get better at singing and dancing, saying those words to the fans so that I could learn about love. It was until one of the backstage staff introduced me to a certain theater troupe. He said that I may learn something else from this small theater troupe called the Lily Theatrical Company. To be honest, I don't think that much about those recommendations, but I could feel some genuine worry coming from that man. So I felt like coming to that place but never thought to meet him. I think I was captivated by his eyes and his memorized acting skills. There was a moment where I thought, if I can act like that, my lies will become more real in the eyes of the fans. To my surprise, he agreed to teach me how to act. The man was Kamiki Hikaru, a man 1 year younger with a handsome face and a good manner. He taught me quite well, and because of that, the two of us met often. So I couldn't help but feel interested and curious about him. Especially his eyes, which captivated me more than anything else. It was the first time I felt that way. I had such a burning passion that I started paying more attention to my appearance and I started taking her to restaurants recommended by the staff. It wasn't that long before I had a relationship with him and had a sexual relationship with him too. However, as my relationship with him continued and I learned more about acting, slowly that burning passion faded away, and I also realized that he didn't really love me or anything that serious. His feelings for me were simply different. Or maybe we just desired each other. How do I say this? I made an adolescent mistake. Teehee. I doubt I really love him, and he doesn't love me either. So naturally, our relationship was over without any difficulty. However, a few weeks later, I found out that I might be pregnant with his child. It was an easy guess with all the signs I was experiencing, and my growing belly started to become noticeable. Ikiko was really angry, I think, but he still brought me to a hospital in the countryside, so we don't make any scandals. After I had been checked, I found out that I was 20 weeks and while expecting twins. Twins. Huh. To be honest, it was such a surprise when I heard that. Well, I immediately had 2 children instead of 1. Although maybe when I heard the news, it made me a little anxious and scared. I mean, can someone like me who hasn't experienced love or love someone be a good parent? Ikiko was still very anxious and worried about my condition, and there was a possibility that if the news of this pregnancy became public, then my career as an idol as well as the strawberry production company could be ruined. At that time, I was quite confused by this sudden situation and asked the doctor who examined me. "Doctor, what do you think? In the end, it's your decision. Think carefully before you decide." As a doctor, that's all I can say. After that, I really thought deeply. There were many things that came to mind. Then of all the things that crossed my mind, the thing that bothered me the most was how my mother had abandoned me. Would I do the same as my mother? I didn't do the same as my mother. But at the same time, there were doubts in my mind. Can someone like me become a good parent for my own child? Me, who never knew love or loved someone. When I think about it, I can't help but wonder if this child will be alright with someone like me or if it would be best for us. If I never had them in the first place. Ahaha. How could I think such a nasty thing? If I'm not mistaken, it's a bad thing for those babies if their moms are under stress. Maybe it would be better if I went for a walk. I thought this hospital didn't have many patients, but I could see there were some patients with their families or maybe their friends. Until I saw a sick child with his mother. When I saw them, there was something that always stuck in my mind. Yeah, I think there was a time when I was sick or sad while crying alone and saw those people who had family. I always envy them. Envy and jealousy that they had a family. At that time, I looked at my bulging belly and realized something. I could have my own family. Yes, I guess I don't have to think too much about whether I ever loved or love someone. But I can have my own family and make my own happy family. Instead of focusing on those matters, what I need to focus on is making me happy and these twins happy so that there is a chance someday. I will love them unconditionally. Yeah, I don't have a family, and I've always wanted one. If that is the case, why I'm not making one with these twins? When I have them, I'm sure they'll be noisy, and we'll become a very lively family. I'll give birth to my kids. And I will continue to be an idol. Being happy as a mother or being happy as an idol, normally, people only get to pick one. But still, I want my happiness. In the end, we have emotions and a life too. That's why I want both. When I thought about those, I found myself on the rooftop. I wonder if it's because I want to be alone or I want to see the stars that are different from Tokyo, like Ikigo said to me. It was really different, as I could see the stars so clearly. It looked like the doctor that treated me actually recognized me, and I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but my conversation with him was not far from more similar to all of my thoughts previously. It was as if they were trying to convince me or something. And when I talked with the doctor, I actually made my own convictions clear. At that time, I felt like my mind was clear, and the smile I flashed on the doctor may have been genuine. I want both. Happiness as a mother. Happiness as an idol. And one day I will learn what it means to be loved and to love someone. Perspective, Hoshino I'll make sure you safely deliver 2 healthy kids. When the doctor said that to me, for me at the time, it felt like someone finally recognized my conviction. And the doctor really treated me very well, maybe too well, so much so that it felt like favoritism from other patients. It's just a shame that when it was time for me to give birth, the doctor just disappeared. Although I had hoped that he would be the one to help me during labor. In the end, I gave birth safely. They were twins, 1 boy and 1 girl, the first time I saw them both. It seemed to me like one of the most charming sightings I had ever seen. When the nurse midwife gave the 2 newborns into my arms, I was at a loss for words, and my heart was full of feelings that I couldn't put into words. However, My tears did not stop and continued to flow unchecked. It's hard to explain, but when I held my twins in my arms, the feelings I feel can be expressed in words like, I am their mother. It was a very mysterious feeling. I don't know if this is a feeling of love or just the natural instinct of a mother. I wonder if every mother feels like this. To be honest, I prepared myself because I heard a lot about how hard it is to take care of a baby, especially twins. However, what surprised me was how easy it was to take care of the twins. Until I wondered if what I'd heard was just a rumor. At first, I had a hard time telling the twins apart, but slowly I got used to it, and it became easy and natural for me to tell the twins apart. Especially after a few months, the differences between the two twins began to differ from each other. Ruby was usually more energetic and moved around in my arms before she got tired and quietly slept in my arms. Aqua, on the other hand, was more reserved, didn't move much, and only made quiet noises. Sometimes I sense that he starts making noises when he realizes that I'm looking at him. Which makes me think that my son might really be a smart boy. Especially when you consider how easy it is to take care of twins. They don't cry for no reason, usually when they're hungry and pooping. After I started working again as an idol and Akiko helped me take care of the twins by letting his wife help me, I was able to get back to work. Honestly, I was quite worried about letting someone else take care of my twins. However, I need to keep working as an idol. After all, I hope to achieve happiness as an idol. Besides, I don't think it's possible that President Akiko would put someone in charge who would spread my secret and who could also destroy my reputation and career. Strawberry production could also go bankrupt. I guess not long after that, Akiko's wife, Miyako, was getting close to the twins. I don't know what happened, but it felt like her attitude towards the twins changed by 180 degrees. In fact, sometimes she would even take her laptop and start working while looking after the twins. She also started talking about some things that I couldn't understand, which basically meant that she started investing his savings in digital money called Bitcoins or something. Although I was really busy working and taking care of the twins, I got to experience a lot of new things with them. I felt like I was starting to gain experience with having a family, and one day I started to realize something. I realized that this world is all about money. Although being an idol was fun, I started to think otherwise, especially about my twins, who would someday need money so that they could experience things. But sometimes life is full of surprising things. Unexpected turns and something outside our expectations. Yes, being an idol is fun, but sometimes it can be really hard. Especially when what you expect doesn't happen. Even though they have worked hard and attended voice training day and night in order to do her best. Therefore, even though I worked hard and put on the best performance I could, in the end, I still come across people who speak ill of me. No, that person are probably guessing right through my lies. It was a message saying that my smile was neither good nor bad. A smile that felt fake. Maybe that's why when I read the message, it hit me and made me feel a little down than usual. It was harsh, I thought, since in the end, I was supposed to be a pro, and for them to ask something more than a personal was kind of too much. Don't you think? Even though I tried my best to love my fans on my own. It was therefore unbelievable when I arrived home to find that my twins had prepared something for me. It was a doodled picture of me singing on a stage, and I also attached a crown of flowers to my head. It seems like they're both worried because I've been feeling down for the past few days. I was really surprised to find out that my kids are quite sensitive to me. I couldn't help but hug them fondly. I put those pictures in a frame, and every time I saw them, I couldn't help but smile and feel the kindness of my child toward me. Is this what you call love? Which means that my child loves me. I remember there was a time I drew a picture of my mother. But I don't remember if she liked it or not. I wonder if at that time I still loved my mother or if it was just a simple gesture for me. After I grew up, I knew very well that my mother wasn't fond of me, and I don't think I ever tried to gain her attention either. Well, of course, everyone has different reactions. However, I'm still confused by all these interactions. Is this love or just normal affection for a baby toward their parents? Like those chicks that always follow anyone they see first. They were both smart and kind children. It made me wonder if they would be okay with having parents like me. Honestly, I was self-aware that I wasn't a normal person. After what I went through with my mother, I was unsure of many things, including my own feelings. If the two of them were living with a normal family, their lives could have been better than living with me. Aside from my own problems and the issues that came from my work as an idol, I wouldn't be able to voice their births because of my work, and even now, my finances aren't enough to support the three of us really comfortably either. When I think about it like that, it puts me in a bad mood, and I think it's good that they grew up in a normal and well-off family. At the same time, however, looking at the doodles of the two of them makes for me making my heart comfortable, and the thought of them growing up with someone else makes my heart ache. I wonder if this kind of feeling is love or just obsession. I don't know. It's just that, because of this, I confirmed in my heart that I need to work even harder so that I can take good care of my two children. Yeah, I need to work harder to make my own happy family. I may have my own doubts, but once again I stood at the podium, smiling a smile that I counted as one that people would like. Well, that's right. I lied once again. This time with the belief that what I was doing could help create a happy and harmonious family. I performed with such confidence, until my eyes found something in the row of fans. There were two twin babies dancing along with my fans. It was impossible for me not to notice them. Wow. That's kind of cool. I heard my teammates being amazed at my two dancing children. I myself was, of course, wide-eyed with surprise, but from my heart came a feeling I rarely felt. A feeling of joy. And how adorable my children were. Then, perhaps for the first time, I felt that I was not all by myself in this world. Author word. Okay. I don't know if it's good to say this, but I want to share what happened from my perspective as a writer. I talking like this because I saw the comment on the web novel people are starting to rage. Honestly, I don't write much and the last time I wrote was a smut fanfic about stealing heroin with blackmail and stuff. Then if Patreon doesn't ask for it or something like that for verification for +18 content creators, I think I would have continued writing that smut fanfic. Then I thought about making a fanfic without smut or +18 content. Then I've always wanted to make fanfics about idols and halal things like that. That was before I remembered that the Oshinoko anime was coming out and I thought it would be an interesting thing to put together with halal. This is the reason why I wrote this fanfic. So when I was about to write this fanfic, I thought of making the beginning of the story with such a bang. I feel like I have such a good story. This will be a good prologue and just like honk. I guess in my mind. So I wrote this fanfic with that in mind. But I think when Miyuko's chapter is around and I see a comment about filler chapters and too many side characters chapter. Of course, there are comments that this is good, world building and stuff. But I know I messed up. Since at that point, I already wrote several chapters ahead and I feel like this will come to be honest. I checked my other fiction and I found out that even though I used other perspectives people don't complain too much, but it was easy to find out why there's no complaint since usually I just write 2 or 3 chapters from another perspective before going back to Mick. And when I realized that, my mind was like oh, shit. This won't end well. It would be great if I spread out the other perspectives like my previous fanfic, but well. I didn't know it would be like this. In my mind this would be great, but apparently no. It's something to learn. I think one comment said that I write in a short span of time, which is not true at all. I have been writing this for a week. But his point is true, it had been too long for a reader. But I'm the writer not thinking like that, because I already think I will write like this from the start. It was from concept to become a chapter. So I thought about what I was going to do with this. But well, I have Mubarak and I need to go out of town to meet my family and so on. After I'm back in my town and I just ask my small number of patrons what do you want me to do? Continue with this. Or just rewrite again? I already rewrote 2 chapters. There's a time I think about dropping it, but well, I don't want to do it. So I ask which one in my Patreon. It's just 4 people who vote, and 2 comment. Just continue this and let's slow down other point of view, something like that. Yeah, that's something I learned. I don't know what will happen until I write this. So I will continue. And if people who found this too long, I just said just wait and binge it if you like. I am already really grateful you read this. If you want to drop it, I understand, and I told you this would be like this until chapter 28. I'm really grateful to all of you reading this till this point. I mean, to be honest, I never expected to be like this. In my mind, it feels like such a bang. It feels like I want to smack myself in the past. You're stupid. Bastard. My other thing would be, there's a comment that said I need to erase Gary Stu and harem focused fanfic because there's nothing about this fanfic that had Gary Stu or harem. Well, yeah, that's true, since the Mick is still a kid, and to be honest, I'm really writing at such a slow pace. I told several times, and I think it had been like that since my previous fanfic. I mean, I write 100 chapter for Mick just for K2 heroines and just about get the 3rd heroine. That's how slow pace I am. It's a warning. People read my previous fanfic. Some of them already complain about how slow pace I am, but I can't change it. I guess I just like writing like that. As for the father, I know you want to kill him fast. Or something, but I kind of have my own plan with him. Ah, the other thing, I see a comment about trying to forcibly make a guy a long-time villain in a non-fantasy world when the Mick is willing to kill and has the resources to not ruin his own life to do it is dumb, when I already put supernatural on this fanfic and I already convinced myself with the father and the world in this fanfic. It's supernatural shit. Already established about God or star or something like that. So sorry about the father, if you're the one who wanted him to be killed fast. Sorry. This is not that kind of fanfic you're looking for. The last thing I want to say. It's about Kaguya-sama. I said I think I removed her, but I don't think I will. Several characters from Kaguya-sama will be here. And just like I said, I will make them the same age as the Mick. I think that's it. Also this fanfic is a crossover. For now it's just Hoshinoko and Halalive shortly. But maybe there would be more. Which is something I like. A massive harem with a crossover world. I have been writing fanfic like this. Sorry for the inconvenience. I am grateful to all of you. I just want to address this and what happened to this fanfic. I guess. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. BTW, how far are usually R15? Just kissing? And just told that they spent the night together? I'm curious. Since I'm a former R+18 fanfic writer. Perspective, sometimes time goes by very fast, and before I know it, my 2 children are grown up and soon to enter elementary school. Our lives have all gotten better. I think all this happened after my performance that day. There was someone in the show who took a video of my children dancing, as idol fans usually do. It seemed to have gone viral, which was, of course, because my 2 children were so cute and had inherited my genes. It wouldn't be strange if they became famous. Oops, I have to stop there, or I might end up talking too much about my 2 children. Thanks to its popularity, I saw a few tweets talking about my smile that appeared because I saw my 2 children. Honestly, I was quite surprised at how genuine my smile was. I never imagined that I could smile like that. I could also see various good comments about my smile. I could even see people who had commented negatively about me before turning around and commenting positively on me. It inspired me to think that this was the kind of smile that people liked. I see. So this is why you like. Now I know. Knowing that, I always tried hard to give the fans that kind of smile. Then slowly, I think, I got more and more work. Not only with idol appearances, I also started to get jobs as a model and even appeared on radio shows. I think my career as an idol is progressing very well. However, this wasn't the only thing that happened after the viral video. A few days after the video went viral, Miyako came to me and said that it would be a good idea for me to capitalize on the viral fame and make my two children the stars of commercials and the like. Of course, I was hesitant, but when I saw my two babies, who wanted to be on television like me, well, it makes my heart melt, and like a doting mother, I can only agree to my children's wishes. Well, the money they earn now can be used for good things in the future too. In the end, I allowed it, especially when Akiko himself was quite pleased with the proposal made by Miyako. But never did we all imagine that my twins would be so famous not only among the masses, but also in various child product and director circles because of how easy and smart they both are. It seems that many people are praising my two children as prodigies of actors in the making. When I heard people praising my twins, I couldn't help but smile and be happy for them. I think at some point in time, there's a possibility that my twins might be more famous than me. I can see billboards and advertisements filled with their faces. As expected of my children. Even so, I can't lose and will keep working hard so that I can dance better, sing better, and perform better until no one can stop me. Then my journey as an idol changed when I got a job as a side actor in a thriller movie that also coincided with Aqua. Miyako told me that this opportunity was mine thanks to Aqua. My previous work as an actress didn't go too well, as I only appeared in one scene. Which made me think that acting wasn't very good. Therefore, I will perform as well as I can and not waste the opportunity given by Aqua. And I did it. The thriller movie made by director Taishi won an award, and my career took off after that. Various jobs and offers as a brand ambassador came in. Then, 2 years later, Bikamaki managed to perform at the Tokyo Dome. Everyone was very happy, though in the end I wasn't still able to honestly express my feelings of love for my fans and toward my children. Not long after the performance, Miyako came up to me and said, You know that the three of you have been busy for many years, and your twins will soon enter elementary school. At such a time, you guys will be even busier. I think it would be good for you to take some time for a vacation with your twins. When I heard Miyako's words, I felt a little reprimanded. But, what she said was true. Although I always try to be with the twins and celebrate everything. In the end, because of my job as an idol, the three of us hardly ever spend time together, like on vacations at amusement parks and the like. The three of us are also busy with our respective jobs too. Come to think of it, I was lucky to have a child who was understanding of my situation as an idol, never complained, and became a good and smart child. Which sometimes made me feel a little guilty. How about we go camping in my next free time? I asked my children, the twins. Ruby, as usual, was happy and hugged me tightly, while Aqua just watched from afar. He only came over and hugged me when I gave him the signal to come into my arms. Unlike Ruby, Aqua seemed shy enough to ask for affection from me. Well, there was actually one thing I thought of at the time. I think I'm slowly finding my happiness as an idol and mother. I had become a successful idol and was able to perform at the Tokyo Dome, while at the same time having and raising twins who were not only smart and kind. They were also successful as child actors. Yeah, although I can tell anyone I'm happy. Still, I can't really say love in true meaning. I wonder why? I think that I'm getting closer to understanding that when I spend time with my children. Compared to the fans. Yeah, every time I spend my time with them. It felt like my life was so blessed. No matter what happens, I will not regret my decision to give birth to my children. That's why I started to try my best to spend my time with my twins. We went to as many places as we could, of course, we usually went somewhere quiet to keep the three of us out of the public eye. Yeah, I'm happy to become their mother. I am blessed with such good children. Even so, I can't muster my courage to say that I love them. In the end, I'm a coward person after all. Because my mother left me, I started to become a person who told lies and hated others, and I built a wall around me so that no one would come close to me and I wouldn't feel hurt again. I'm that kind of person. And that didn't change much, even though I became an idol. I'm still a coward who hides from lies, hoping that one day I'll understand love and all my lies will come true. Even though I myself realize that I have actually recognized what love is. Every moment with my children was a blessing. Even so, I still can't say that I love you to the twins. This showed how cowardly I was. Because I was afraid and felt hurt. I can't express those words to them. Because I always lie that if I happen to say those words toward my children and know myself that it was a lie, my heart may be unable to hold it, or I may feel myself withering away. Even though knowing this already shows how much I love them. So in the end, I couldn't muster the courage to say those words. Because I was afraid of them happening. That's why I let myself be spoiled by my own children. Their kindness and understanding of anything that is their mother's weakness. Their beings were my blessing in this world. Every time, I wanted to say those words, but in the end, I closed my mouth because I felt scared. But it's fine. I convinced myself. The three of us have spent a long time together and will always be together. Yeah, I have a lot of time until I can say those words to them. It wasn't like we were going to be separated abruptly. Yeah. I will say those words to them. One day. Until I saw with my own eyes my own child lying on the floor covered in blood. I can't even think straight. And my world seems to be shattered to pieces. Perspective. I want to know why this could happen. I thought this happened when I heard from Akiko that I received an offer to make a cameo appearance in a show. It didn't seem to be a cameo that caught Akiko's attention, especially when the show was a small one and I had more important work to do at the same time. However, there was one thing that caught my attention about those shows. One of my twins, Aqua, was also performing at the same time. Which made me very interested in making a cameo appearance in that show. If I think about it, the two of us rarely perform together to avoid mistakes that could make our secrets public. No, it's not that we rarely perform together. We actually only appeared together once, when Aqua made his debut as an actor and I appeared as a supporting actor in a movie directed by Taishi a few years ago. In the past, I've always tried to spend my time with my kids. And to be honest, seeing them grow up even just a little always makes me a little teary-eyed. I wonder if this is a feeling a mother often feels. Anyway, when I heard that I had the opportunity to perform in a show with my son. Of course, I was eager to perform with Aqua. Oh, I'd like to take this job. I said those words to Akiko, who had a bewildered face. But this kind of cameo is a little unnecessary. Also, we had more important jobs at that time. I don't care about that. I want to take this job. Or I don't feel like doing anything. I said it in such a slightly threatening way that it made Akiko face defeat. In the end, Akiko let me take those jobs. But on that day, the one who would be with me was Miyako. To be honest, sometimes I wonder why she is still doing this kind of job. I mean, her side jobs are a lot of her investments paid off big time. I think her game name FGO was released and was such a big success. Then it seems that she also made a program called VTuber, which will debut in the near future. I think Miyako uses a name almost similar to mine, Kizuna AI, or something like that. As Akiko told me, appearing as a cameo in a show like this is not a difficult thing and doesn't really require a lot of time. However, I'm very happy to be appearing together with Aqua. I think this can be a good memory for my family. Then I also get to see Aqua act live. Seeing him perform like that sometimes makes my feelings a little complicated. Aqua really resembles his father in terms of looks, even though their attitudes are vastly different. However, when acting, they feel very similar to each other. He looks at me. I waved my hand when our eyes met each other. Also, he waved back at me before going back on his stuff. Isn't his serious look really cute? Geez, please don't do anything too much. Interact naturally and minimally with him. When you take a job like this, there will definitely be people who will gossip on the internet. Especially, when there's been a big scandal lately. People really like this kind of stuff after all. Are you talking about the scandal about the idol who was found out to have a boyfriend? Even her video had been released to the internet. That's really horrible. Yeah, that's horrible, and if people knew about you, they would be more crazy about their speculation. Miyako spoke about the truth while reminding me about what has happened lately and, of course, asking me to be careful. Yes. I will be careful. How about we go to the room they've prepared? Even though I only made a cameo appearance. With my fame, they gave me great hospitality. Yes. I replied while humming happily and following Miyako to the room. However, it wasn't long before we reached the room. I seemed to hear a bit of commotion, and it seemed that the idol I was talking to wanted to talk to me. From the message I got, she felt that I could help her with the problems she had. A very small thing I can do. However, there were some things he said that honestly didn't make me feel good. At the same time, I don't think I can just let it go. To be honest, I don't know how she could be here. Well, I think even though she is in trouble, she still has her way to do a little thing. And when I saw her, to be honest, I don't feel good, as I feel like she would become trouble. Yeah, at first. Our conversation was about if she was alright or something. Before it started to become weird. Especially when she started to say what happened because of me or my plan to make her idol career such a downfall. It was such a blatant accusation. Well, it looked like, in her mind, I may be jealous of her rising, which is really familiar to me. That's not true, but at the same time, her rising as an idol is very familiar to me. But even so, that's not good enough to accuse me, right? The girl in front of me was so hysterical that she even brought out her knife out of nowhere. This is kind of seriously dangerous, right? This is all of your fault. She said this while glaring at me with such hatred and resentment in her eyes that it felt like darkness itself. Wait. Think about it clearly. There's no way I'd do something like that. Shut up. You can do it. I knew that you and your manager had that girl over there. Hired a private company called Hayashi and observed many people. I don't really care about my secret leak. But Haru is dead too. I can't forgive you all. Wait, she said some stuff that I don't know about that made me look away from her toward Miyako and ask her in confusion. Miyako. Wait. I may rant those people, but I never try to pry into someone's secret. Miyako herself looked confused, but to my surprise, she answered that she hired people, like a private company, to do something else behind my back. What are you doing, Miyako? Because of that, I was distracted, and the girl took advantage of that by lunging at me. I, who was quite confident in my physical abilities, was still able to dodge the sudden attack, but because I was moving suddenly in shoes with a fairly high heel, I lost my balance. Die, you bitch. She once again attacked me. At that moment, since we were busy with our things, even I didn't realize someone entered the room and jumped in front of me without any fear at all. It was a small kid that I knew very well. My small boy named Aqua took the knife that tried to stab me. It was an unbelievable scene that made the world feel like it was moving slowly. As his small body fell in front of me with a lot of blood and a knife in his stomach. My eyes were glued on Aqua, and it looked the same as the girl. I think I heard her say something like, I want to kill not a child. Kill a child. While Miyako called the staff and an ambulance too. She was a quick-thinking woman, after all. As for me, I just came to Aqua. Aqua. We're calling an ambulance and a staff medic. So stay strong. I said that while grabbing his little hand. At that moment, I wished I knew anything about medical things. But I don't know about that stuff, and it would be better if I left it to the more professional staff, as there are usually medical staff on sets like this. You'll be fine. Please. I said those words. Rather to Aqua, the words were more to reassure myself. The blood was still coming out, and it felt like his eyes weren't really focused. Aqua also looked like it was difficult to breathe. Why? They took long. I wanted to bring him out of here, but I was afraid to make it worse. At that moment, Aqua stared at me. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about my own career and didn't call me mother and such. I'm glad you're fine. And safe. He said, while his small hand tried to reach me. Yeah. I'm fine. And you will be too. I can't. I don't think I ever cried, even when my mother abandoned me, but this. I can't hold back my tears. I can't. You don't have to worry. Fine. It wasn't that long that medical staff came and took care of him before the ambulance took him to the hospital. Of course, I went with him. Even some medical staff encouraged me to make sure that Aqua doesn't lose consciousness. I tried my best, but to my surprise, Aqua always said that he was glad that I was okay and safe. Not get killed by that woman. I just don't understand why he prioritizes me like that. I thought a lot while waiting for him as he brought to the operating room. I just don't understand. How did he sacrifice himself for me like that? He is glad that I don't get killed, and without any fear or hesitation, he shields me from getting stabbed. He was in a dangerous situation, and maybe he got killed by doing so. Why? For me, who has never and ever experienced someone projecting me like this. I don't know. This feeling. I don't even know my father. My mother abandoned me. Threw me out. But Aqua projected me. Me. A mother who actually selfishly never told the world about him as one of her children because of her jobs. Who never said she loved him. Such an awful mother, but he didn't let out a single sound of pain and comforted me instead. Yeah, I was an awful mother, and there was no love around me. Or maybe I just don't want to recognize it. There was love. Isn't that shown by Aqua's action? The only thing he cared about at that moment was me. To save me. Do not let me get hurt. He suffered and got hurt. Or maybe died from it. How could he do that? Why did he go to such lengths for me, as if I had such a special existence for him? How did he give away all his love? Ha ha ha. Yeah. Right. That's how it is. He is always willing, understands anything, and gives it all for me. That's love. He loves me. He treasures me. Even though I cowardly never tried to give his love back. I even never say that I love him. That's why, please God. Please give me another chance to say it. I will do anything. It feels like my first time really praying to God with such sincerity, but when the doctor came out from the operation, his looks weren't that good, which made me scared, and I jumped at him. How? Doctor? He's fine, right? I asked, but the doctor's reaction was just to shake his head and answer with the answer that I didn't want to hear. What are you saying, doctor? Please save him. I will pay for everything. I will do anything. So please. Please save him. I can even donate my blood if he needs it. His blood type is the same as mine. Did he pass away? I talked to the doctor, but his face became sadder and sadder as I was talking to him. When I said that, it made my body lose all of its energy and fall to the floor. And in desperation once again, I prayed to God. Please. Please give me my baby back. I will do anything. As long as my baby is back, and this time I will love him properly. I love him, I love him. 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 I prayed to God. At that moment, I felt something. I don't know why I feel a familiar voice and a familiar figure that I haven't seen for a long time, and he is already dead too. It was a figure with a doctor's attire, and he said that my baby would be fine. He was a doctor who was gone for a long time before I gave birth to my twins. Guru. I don't think he looked like someone who was alive and gone as soon as he said my baby would be fine. And so, I heard the nurse come to the doctor and say to him, "Doctor, the patient. The patient. He came back alive." Ah. The God. Answer my prayers. Ruby perspective. When I woke up, I felt like I was born in heaven. How can I not think like that? When I woke up, The first thing I saw was my idol, I, in front of me. Of course, it took some time for me to realize that I was reborn as a baby and also became I's child. I don't know how this happened to me. It definitely reminds me of something I used to tell doctors in my past life. How does it feel to be born the child of an actor? What should I say? It's the best, especially when born as the child of an idol I liked in a past life. It was like waking up in heaven. While it's a little surprising to learn that there's a possibility that I has a boyfriend or something. No. We were born with a virgin conception. I forgot about that kind of stuff. Anyway, being born as I's child was a blessing. Although sometimes I, as a mother, was a little careless. Still, she was 100 times better than my parents in my past life. I was so happy every time I pampered me. It was like a dream that I hoped would never end. Even though I had to accept the fact that I was not alone. Because I gave birth to twins, it seems that like me my twin was also a child who had memories of a previous life. Which I easily ignored because it didn't take long for him to become I's admirer. Well, I really was an amazing idol who could easily make a reincarnation like my twin brother, who became a fan as well. I can see how he was so devoted. And apparently he's pretty smart because, thanks to his idea, we both managed to get the babysitter who was looking after us on I's side and would treat us both even better. Not only that, but he also took the initiative to help I, in small ways, such as by making her mood better. When I talk about her financial difficulties, my twin brother, Aquamarine, commonly called Aqua, immediately made a plan to make things easier for I, by utilizing the two of us as twins who had memories of a past life and became advertising stars. Then we were both quite successful, as was I, whose career took off after a while, especially after she managed to appear in a movie together with Aqua. Yeah, to be honest, these two people were just too busy for their own sake. In addition, it was easy to tell how Aqua treated me as a younger sister, as if he believed that I was younger than him. Even though the two of us had never talked about our previous lives. Well, it didn't feel bad since it was nice to be spoiled. Also, when he acted like a big brother, it made me remember about Dr. Guru. It made me wonder what he is doing right now. My twin brother was pretty good after all. I had never had a sibling in my previous life. I never thought having a sibling would be this much enjoyable. I just hope she doesn't do anything weird. Sometimes he and Miyako talk about a lot of difficult things, and to be honest, sometimes they feel like they would do something dangerous. It feels like I have everything in this new life. I hope this happiness lasts long. Until I heard about the news about doctors. It looked like his corpse was found nearby the hospital. His death was most likely due to a fall from the cliff, but with his body hidden like this and the evidence to be found, it is likely that he was a murder victim. It was such shocking news for me that I wanted to cry and scream, but at the same time, it would be weird if I did that. So I hold myself back. Until I heard Aqua ask me the question. Is this doctor perhaps an acquaintance of yours from your previous life? Yes. I answered his question because I felt like my tears couldn't handle it anymore. In the end, I told him about my previous life while crying. He didn't say that much, which was pretty much like him, but he stayed by my side till the end. The doctor must be an important person for you, right? Yes. I love him. After all, he's the one that really cares about me. Is that so? Well, I never experienced such loss, so I don't know. Really? What about your previous life? Without thinking too much, I asked him those questions. He looked at me for a moment. Maybe he was wondering if he needed to answer this question or not. Well, since you're talking about yourself, I think it will be fair to tell you about mine too. Aqua replied, and he started talking about his previous life. He told me that he was just an ordinary college student majoring in Japanese, and it seemed like he had not been Japanese in the past, which was quite surprising to me. He likes reading manga, light novels, and watching movies or anime. And unlike me, it seems like he had quite a lot of siblings and family. I immediately realized something was different for me. Aqua had a good family, and from the way she talked about them, I could see in his eyes a hint of affection, longing, and sadness. He talked about his father, who works out of town and only comes home once a week, every Saturday and Sunday, sometimes taking the siblings out to eat. How his mother was always kind, but strict while her food was good. But sometimes she put salt in and didn't stir well enough that sometimes he ate the food with one bite full of salt. At that time, I realized too that he loved his family, even though he talked about their shortcomings and what he liked about them. From the way he talked and his expression, it was easy to find out how much he missed them and how much he loved them. Which means even though it was different for me, I think it was still the same. Rather than losing someone because those people died, he lost many people he cared about because of his death. I didn't know what kind of feeling Aqua had when he was reincarnated. I feel he adapted very well to his new life. Even so, I hope he will find this family as a new one. And will live happily with us. Yeah, that's why I will try my best to make him live happily. I wonder what I could do to make him happy. For now, I always try to do those jobs with him. Well, as we grew, we had different kinds of jobs as stars. At the same time, our mother started to take her time with us more than ever. Which is a good thing since I could feel that Aqua became more relaxed and calm. Which is a good thing. Until I heard that Aqua was stabbed, that was news that came out of nowhere. And it seemed like they were already in operation when I got there. Though Ichigo didn't really want to take me to the hospital. Because of my persistence, he gave in and took me to the hospital, where I witnessed many things. But the most unforgettable thing I saw was how devastated my mother, I, was. It was so sad to see, and I feel the same thing after hearing and seeing what happened to Aqua. I mean, it feels like I would lose someone important once again. Something I didn't want to happen. I mean, it feels like it's not fair for Aqua either. He lost his life in his previous life when he was just 20 years old, and now in this new life, he may have died when he was just about 6 years old. No, I saw and heard from the doctor that Aqua had passed away. It didn't feel fair. No way, after getting a second chance to live again, but only to experience a short life as something fair. That's why I pray to God to once again give him a chance to live, especially this time. I swear that he will live happily with his new family. At that moment, I felt like I saw the doctor appear and say something before vanishing. To be honest, it was surprising for me before I heard the nurse say that Aqua actually came back to us. It felt like the doctor, Guru, heard me praying. Ah, yeah. As I am thankful for this. I will try my best to make him happy and for us to be together for a long time. Since I don't want to feel this kind of loss of someone important once again. I thought the last thing I remembered was entering the operating room. Honestly, it was very difficult for me to maintain consciousness with the intense burning and pain from the place where I was stabbed. Even with the adrenaline high and the blood probably running low, it was hard for me to look around or think at all. With many thoughts in my mind and the urge to scream from the pain, I kept trying to find I. Then, when I saw I, who looked unhurt, it made me feel weak and thankful that she was okay. I think I seemed to be saying something. However, there was little I could hear. I was mainly focused on staying conscious because I was actually quite scared if I passed out and woke up in a different world once again. Even so, once again, I woke up in another place. It was such an unfamiliar place, but I feel like I have seen it before. It was just a white space with a small mist that only covered the lower part of my body. I thought I had seen this before. Yeah, it feels like what I see in the movie. An old movie. I think this is like the same place meeting a god in an old movie. Wait. What's the name of the movie? It's called Bruce Almighty. Ah. Yes, that's it. I clapped my hands as a gesture that the voice was giving me the title I was trying to remember while slowly looking in the direction the voice was coming from. Then there stood someone I knew quite well but who was far different from what I had imagined. Because that person looked very similar to Aqua. Only, he looked a little older, but his eyes glinted like a dead fish. So, are you a god or what? I could ask him without being scared. I meant that, after seeing these kinds of things, I couldn't help but realize that I might die once again. Well, although I didn't experience this in my first death. But I felt a little more understanding. Me? God? I wish I were God. He answered while giving a defeated smile. Rather than God. I am just a reincarnator like you or someone who has just gotten his wish granted. You know, that's quite confusing. Maybe. Anyway, I'm not God or something like that. And just someone who you already expected. I wonder what name you prefer to call? Just call me Guru. Since we're both Aqua after all. In my mind, I was screaming as expected. Well, so what happened here? Am I dead or something? Yeah. Technically. You're dead. But luckily you survived long enough and were lucky enough to earn a star. Star? Yeah, star. What do you think is the reason our father killed those people? Well, because he is psycho. That might be true. But what is the point in getting that? To be honest, I don't know how this works. But you know that most people who had those stars had their own characteristics that made them successful, especially in this industry. I don't know how our father knew about this stuff. But he found that if he killed those people directly or indirectly, it could steal their spark. And gain something for it. That sounds barbaric, isn't it? But thanks to that we can meet like this. But how? I don't think about doing anything. Wait, are you saying someone died? It wasn't or maybe Ruby, right? It wasn't them, but rather than the girl that stabbed you. In the first place, she wasn't that strong mentally, which is why she easily got influenced. She lost her lover and career, and now there is news about her stabbing a famous child actor. Of course, it became bigger, and the backlash would be awful. She couldn't handle it and thought you died and killed herself. She deserves it. She stabbed me to death after all. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I just want to say thank you. I guess. Even though you may be really sloppy in the end, you granted my wish. So, you're the reason I was reborn in this world? I asked that question. There were many suspicious things he said, and when he just smiled at me without answering my question, it showed me that my suspicion was right. He told me about this occult stuff, and he looked much older than I knew. He thanked me for granting his wish while at the same time saying that because of me, we could meet here. Also, to be honest, seeing his appearance, I think I kind of understand what happened. So you finally killed your father. Huh. Yeah. Even though, in my case, I lost everything. That makes me wonder how other people do. Guru said it with such a tired and sad face. His smile was kind of self-pitying, maybe. In the end, it feels like seeing a fallen star, so I wish to correct my regret. But it looks like I got the lowest possibility. Maybe because I don't have enough stars or something. I don't know how God works after all. I guess. He continued, and one of his comments was like an insult to me. Well, sorry about that. It's fine. Even though it's really bad, in the end, my wish to see I saved is granted. That's it? What about the father? I questioned him, but he looked at me as if this was not his problem. It's up to you. In the end, my wish was granted, which looked true. Sometimes I don't know how this star works after all. Isn't that too ambiguous? I mean, whatever happens in the future, our father is still here too. So she may still be in a dangerous state. Well, my time is up. Which means my wish has been granted. It is very likely our father's attention changed from S to other people. He was a twisted person after all. Once again, It was kind of ambiguous. Wait, isn't this conversation like I wasn't dead or something? Anyway, my time is up already. It feels like people are calling you. While I still have a little bit to help you wake up. Although there may be many glitches in the future. But I think it will be better than dying. Guru said while walking toward me, and as soon as he came close to me, he continued his words. Ah, BTW. I hope you can take care of everyone too. Wait, what do you mean about that? I answered. Guru smiled weakly and answered with some kind of disturbing answer. You came back from the dead. Of course, there's a price to pay as well as consequences that you need to pay. Wait. That's quite concerning. Anyway, please take care of everyone. Especially those two. Akan and Kanna. I really wronged them in my life. Guru said that as the mist slowly took him out and the mist started filling my vision until I couldn't see anything. Before, slowly, I could see a bright light that dazzling my eyes that shut my eyes, and when I slowly opened my eyes, I woke up in a patient room filled with the smell of medicine everywhere. It was like I was back in the real world and had successfully gotten out of the weird reality. So I'm really alive. Huh. I said while the pain slowly could be felt by me. Ouch, it hurts. But well. Which means I really came back. Even though I seemed to be dreaming, I was pretty sure I was saved by a ghost or perhaps the soul of Guru, who was still inside this body. This kind of stuff feels like such a trope in the anime world. Once again, I need to remember that I live in this kind of world. It was such a trope, but I am really thankful for that. Then 3 years passed, and 2019 came to an end. Unlike in my previous world, there was no pandemic here. In other words, this world will be different from my previous world. I wonder if the amount of investment I know will be the same. Well, to be honest, no pandemic was better for everyone. So what happened over 3 years? Although there was a lot going on, the year after the stabbing was full of treatment and consultations. I could indeed say that I had tasted death. The thing that happened this time was an experience I never wanted to go through again. No matter what happens, experiencing death and rising from the dead is an absolutely terrifying thing. Therefore, it honestly took me a long time to completely heal, both physically and mentally. Especially in the early months after the stabbing, I felt fear when I saw sharp objects. The same thing happened to I, too. It even seemed that I was quite traumatized by the sight of blood. Even I herself once again took a 1-year break from idle activities and other things. Then she spent her time resting and healing from her trauma. One of the things I did the same as her was take a break from doing work as an actor and the like. You could say that in that 1 year, what I focused on was overseeing the progress of the development of the business that Miyako and I had planned, which was a VTuber with a unit called Kizuna AI, and it had been a success. In 3 years, we have already made a lot of generations and even overseas. The other thing, of course, was about the new gacha games that I used to love to play and that make billions of dollars in sales. It was none other than Genshin Impact. I don't think I need to change too much. Since, in the end, most of the work was done by the team or developer, we invested while they were making the game under my instruction. In the end, the story, art, and gameplay, even though similar, still had some differences. Even so, it became such a hit as one of the first open-world action RPGs that were free to play with gacha monetization, and could be played on multiple platforms, from PC to Android and iOS. That's why most of my time in there was just to explain the concept, some parts I remember and like, and of course, the big money to invest in and make the game before publishing it. Either way, the game was released in the middle of this year or during the summer vacation, and within a few months, it had generated enough sales to be phenomenal. Of course, in that time, I wasn't just recovering, but also starting to study many things. Like the lesson program had everything: basic acting, singing, voice training, dancing, Japanese dance, conduct, action scene practice, and more. Also, in addition, I received lessons in martial arts, horseback riding, swordplay, archery, and other stuff too. Well, to be honest, after experiencing those, of course, I started to learn stuff like martial arts and others. I don't know if I would master it to a high level standard, but learning at a young age would be an advantage, right? In the end, I learned a lot, and I felt like those would be useful in the future. Oh, I didn't forget that I learned other stuff like writing, scripting, and video editing with director Taishi. One day, director Taishi even asked me something. With all of the money you had, what is the point of all of this? Well, I want to become the best, I guess. I replied with that lukewarm answer, as I couldn't just say to him that I wanted to make my father, Kamaki Hikaru, pay for what he did. In those 3 years, he was also rising more than I would have thought. Especially, not long after the incidents that happened to me. He really made a very successful movie, and when I heard the title, I could only frown because, even though the title was different, I felt very familiar, and the theme was the same as the movie from my previous world that I never watched before. I knew those movies as famous ones. Yeah, the title of the movie was Train to Osaka, and it was a zombie movie. So I knew where the inspiration for those movies came from. This makes me wonder if the bastard gained anything else from killing starry-eyed people. In addition, this also makes me wonder if Hikaru gained knowledge from the previous world, especially about movies and other entertainment. That answer is kind of like you. But to see someone your age have this kind of schedule makes my head spin. Well, to be honest, if you have an interesting movie, I can invest too, you know. That sounds like an interesting offer. However, this one is also very good. Taishi answered my words while showing me the paper containing the finished script. The script he was holding was something we had made together in the past few weeks. The idea for the movie came from one of the movies I liked as a child. It was a movie that I saw in elementary school and actually watched in elementary school. The movie is called Children of Heaven. It won several awards in the previous world. Of course, the idea came from me, but since I am still learning to write scripts and also since most of the concepts were quite the same. But I also needed to change the setting and other things to familiarize the movies with Japanese itself, which was something Taishi could most easily do. Well, one of the reasons I chose this movie, because I can become the main character in this movie. Also, I was quite confident of success, and it was a good one to come back to the acting world after rehabilitation for years. Anyway, we will go with this. We will do casting and schedule the production. Yeah. I can't wait. It was my conversation with him not a long time ago, or several days at least. Which means shortly I will be starting to act again. I feel like I couldn't wait for myself. Ah. And the last thing I did in these spam 3 years was something I did with Miyako, of course. After what happened 3 years ago, I didn't want to rely on an outside company to take care of my family's security. After earning a lot of money and having the 3 of us live in a better secured house rather than an apartment or condo. Then I also allocated some money to make a special budget without thinking about how much I was spending. That was to create my own security company. Mainly, we try to find and train our own security guards, especially if the people we approach are people I can trust. And why I could trust them, would be because they were loyal to me or Miyako, and how we do that. Well, the power of money really helped. Since we could recruit difficult people and train them while, of course, putting emphasis on making them loyal to me or Miyako. Especially a young one to make it easier. Well, in the past, Miyako wouldn't let me do this stuff, but this time. She was easily pretty agreeable, and in these 3 years, several people have already come from our project and been positioned in several positions to increase security for the 3 of us. Anyway, 3 years have passed since the incident that made the entertainment world in Japan quite hectic. Finally, once again, I returned to the showbiz world. To be honest, I didn't really know that much about the idol world or culture in my previous world. Even though the idol I was aware of may only be AKB48 and that they have a branch in my country, I also read a manga called AKB49, which I found very interesting. Ah, I thought I knew other idol groups even though they are from Korea, such as Blackpink and BTS, although the latter is more often said to be a boy band. Because they often become advertising ambassadors in my country. You could even say that all my knowledge about idols came mostly from manga and anime. One of them was, of course, from Oshinoko. The thing that caught my attention was the words in the manga where usually idols will stop when they reach the age of 30, or in other words, I, who turned 25 this year, only had 5 years before retiring as an idol. Although I do not think I needs to think much as she is already famous enough to work other jobs in the entertainment world. The reason why this started to become a topic of conversation is that the B-Komiki group was getting older, so of course there was talk of creating a new, younger idol group. If I am not mistaken, B-Komiki disbanded in the original manga 4 years after I's death. Yeah, but it became difficult to find another gem. Akiko expressed his opinion when he stopped by after talking about a job for I. Ha. Sorry, it looks like my talent is just too good. I responded with her own confidence and humor. Even so, what she said may be true. However, Akiko's face did not look very happy. And he began to speak once again. Besides, lately it seems that the interest of children in becoming idols has decreased a little. Really? I tilted her head in disbelief at Akiko's words. Yeah. And that's thanks to technological advances. Some youngsters must change their perception and more likely want to become YouTubers or VTuber. Miyako's internet sector really exploded with those VTubers and Hololive. Isn't that good? Yes. But that's the reason our resources are split in two. So are the talents who are interested in joining this company. Most of them are interested in becoming VTubers rather than idols. That's because you focused too much on B-Komiki and didn't make another idol group for so long. Of course, people don't have that much faith when they see those kinds of records. Miyako told Akiko with such a stern tone. Ugh! It's hard to manage B-Komiki, especially when I'm constantly trying to maintain balance and not make some members jealous of each other. Also, we're the biggest agency in VTuber, while still a relatively small agency in the idol. Akiko sighed and was disappointed with the reality of what was happening at Strawberry Pro. It wasn't that bad, it's just human greed. Even though he had been successful, he still wanted more, of course. Especially in this world, what Akiko said is true. Strawberry Pro is the pioneer when talking about VTubers in this world, which will most likely emulate the success of Hololive in my past life. Within 3 years, Strawberry had 3 generations and 1 overseas in Indonesia, and early next year, the first 10 generation would finally be launched. I didn't think we were different from Hololive, especially in design or how to operate. Well, the difference would be that when we announced this project, it felt like more buzz than Hololive. To be honest, I didn't really knew about Kizuna AI, before her clips about her saying fuck went a bit viral and before slowly watching many of her VTuber clips. I don't think I remember how AI did her first video or introduction, but in the end, our VTuber followed the practice of most video introductions done in my previous world. But, there is a distinct difference between our company and the Hololive of my past life. While Kizuna AI may have been the first noticeable VTuber, Hololive brought the VTuber landscape to another level of successful business. But even so, their first generation and first live show wasn't that big. I remember that Tokino Sora's first live show was only watched by 15 people, most of whom were her acquaintances. It could be because Hololive was just a small company with a new kind of project. Within the hope that one day their talent would be like Act 48. On the other hand, Strawberry Pro had their own fame in the entertainment industry, even though people doubted this new kind of project. There was some buzz among people who followed B-Komiki. Especially our first live talent would have some familiar sounding name with AI. Also, even though I didn't want to say it, when Kizuna AI was about to have debuted, my stabbing case happened. And 1 week after that, I announced that she would take a break after such traumatic events. Even though I had a history of going on hiatus in the past because she had to give birth to me and Ruby. So there was some buzz about her retiring as an idol and other stuff. It started with a little gossip about that, but slowly those rumors started to become bigger and bigger. Not only that, but that gossip started to evolve into I, who may be retired and actually the person behind those new VTuber. It was a ridiculous rumor, but still an interesting one for people to spread and talk about, especially between B-Comic fans and I fans. I remember when I told Miyako to spread those kind rumors, since she looked at me like, really? And my answer at that time: it's fine. With this kind of rumor, there will be people locked into our Kizuna AI. We're kind of secretive about this. There are a lot of idol fans who kind of have a parasocial relationship. So there is a big chance some of them will stay with Kizuna AI. We already knew she was a good streamer too. Well, that's true. But still, will this be successful? I think if we get a lot of subscribers in one video, it's already a big success. In the first place, it's already a ridiculous rumor, and Ikito and B-Comic already rejected such a rumor, but people will still be excited when we still spread this rumor and make small, stupid rumors about why I may be retired on small and dubious websites to keep the rumor alive. It will be fine as long as mass people are fascinated. They need entertainment after all. Well, that's fine. But don't go overboard. We don't want any backflash or B-Comic getting a bad rumor too. It's fine. How about we show some AI footage on YouTube and stuff? That maybe work. With that commotion, while at the same time I used AI as a promotion, Kizuna AI First Live was successful. Well, different from Hololive, we already had a big budget and allocated the best we could do toward the first generation of our VTuber. Even though we may be 1 year earlier than Hololive in my previous life, our talent in design and technology was already better or maybe the same as Hololive in 2020. Because of that, Kizuna AI already had a lot of subscribers after first live show, and within 1 month, she had already gathered 10,000 subscribers. With that, our first generation of VTubers was a success. And I made Kizuna AI as the first one with multiple talents, like drawing too. The other 2 are gamers, and 2 were more into music. Even though I may use the same concept of Hololive, especially Generation 0 for our first generation. In the end, it was a different talent, and the people who made it were different. So even though it feels familiar, it is, of course, different. Even I tried to choose a pretty similar personality with the Hololive as best I could. Well, in the end, our VTuber is not Hololive, it was different talent and people behind them. But seeing our success, I didn't need to think that much. But seeing this success, B-Comic started to age in the idol industry. No wonder, Akiko started to think about making another idol group. I wonder what kind of people who audition with our company. Me, who had been silent and listening to their conversation, asked the question toward Akiko, who looked at me with a smile on his face. Oh, are you interested in this? You rarely comment about my work after all. Well, I'm not really interested in any other idol except my mom, after all. I responded with a couple of nods. Yeah, of course. You don't need any idols when you have someone like me. I said it while hugging me and even put her cheek on my cheek, acting like those spoiling mothers in anime or manga. Well, I don't bring much. But these are the girls I find really good. Akiko said as he gave him many papers that contain the audition form. Like face, name, and other stuff. I looked at those papers pretty seriously until I saw a familiar face on those audition forms. Well, she looked much younger and also had a difference in appearance from her blonde hair, as I know from the manga. Her hair was still short, like in the manga, but at this point she still had those black hair. If I wasn't wrong, she wanted to become an idol, and at this point, her mother was still healthy, so she didn't have to worry about her siblings. She was none other than Mumcho. It was interesting to see her, but as I continued, there was another person I knew quite well, but never expected her to exist. She was a young girl with long brown hair and a sweet face. Her blue eyes seemed to sparkle a little differently than I knew, because it was like staring at a bluish starry sky that made her eyes become charming, which was probably like AI herself. Yeah, the girl had the same name and familiar face as someone I saw in my previous world, but she wasn't an anime character or either a manga character. She was actually Tokino Sora, a VTuber from a big company called Hololive. That is, I saw someone who was a blend of the avatar and the talent behind it. Of course, I don't know what her real face was, even though I knew very well that there were some websites and videos about the real faces of many VTuber, but I never had any intention to know that stuff. For me, in the end, the VTuber was just a person with an avatar showing a glimpse of their personality on it. I don't think that people like streamers, tubers or VTubers who show all of their personalities. They may be more evil or good people in real life. Which means that I don't know how Tokino Sora looked or how her personality actually was. What I knew about her only from the clip I saw on YouTube, and I don't know anything else about her except some info from Wiki and stuff like that. What happened? You watched one of the auditions for a long time. I asked, her face adopting a cute face, but her eyes were kind of overwhelming. But I don't know if that was just me feeling or just the simple truth. Well, her eyes resemble your mother. I like her. I replied instantly. Is that so? Well, if you like her. Stu. We recruited her. I clapped her hand when she heard my answer, before pointing her finger at Akiko. Wait. Really, I find her quite good too. But I think there are more people like. No. This is a girl my son likes, and he said she resembles me for a little bit. A little bit. I replied without even trying to hear what Akiko said, and I wonder why she emphasized her last word like that. Also, until this point, what Aqua said has always been good, so why not trust him? That's true. But, well, in the end, she had a sweet face and a cute smile, which meant she had a good foundation already. As for her dance and singing skills, we can handle it in the future. I said that it is actually a sad reality of the idol industry that, in the end, appearance is one of the criteria to become an idol. Yeah, even so. Akiko still wanted to say something, but I finally stopped him. I feel a bit sick these days. I wonder if I will take a break again. I said while tilting her head and placing her right hand on her cheek, acting like a sickly person. Wait. Geez. Akiko looked at me as if I were the only hope left, but I only shook my head and rejected his plea. Sorry, Akiko-san. But after seeing her, I found it interesting to get involved. To be honest, I've never worked in the idol world, and working with you would be the safest bet. Since I may learn something from you too. I explained my reasoning to Akiko while at the same time praising him a bit to make him like my reasoning. Well, if you want to learn about how to run an idol business, you don't have to go far. Good. If you two agree with each other, is there any girl you like? I asked me. I didn't know why, but it feels a bit wrong to say that. I meant we were talking about picking a girl for an idol group, right? Why did she say and like searching for a girlfriend for me? I think this girl is good too. Mimcho. I pointed at her profile. Mimcho. I and Akiko had a questioning look on their faces while looking at the profile I pointed at. Wait, that isn't her name. I said. Mimcho. No, just like your mother, that's not her name. It's her stage name. Mimcho. Wait, you can't make that kind of decision. You should talk to her first. Mimcho. Huh. That's a good stage name. I clapped her hand and praised my naming sense, while on the other hand, Ichigo put a hand to his forehead and sighed deeply. You can't let him do whatever he wants like this. See this? This is what happens when you spoil him all the time. Ichigo said this while scolding her for what she did. Spoil? No, I'm not spoiling him. I just show my love to him and let him do what he likes. That's semicolon why people say spoiling. It's fine. My Aqua is a smart and kind child. He never does anything bad or weird. He just did a weird thing. Well, what Ichigo said was true. It was not good to spoil your kid, but well. I wasn't a normal kid, so it's fine. To be honest, having a mother that really spoils you, like in the anime and manga, was quite interesting in itself. Well, this happened after I nearly lost her child. Of course, she had some trauma, and after that, she changed a lot, especially in how she expressed herself in front of me and Ruby. It felt like she became more expressive with how she showed her feelings and never held back to spoil the two of us. At the same time, she may show some favoritism toward me from time to time, but to my surprise, Ruby never shows any displeasure. What do I say about her? Well, Ruby became like her mother, I guess. She became really nice to me and became proactive in searching for my attention. And it felt like she was quite blatantly looking for an opening to do a skinship with me. To be honest, I wonder if the three of us will be fine. It looks like the accident 3 years ago changed our relationship. After I looked at all of the audition documents Ichigo gave, I found nothing interesting. I don't see any familiar faces or anyone that triggered my guts. I asked him to provide me with all the audition documents of the girl he rejected. It'll be a lot, you know. It's okay. You can give the data to Miyako. Alright. There was a justification for asking for those documents because I saw Sora's profile in those documents. I wondered if there was anyone that I knew who had tried to join our company. I was maybe surprised when I saw Tokino Sora, but it was because she wasn't any character from manga or anime. Since she wasn't the first character outside Oshinoko that I saw. There was one, and it was a long time ago. If I thought about it, I learned about this stuff shortly after being stabbed. I needed a long time to recover before I heard about another good child actor who came from nowhere but may have rivaled Era McKenna. When I heard that, I thought about Kaoru Kawai-kan, but to my surprise, it wasn't her. This new actress was another girl from another anime named Sakura Jimimi, from an anime called Seishunbuta Yuru wa Bunny Girl Senpai no Yumi Woman. I suppose it only took 2 years for Mai to become more well known than Kana, especially after Mai got the lead character in the morning drama, which made her even more famous. She started appearing in various movies, TV shows, and commercials. Honestly, I wouldn't say I'm underestimating Mai or anything like that. Still, I don't think there's any difference between the two regarding skills. Unfortunately, there could only be one role. In other words, the role could be to get by only one of them. At first, it seemed their work divided, and slowly the work began to fall to Mai and caused Kana's fame to decline. Then at the same time, Mai was quite lucky due to the incident that I received. Because of the incident, Ruby, who usually gets advertising offers, was getting less and less, plus Ruby was increasingly focusing on appearing in children's shows, especially those with dancing and singing themes, following her dream of becoming an idol. That's why Mai's fame went up while Kana's went down. What a poor girl. Well, if you looked at Kana's past story in the Oshinoko manga and if you looked at Mai's storyline, it would be easy for me to guess what happened to the two of them even though they have the same abilities because there is only one job for either two of them. It makes their work divided between them. The difference between the two of them is their parents or both of their mothers. Of course, both are terrible moms. However, try to imagine which one would be better at doing business. A cold, calm, and calculating mother who used her child to make money. or a narcissistic mom who wanted to be an actress and used her daughter to fulfill her dream. Who, thanks to her child's fame, can meet her favorite entertainers and get invited to private meetings. Between the two mothers, Mai, whose fame was on the rise, began to match Kana, while on the contrary, with Kana, Mai's presence made her work decline. Under such circumstances, the calm and cool mother worked well. Meanwhile, Kana's mother, who was very sensitive about her child's fame, which for her was a dream, became a very irritating person who started to force her sales on others and always insisted that Kana's screen time be increased and caused trouble for anyone. It comes as no surprise that the careers of these two children took different paths. I thought that way when I saw the data provided by Akiko through Miyako that I got a few days after the talk about creating a new idol group. Since it was I, and Miyako who vouched for my opinion, in addition, the members chosen were also basically already liked by Akiko. Therefore there was no problem for Akiko to hear my opinion, and it seemed that he had already started making plans to create a new idol group. Mimcho and Tokino Sora were confirmed to be joining, while Akiko was probably still looking for one or two more members to complete the new idol group. I still remember him saying that he didn't want to create a large group like Bikamaki again. Akiko seemed quite excited, though. Mimcho and Sora may already have signed the contract or something. To be honest, I was kinda excited to meet them, but too bad for me. I needed to talk with Teishi, especially about the casting for the movie we made. At this point, Mai was already more famous than me. Maybe. Well, honestly, people quickly move on in this industry. No wonder some entertainment was desperate to stay relevant in this industry. This movie was made by Teishi, who, as a director, won several awards. Of course, when the news about him makes another movie, a lot of actors and actresses were immediately aware of and interested in his new works, especially when people knew that he might look like a child actor. Mai's mother, who is Mai's agent, moved quite quickly and contacted Teishi about her daughter's interest in playing in his movie. Someone who is told in the story as someone who is hungry for money. She is quite a calculating person. I mean, even though she knew Teishi wouldn't pay the actors much, she remained calm and confident that if Mai was cast in a Teishi movie, it would be good for Mai's career. Especially adding good movies to Mai's portfolio. Too bad for her that even though it was a good deal to be able casted Mai in such a cheap deal, I was also quite interested in meeting and getting to know her. But it would be a problem if she were cast in this movie. Well, it may be good to talk with Teishi when we meet next time. Sakurajima Mai. Huh. She's good, and I got a low price. Isn't that great? Teishi answered my question with a smile on his face. He said so even though he knew what I was thinking. This movie is about my return to acting after all. To be honest, I want the spotlight to be all about me. That's why I don't think it's a good idea to put such a famous actress when I try to do that. Ahaha, this guy. Still young, but already making such a calculating move. Well, I couldn't help it. It has been a long time since I've been acting. Even though I may be quite confident with my acting, I want my job to be easy, you know. Really. It might be good to act next to an actress like her. Also, of course, if he had her, it would be good publicity. That's another good point, but we're good if we get someone as good as her. We may not get as much buzz if we got Mai, but ain't Kana still around? Ah. Arama Kana. Huh. She's good too, but her mother is a pain in the ass. That's quite brutal. Itself. Anyway, Kana is good, and don't forget that she's much smaller than Mai and me. So from that point of view, Kana will be a much better fit role to become my little sister. Well, this time, I will help you to come back. Especially this is your movie after all, but next time you wouldn't get this much help from me. When I heard that, I breathed a sigh of relief. I honestly felt sorry for Mai. But when I think of Kana, she is also in a sad position because Guru asked me to take care of her and Akan. My conversation with Teishi continued. To be honest, I don't really care about other castings except for sibling roles. In the end, Movie casting was all about the director and producer. I felt sorry for Mai, but this was the reality of the movie industry. Several days later, I woke up after sleeping soundly. Even after a long day of work for elementary school, training, etc. When I woke up, I wasn't tired at all. As expected of an elementary schooler with fantastic resilience, and fast recovery, this new body was fantastic. Well, even though I didn't know how aging worked since I died when I was just about to be 20. Again. When I woke up from my sleep and found someone sleeping next to me while hugging me, it was none other than my twin sister, Ruby. I observed Ruby's face, who was still fast asleep with such an innocent face. Ever since I came home from the hospital after being stabbed 3 years ago, Ruby used to keep her distance like a sibling of the opposite sex. Her attitude had changed 180 degrees, and she became a twin sister who was overly caring for her brother. What I do say it, she became a certificate Burcon. In anime terms. It was a common trope thing in anime, which sometimes feels like a funny joke or too much of an annoyance. Well, at least she wasn't that annoying, right? She was just a bit too affectionate, I guess. However, I couldn't blame Ruby, as I rarely forbade or reprimanded her. If I was being honest, I was pretty lenient with Ruby. I knew Ruby as a character from manga, anime, which made me understand enough about her past to make me pamper her. I also felt sorry for Ruby in the manga, anime, and I thought she was having a hard time in the manga, which made me spoil her too. Even though Ruby doesn't have such hardships in this world, I couldn't help but inject my feelings for the other Ruby into her. The worst of all, though, was that I didn't have a younger sister in my previous life. Still, I had an older sister who was actually, how do I put it? Because she was much older than me. I remember when she came home from boarding school, she was always angry with me when I made a little noise. That's why. When I saw those cute but annoying little sisters in anime, I was a bit jealous, and to be honest, those little sisters in anime were much more adorable than the real elder sister. Well, sometimes she gave me considerable pocket money once a year. So she wasn't that bad. Even so, I couldn't let her pass all the time. So I pinched her cheek and pulled hard enough to wake Ruby from her sleep. "What are you doing, Anna-chan?" Ruby said while she woke up and scratched her eyes. No, I should have said that. "What are you doing in my bed?" "There's nothing. I just want to sleep beside you, Anna-chan. It's my privilege as your little sister." "Your privilege, my ass. There's no such privilege." I said those while pulling her cheek. Awawa. This is such domestic abuse. Geez, we're already 9 years old. It's time to sleep separately. I spoke like that, while at the same time, Ruby's expression really showed her dislike for the idea. "What are you saying? I thoughtlessly did this because we were still young. It would be strange to still sleep with you when I get older. So I'll make the most of it. Or you don't want to sleep with me, Anna-chan," Ruby replied with such a soft voice in the end. She did not hesitate to give a little touch to her gestures to make them as sweet and cute as possible. Sometimes, I thought telling Ruby that my past self liked manga, anime was a big mistake. Ruby didn't hesitate to mimic and act like she was in a manga, anime scene. It might be pretty embarrassing to do, but with her talent as an actress and the fact that she's used to starring in commercials, it seemed that she could always melt my heart with those acts. Geez, just don't do this too much. In other words, I am myself a certificate siscon. And let her go with just a small scolding. Anyway, I left my room, and when I entered the living room, a breakfast of toast, scrambled eggs, and a soup that was full of veggies was waiting for me. The menus always changed weekly, from a Japanese-style breakfast with rice, miso soup, and grilled fish to a Western breakfast. The breakfast menu rotated because someone liked the Western style while the other wanted a Japanese style. Meanwhile, I sat at the dining table, ready to eat the breakfast that my mother, I, had prepared. It may sound surprising, but I who was very young when she gave birth to both of us, was not an expert cook. A natural thing for someone her age. Even so, I was getting better before getting busier with her many jobs and rarely cooking. But after the stabbing incident, I started preparing homemade meals for both of us. However, we both understood how busy I was and that she didn't need to show her love in such a way. It's fine. Really, all of you have been good kids. And I have a lot of time. I want my child to taste my homemade food. Well, she had such enthusiasm that it left both of us speechless. I was so serious that she even took cooking lessons, which clearly improved her skills to the point where she could make food that was described as delicious. Eat plenty, and I make a lot after all, I said with a smile on her face and looked for another one. Geez, Ruby. Are you sleeping in the big brother's room again? It looked like Ruby followed me and left my room. Geez, you're already grown up enough. It's time for you to separate yourself from your brother. No, it's not like I do it every day. Sometimes I want to sleep with my brother. It's just a twins thing. Ruby replied with such a lie, while I looked at her with her face wondering what she was going to do with this kid as Ruby sat beside me going to eat her breakfast. Well, let's just not overdo it. I'm happy seeing my children really get along, but I wonder if they get along too much. I don't think I've ever seen them fight each other. How about you sleep with your mom? I sighed, thinking about Ruby and me before she clapped her hand as she found the solution. I didn't think that was such a good answer, either. Ruby acted like she was thinking about this seriously before she continued her response. It's a good proposal, but I like Big Brother more. Is that so? Even though you've always been a spoiled kid in the past. Now, you're like your brother more than your mother. I heard their conversation while wondering if this family would be fine at all since I felt like our conversation sometimes when just the three of us were alone like this. Something that never ever happened in my previous world. Oh, well. This is an anime-like world, maybe this was just an ordinary thing. By the way, the members of a new idol group will arrive at the Strawberry Pro building. Do you want to see the idol your older brother chose, Ruby? What? Why don't I know this stuff? I know about a new idol group, but I never heard that Big Brother picks it up. Well, you're asleep when the last time Akiko and Miyako were here. Goo ga goo. I want to see them. Good. We'll see how the idol your big brother picks. Geez, these two were doing what they liked. I thought that while finishing my breakfast, even though I couldn't wait to meet and see Mcho and Sora in person too. After I finished my breakfast, I usually did my morning stretches. At the same time, I read some lines that I practiced quite aloud. Usually, a line that was taught in my child actor lesson is the best line to practice with. It was said that child actors and people who want to become announcers and voice actors use these lines too. Well, since most of those words, I've been saying for years, I could easily pronounce them fluently and clearly. Ruby was following what I was doing, not far next to me. Although you could say, she wasn't as skilled as me. Still, she was better than other actors her age. This stuff was something that I usually did before going to my elementary school. Usually, Ruby and I were taken care of by Miyako. At the same time, I practiced dancing, acting, and so on when she wasn't working. Then when it came time to enter elementary school for both of us, I had her plan. To be honest, Ruby and I originally went to an elementary school close to my old apartment and Strawberry Pro's office. However, after the stabbing incident, the plan was discarded, then with I's success and, of course, the success of the VTuber group and our two game companies that only made two games, Go, and Genshin Impact. It made I and Miyako decide for the two of us to attend a safe school. In other words, we both went to expensive and historic schools. Then it wasn't unusual in this world for there to be one school that I was familiar with that had the category that I and Miyako were looking for. It was an academy that educates students from preschool to university, a school filled with the children of the rich and noble named Shuchian Academy. Miyako brought me to the school, and we parted when we saw the school gate. The main gate of the main part of Shuchian Academy, the school we entered years ago, immediately showed how this school has a history. In front of the gate, which moved slowly when spread out, many of the high-class black cars stopped, and many of those rich children, dressed in elementary school uniforms, said, "How are you doing on this fine morning? Gokigani-u." As a reincarnation from another world and living almost 10 years in this world, I had only heard people greeted in this formal way only in this school. The person who talked was also a person that was familiar to me. It was just that she was still a child, and honestly, it was surprising to see her at the same age as me. Unlike her image in the manga or anime, she dressed not that differently than Ruby, a bit stylish girl for her age. She was Asaragi Kobachi, a supporting character in the series. Ruby seemed to know her because they had performed on the same show. Kobachi herself was a pretty talented child singer. "Ah, Koba-chan. Morning." Ruby greeted her back. She replied with a normal good morning. Just like any common person. "Good morning, Kobachi." I also returned her greetings. Aqua-kun." After that, Kobachi and Ruby had a conversation. Seeing Ruby have friends was a bit of relief. To be honest, since this school was full of rich and noble children, it was easy for child actors like us to blend into this school. They basically don't really care about it. Actually, sometimes I found it hard to believe because, as far as I know, even though Kaguya-sama and Moshi no Ko are in the same universe, they should be adrift at different times. Even one of Ishigami's classmates, who is one of the impossible girls, should be Shiranui Frill's older sister. But in this world, even though she was still Frill's oldest sister, they were actually twins. This made me wonder how the hell this world works. But when seeing this world had another anime character from different anime, I stopped wondering. After that, my thoughts about this world were: the gods who created this world probably really love the anime, manga made from my world and treat it however they want, just like a fanfic writer. If that's really the case, please make my life easier. When I arrived in the class and sat in my seat, it didn't take long for someone to come to my seat. And I can honestly say that he's the only friend I have in this class. Aqua. Look at this game. He came and talked about the games. He was the son of the president of a small toy company, so it was understandable he liked games and stuff. Well, he likes playing games in the anime, and since he was still a child, he didn't have that gloomy aura like in anime. I wonder if you already beat this game. He asked me while showing a game from his Nintendo Switch. Ah, that's. I'm still playing it. I've already finished this game. Yeah, the boy I had a conversation with was Ishigami. At this point, he was still a cheerful boy that liked playing games. And when he knew that my parents owned a games company, he was always talking with me. Since I liked him in the manga and anime, I really cared for him, which made our relationship friendlier, and we became so close like this. You said it as if he was proud that he finished the game earlier than me. Well, when I spend my time with consultation from my trauma and had a lot of time to spend playing games, it looked like in front a young person like you. And I looked like such an outstanding gamer who could complete a difficult game in a quick time. Hey, you two. You can't bring console games to the classroom. This time I heard a girl's voice, and you immediately reacted by hiding his Nintendo Switch behind his back while the girl who screamed at the two of us slowly approached us. Jino is here. Huh. You clicked his tongue as another character from Kaguya-sama came closer, which was Ino Maiko. Didn't I say that you cannot bring those things to the classroom? It's in the rulebook. She said that to you, who acted like he didn't bring the console game. Ha. I don't bring anything. No. You are hiding it behind your back. You're so obvious. Maiko tried to take the game console away from you. To be honest, Maiko had been such an upright girl since this young, but I could understand what she was doing since I was an adult. But from another child's perspective, she was annoying and tried to look her best in the eyes of the teacher. Which makes people in her classroom and others, too, hate her. How do I say this? People like her were called pet teachers, and seeing her and you both fight over the console game made me have a little cold sweat for fear of dropping the game console. Sorry, Maiko-san. But can you let you go? And I will teach you anything you like. I said that to Maiko. She stopped what she was doing and moved her eyes toward me. Anything? Yeah. Even the 6th grade material? It's fine, but why do you need to learn 6th grade when we're still in 3rd grade? It's because you and Ruby can answer a 6th grade material. Well, I couldn't answer her, that we could answer those questions because the two of us are reincarnated, so, of course, we could answer those questions. If that's the case, why do you not ask Ruby? Maiko looked at me with a defeated smile. When I asked her, she just told me, somehow. And told me something that I couldn't understand. It's much easier when you teach me. That's kid. Okay, then. I will teach you. Really? Yee. Wait, are you trying to bribe me? She realized that and looked at you, who already went back to his seat while thanking me. That's a bastard. That's such a bad word, Maiko. But can you let him go? I told him never to play in the classroom. But. It's fine. You're such a good girl and more mature than you, right? He's still a kid that likes playing games. So since you're such a mature girl, you can let him go, right? Maiko was an upright girl, but it was because their parents were busy as the judge in an international humanitarian support group. This leads her to think that her parents are busy because of so many bad people. That's why she developed this kind of personality. But in the end, she was still a kid that was easy to control. Well, that's true. I'm such a mature kid. I'll let him go, but Ishigama needed to promise me never to play in the classroom. You heard that, you? Yes, I hear it. I will not play in the classroom. Okay, that's good, right? Maiko-san. Well, that's fine. I guess, but you need to teach me, okay? To be honest, elementary school was a bit boring. But going together with a character I knew in my previous life and seeing their interaction is different from what I know itself. Quite interesting. But, well, even though I went to this academy, I never met the main girl herself, Shinomiya Kikuya. It wasn't that important thought, and to my surprise, I was quite enjoying myself in elementary school. Well, if I thought about it, I could probably relax when I was at school. I could just spend a long time without thinking hard because I understood all the elementary school materials. There might be some things that I forgot from elementary school to high school. Still, after rereading it once or twice, I think I can remember the things I learned pretty quickly. Therefore, every time I remember something from my past, be it song lyrics, lines from stories, or scenes from movies or anime, because I feel that whenever I remember something, I write it down on paper and the like, then when I reread it, I can remember it more clearly and also a lot more of them. For example, when I remember a few lines of song lyrics, then I write them down on paper, and when I read the verses, it's as if I'm trying to stimulate my brain to remember the rest of the lyrics. Although it doesn't always work, eventually, I can remember a whole lyric. Of course, it took me some time to do this. However, I found this kind of thing beneficial compared to not having anything. Especially if you often read or watch various stories about Isekai and reincarnation, where many main characters get cheats or systems. I, who was reincarnated as Aqua and the main character of Oshinoko, should get something like that, right? Oshinoko was not a reincarnation story with such a power fantasy like that. Wait, if there were other anime in this world, in other words, there were various main characters in this world. In other words, I might not be so unique in the world. I couldn't help thinking like this. because there was something that I always thought about, which was the words Guru said when he saved me from death. I don't think I've experienced what Guru warned me about until now. He spoke as if something terrible was going to happen, like I would have to repay something or suffer a setback. Of course, I always thought of his warning, but after so many years without anything happening, I sometimes forgot his warnings. What's with the long face? I heard a question from the person sitting next to me, who was none other than my twin sister, Ruby. Ah, I'm thinking about something. Is that so? You're thinking too much that you acted like you were in auto mode. Really? Yeah, you came out from the car, entered the office, and walked to this point with such a long face, vacant eyes, and furrowing eyebrows? If that's the case, why did you not tell me long ago? Well, it's quite interesting to see. I want to see how you will be able to get here. That's kind of a mess up, you know. Is that so? Well, you look serious and walk without any difficulty. So I don't want to disturb you, but we're already arrived. Are you perhaps nervous to see a group idol you pick up? Nah, I'm just thinking about something else. Are you two done? Miyako asked Ruby and me, who were talking to each other near the entrance to the meeting room. Yes. Good, don't do anything crazy, okay? Miyako warned the two of us before she opened the door and let the two of us enter the room. There were only 6 people in the room, all of whom I knew, though 3 of them I had never met in this world, besides Ichigo, I, and one of the B Kamaki members, who was also the earliest member like I, named Watanabe. The other 3 were the girls who would become the new idol group at the Strawberry Pro Company. A fairly short black-haired girl with her eyeballs the color of her hair, you could say Momcho's appearance was very different from the manga. However, it was only natural, considering it was a few years after working hard and becoming a YouTuber. For the time being, I could see how nervous she looked, but her eyes remained bright while observing I, with such eyes that reminded me of her fans. I guess, since she wanted to become an idol, she might like a fan of I, or something. Another girl with long brown hair and bright purple eyes seemed calmer than Momcho and was none other than Tokino Sora. The other one was a girl I knew, but I guess not for a good reason. Of course, I learned about the girl before me, Shibuya Ren, from the Idol Master franchise. With her flowing black hair and impressive school uniform, Shibuya Ren was an excellent and trendy schoolgirl. Idol Master was a massive idol franchise from anime, games, and music. In my previous life, I only saw several anime about Idol Master. As far as I know, Shibuya Ren came from the Cinderella series. I didn't watch much about that series, but I was familiar with some of those characters from another way, or people may say the Rule 34. Yeah, rather than seeing her from her original source, I was more familiar with her from other websites and saw her from the Rule 34 perspective. Therefore, seeing her like this somehow makes me really feel guilty. I apologize to her in my mind. They are members of our newest idol group. Please don't bully them. Ichigo said that while looking at I. After all, the 3 girls introduced themselves. What are you saying, Sta-san? They're our first juniors, right? There's no way I will do something like that. Do I look like someone like that, Watanabe? I replied to her boss humor. Yeah, and they're really young and look cute. Ahaha, Watanabe will be 30 in 2 or 3 years. That's not something nice to say, I. Sorry. By the way, my name is I. I'm your senior. Is there something you want to ask? You can ask me anytime. Yes. Well, that's good. Since you two are already here, how about you let your junior see your work? Ichigo said these to I, and Watanabe. Really? It's an honor. Sora and Momcho responded to Ichigo's words when I saw their enthusiasm. She smiled at them and asked, "Are you 3 having dance lessons?" "This'll be my first time having a dancing lesson," Rin replied. "I danced with a friend before, But this will be my first formal lesson, Sora responded. I have had dance lessons in my training school before. Mimcho answered. Oh, that's good. I will teach you three a little. I told them while she wore a hair tie and smoothed her hair. At that time, I could see their eyes light up when they realized that I would train them. I thought I rarely did things like this. It looks like she really treats this idol group too well, maybe because of me, who picked them. You will do it, I? Just think of it as a welcome present for me. It looked like Sora and Mimcho were enthusiastic because they knew who I was. While on the other hand, Rin was just standing there looking at her teammates. Unlike those two who wanted to become an idol, she was someone who was just picked up by Ichigo, like I in the past. Of course, she had seen I before, but she looked like someone who didn't know how big a deal I was. Anyway, two of them were enthusiastic, while Rin just acted properly, while those three didn't know what harsh I,S training would be. Edited by The Darkest Night number 4796, E/D, I, your Lord and Savior Editor Kun, am here. For all those who recognized me, congratulations, you just won nothing. Dancing is difficult. Rin said while wiping her face with a towel. Yeah. Sora agreed with Rin's words, leaning against the wall. I never imagined that training in a real place is completely different and more intense. Mimcho said as she looked drained. Well, this only happened because I was excited to get a junior. She's usually the youngest, after all. Please drink this. I spoke to them while handing them sports drinks. Ah, thank you. Oh. Mimcho accepted the can of drink I gave her with a somewhat surprised face. She may be surprised that a small child gave her a drink. Oh, thank you. You're so cute. And working hard. On the other hand, Sora showed such interest that she even stroked my head while saying thank you. Thank you, but why is there a child in here? Rin took the drink while questioning why I was there. Other than idol and VTubers, I think our company is also an agency for actors. If I'm not mistaken, there are only twins. Mimcho answered Ren's question. So he's one of the twins? Yeah, supposedly. While Ren and Mimcho conversed, Sora approached me and talked to me. Hey, I'm Tokino Sora, a new member of a new idol group. Who are you? I'm Aqua. I'm technically an actor, but I have been on hiatus for years. Is that so? Sora was kind of surprised by my answer. On the other hand, Mimcho continued their conversation behind Sora. I think I heard his name before. Is that so? Yeah, wait. Wasn't he the kid who got stabbed by an idol a few years ago? I remember seeing his face in various commercials and TV shows before it was gone. What? That's horrible. I think I've seen her before, but maybe it's because his face has changed. Yeah, he's getting bigger after all. I could hear their conversation, but I focused on Sora, who asked me another question. Are you training or doing anything else? No, I'm coming here because I want to see the three of you. I answered honestly. Really? Thank you, I guess. Sora was a bit bewildered by my question, but there was a voice coming from behind me, and as expected, it was none other than I,S voice. Ah, he wanted to see all of you since he is the one who inputted your recruitment after all. Really? When they heard I,S words, the three of them sounded really surprised. Why did you tell them about this? It will be weird if they know that they were chosen because of a child. That was my thought when I heard I,S sentence and saw their response, but it looked like I still continued her words. That's why all of you need to be grateful to him, and please be nice to him. No, you have to spoil him a lot. I, once again, said something outrageous. It seemed like the wrong thing to say and made me appear like an influential second-generation child. Ah. This was a secret. I came close to them. She even signaled them to come much closer and whispered to them, "These twins are the children of an important person at Strawberry Pro." "Is that so?" The three of them responded and looked at me with mixed expressions. Once again, "Why do you make me look bad?" That's why it looks like he learned about a lot of stuff and is actually quite good at it. Our president said he may have the golden touch, which means everything he touches always achieves success. Really? Rin sounded real and did not believe what I had said. "Yes, you can ask many things if you are curious." Please don't ask him for a lottery number, okay? "Well, in that case, I wonder if there's a special reason why you chose us?" To my surprise, Mimcho asked me that question. "What do you mean? Is that important?" I replied to her. No, it's just. After failing several auditions, I'm kind of hoping you could tell me the reason for choosing me. I mean, it's hard to ask the president about this." Mimcho continued and told me her reason. "So you're afraid to ask the president and chose to ask a little kid?" Rin said that to Mimcho, who replied, "It can't be helped. It's a difficult question to ask, you know." E/D, that's right, asking a kid when you don't have the courage to ask an adult. That sounds sus. I don't think you need to think too much. In the end, the company sees something for you. It may be that you look cute and have a good smile. And have the talent to be an idol. All of that doesn't really matter because, for now, what is expected from this company is for you to work hard, and the most important thing of all is for you to enjoy yourselves. Wow. The three of them were surprised by my reply, but their faces looked happy and excited. "You're sure you can talk about the difficult things?" Sora was impressed with my answer. "Yeah, I never thought I would feel moved to hear such words from a kid," Mimcho said with a smile on her face rather than a mixed expression before. "It feels like talking with someone older." Rin responded with the same sentiment. "Geez, I can talk about difficult things, you know. But if you want to hear my opinion. Well, I like your eyes." "Huh? Eyes?" "Yeah, at least for me, you had captivating eyes that were similar to I. That's the biggest reason I told the president about you. But in the end, it's up to if you will match my expectations or not." Is that a challenge for us?" Rin said that with a smile, but her face had a look that said, "Don't underestimate me. Just a bit, but if you meet my expectations, I will help all of you to become top idols." "You're really good with words." I never expected to feel excited by a kid's words. E/D, she is excited by a kid. "Yeah. But we will do our best." They said those words while high-fiving each other, smiling, and having their fun together. It feels like they have good chemistry, something I was worried about. "Well, at least do your best with your photo session for profile and video introduction first." "Yes, we will." I thought it was a good introduction for me to the three. I wonder what the next step would be. Of course, it was ultimately up to Ikigo. But in Oshinoko, they had an introduction in a YouTube video with another Strawberry Pro talent. But it happened because they didn't have B Kamiki around. Since we had B Kamiki, I thought it would be good to use their popularity. If we use a good plan, we might introduce new group idols with a big hit and increase B Kamiki's popularity for a bit. Well, to be honest, I may have used them as backup dancers in B Kamiki solo following what Idol Master did with Ren, but I was also interested in a plan in the Korean novel that I read in my previous life, which introduced them by making the documentary-like show in either YouTube or TV show. This may be a good thing too. It didn't have to follow their premise with just two idol groups, but a documentary that involved everyone in Strawberry Pro. So these new idol groups will blend in naturally. Also, it would be good if it's the same track as my film project with Taishi so that my return would be impactful too. When I told my plan to Ikigo, he looked at me momentarily as if wondering something and just said it was a great suggestion. "Why don't we do both? We have plenty of budgets to allocate, and this is a great way to promote our new idol group." "That's true. We can do that." "Yes, A small documentary and performing with Bikamaki would also be good. Honestly, it would be great if our new idol group also had a song and performed with Bikamaki. The oldest member of Bikamaki will only last for 2 years before graduating, and the youngest, A.I., still has 4 years left. Bikamaki wouldn't last long, and I think most of the members are already looking for another job outside of being an idol. I am grateful that you helped Watanabe with the acting job too. Well, I only recommended her to Teishi-sensei. It's up to him. He likes her act so that she may have a good future with her act. That's a relief. Most idols graduate when they turn 30, and I don't know if that's the same as in my past life. But in this world, it was natural and a reality for the girls who worked as idols to be aware of. Or the reality of the idol industry in this world. I wonder if some Bikamaki fans would think this as passing a torch? I asked Ichigo, and to my surprise, he agreed with my statement. Well, there will definitely be fans who think that way. Although we don't want to say it, what we are doing right now is to create a new generation of idol group talent for our company after Bikamaki disbands. That's true. About the song, I wonder what you think about this one. I said while giving him a notebook with lyrics to a song I liked in my past life. It was originally made using Vocaloid before being covered by one of my favorite YouTubers, and I have listened to that song since. This is a bit different from any idol song that I know. Is that so? Well, I wonder if you like it. The melody is like this. I sang the song called Beat Eater in my previous life. Oh, that's quite nice to hear. Ichigo commented. Yeah, glad if you like it. But I think this still needs some professional help. I told Ichigo, who agreed with my assessment. That's true. I will take care of this. But there's something I want to ask you something about. What is it? Is there anything wrong with all of this? I titled my head as I was confused since I didn't know if there was anything wrong with all of my suggestions. No, I think all of these ideas are really good. I was just wondering if your mother knew about you making this song? Mother? What about her? Isn't she going to be like, praising you for how amazing you're, but why don't you tell her and make a song for her first? Yeah. That's really going to happen. It's fine. I've already prepared her one. Well, that's something good to hear. Since she will pout and sulk. Is that so? Yeah, it's fine. She has become quite expressive. After talking with Ichigo, I left the office since I could only wait for my plan to become fruitful. For now, the trio of our new idol group started to take their photo session and maybe make a short video introduction. It may take several days. Ichigo and I let them give input on the name of their idol group and how they would operate, such as who their center would be and so on. Yes, we let them do little things for themselves. In hope that the bond between the three of them would be strengthened by doing these things together. But it was a good time since I needed to focus on other things since finally all of the casting and the schedule of filming the movie was done. Well, since we need to search for a place and other things before starting filming. So my first time acting in a big movie as one of the main characters started. Children of Heaven was a movie that was nominated for an Oscar in my previous life. It was a movie with the plot following a brother and sister and their adventures over a lost pair of shoes. Since it was an Iranian movie, of course, I needed to change the story to make it sense in this Japanese society. Ultimately, the story changed to a family of 3 with a single mother who barely had money. 9-year-old child Takeda had always helped his mother and was trusted by his mother. Until one day, he made mistakes that made him lose his sister's shoes when he tried to purchase vegetables. It was pretty much nearly identical before the story became different but with the same core about the 2 siblings trying to get their sister's shoes. Determined, Takeda entered the race, which gave away shoes if he won 3rd place. I have good news. What news? I am selected for the race. What race? Long distance running. The 3rd best runner gets a pair of new sneakers. Why the 3rd? The 1st and 2nd prizes are something else. If I come in 3rd, I'll give you the shoes. What if you don't come in 3rd? I'll be 3rd, for sure. Cut. Start the check. I heard Taishi tell the crew, and because of the check, I went to the director's side to see. The scene that I acted in appeared on the monitor, and there seemed to be no particular problem with my acting. I may not have acted for a long time, but I used my spare time during the year to practice various things. Then it seemed that my acting was still pretty good. I hoped to do even better than this. Ah, by the way, the actress who played my little sister was no other than Kana. Since she was smaller than me and had good acting skills, we couldn't use Ruby, too, since people knew about us as twins. At the same time, the other actor was a member of Bikamaki, Watanabe. Taishi said, "Well? Isn't it good?" "Yeah, I think it's good, too," I replied. "Well, okay, then." Taishi checks the cuts with me. Occasionally, I did that to learn about directing and other stuff, and Taishi also let me know about my acting when he wasn't that happy with my acting. Sorry for being a troublesome child actor. Okay. 10 minutes break. Taishi told all of the member staff and cast to get some rest. When the staff got those signals, some of them took a break while the others who needed to prepare for the next scene still ran around in a busy manner. As for me, I went to Miyako, who became my manager, and waited in the seat in the corner of the shooting site, with drinks and snacks there. But it wasn't my exclusive seat either because Kana also followed me there. Good work, it was done in one shot. As expected with you, Aqua. Here, have some drinks. Kana said with a smiling face, but I could see that she may be forced by someone nearby and that someone is obviously her mother. I mean, even I could see from her face how eager her mother was since she most likely ordered Kana to be nice and closer to me. Geez, I wonder if I need to do something here. I could see Kana's attitude was different from what I remembered when I last met her, well, although I guess the last time I met her was 3 years ago. Or maybe it's because of my prejudice towards Kana, which had a different attitude from what I know because I have memories of my past life. It could be that attitudes have really changed after what happened for 3 years. Or, indeed, Kana was like this, but who really knows? It was just that I only knew her as a brat when she was still a child, and she slowly realized people distanced themselves from her before she started as a reasonable kid that tried to please everyone. However, it seemed too young for a 10-year-old to think like that. I wonder if Kana tried her best to make her mother happy or if she was ordered and pressured by her mother. Anyway, it was too much for a 10-year-old to handle, for God's sake. Look, she was still waiting for me with a smile on her face. Thanks. I took a juice from her hand and drank it while thanking her. Maybe because she was still a child, I didn't think she could hide her expression. I could see her relief for a bit when I took the drink. How about your schedule? Kana's turn is over in the next cut. Kana asked in a rather pleasant voice. No, I still have another 2 scenes to worry about. I replied to her. Is that so? At first, I thought she would be such a fiery girl that she didn't want to lose to me, especially in acting after the last meeting with her. Maybe she heard about what had happened to me. Of course, there was a chance she was just trying her best to become good friends with me. Well, Kana acting like this made my first acting so much easier after a long time absent, but at the same time, I hoped she would be more honest with her feelings too. But I had a suspicion that her mother made her act like that. I wonder if you can help me practice after we take a rest? I asked her, while maybe taking her far away from her mother. Okay, I can help you with that. Kana agreed with my request, and after eating some snacks, the 2 of us went to a quieter place. Okay, I think I can start practicing my line. But I want your honest opinion. I spoke like that right in front of her. She looked at me with bewildered eyes, furrowed her eyebrow, and acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. What do you mean? Well, since you act differently from the past. So I wonder what happened. I mean, at first, you told me that I sucked with her acting and cried after we were done with our cuts. I told her my honest feelings. Please, forget about that. It was a long time ago, you know. Kana replied as her face became red like a tomato. I mean, that's quite something else after all, I said while reminiscing about our first meeting. It feels embarrassing. I'm sorry. Kana apologized, and she looked very sorry as she repeatedly bowed her head. It's fine. You don't have to act like this. I just feel weird since you acted like a good kid and were so nice. It's as if you acted like a subordinate who licked your boss for a promotion. I told her the truth. Wait. Do I look like that? She was surprised by my words, and her face was a bit pale. Yeah, you may be good at acting, but sometimes your face is quite honest. Really? Even though I feel like I'm doing a great job. I don't think that kind of stuff needs to be done by someone like you? I asked her, and to be honest, feeling worried about her. But, the director told me I need to get along better with those around me, or I wouldn't last long in this industry. Kana replied, as she vacantly stared down at the ground. That's true, but I don't think you need to do that to me since I already know how shitty your personality is. That's not something nice to say, you know. Kana responded with a face that took a hit. Well, we are working with adults, after all. No wonder you're acting like this since sometimes we see bad adults. This time I tried to be nice to her. Aqua. That's why we need people who understand our hardship and, rather than doing something like what you're doing, making a relationship as if it's your business. How about we become friends? Friends? Friends. Kana looked slightly surprised before she blushed, but her eyes were quite excited. Yeah, that's right. We can become friends, she said with a cheerful voice. Of course, I think this will be much better. If there's something in your mind, you can tell me. I told her that I was worried about her. None of the things said in the manga started when it happened, but it was implied that when Kana's popularity began to drop, her mother started to take it out on me, and it was drawn that her mother neglected everything since Kana's home actually showed a lot of trash around her. Those behaviors make her father disdain her mother and eventually cheat on her with another woman. It was actually a shit show. Sometimes I felt like no wonder Kana tried to do anything to survive in this industry. Is that something friends do? Kana asked in wonder. Well, we probably do a lot of things together and help each other. Wait, why are you asking this? I replied to her, but I didn't know why. I had some terrible feelings and was suspicious about this. Well, Kana stammered, and I could see she couldn't answer my question. Which made me remember what Kana was like in the manga. Truly a rude person, a famous, hard-working person and who in the manga never talked or had any conversation other than with Aqua, Ruby and Mincho. I see. You never had a friend. Huh. I said a truth that once again hit Kana's fragile heart. Ugh. That's right. What about you? Kana tried to make a move on me. I didn't know what she hoped for. Maybe she thought I was the same as her and didn't have any friends. Well, I have some friends. Ugh. But. I'm busy with my work and training. That's why I don't have time to make friends, and sometimes they kinda distance themselves. Yeah. This kid was kind of a pitiful girl. She had a shitty parent and didn't have any friends. Well, at least she had the money for life, but still. Anyway, if something happens, you can tell me you know. I will help you. I said it while Kana's face was red due to embarrassment. Ugh. I don't know why, but this feels like the worst. She clenched her fist, and her face shows that she would punch me in the face at any moment. Oh. Well, at least she became much more honest toward me, a good sign. After having that conversation with Kana, I didn't forget to practice my line with her, who became a grumble kid after being called a loner by me, which made the comments that came out of Kana's mouth harsher than before. In the end, Kana had more weight as she had more experience with acting than me, at least for now. I didn't know if my time with Kana improved my acting, but I think it gave me a lot more confidence than doing nothing. I did all of my scenes, and I didn't get any words or complaints from Taishi even though we were close and had known each other for a long time, which meant that my acting was good to his standard. Especially since Stacy was harsh about this, and I was technically his apprentice. Of course, he was more strict in judging my acting. Those boosted my confidence that my acting was quite good. It had been a really long time ago, after all. Acting in this movie was also my first time becoming a main character in the film, so it was understandable to feel a bit anxious and nervous. Either way, the filming took 3 weeks in total. Scene no XXXX, take 1, start. My last scene was about me, the protagonist, running in a long-distance running tournament. He did his best to ensure he was always in third place while trailing the second place near in front of him. Then everything he planned worked out until by the end of the fourth place was getting close to him. At some point, the fourth place became the third, and the protagonist went behind, even though he had been working hard to achieve third place. In sheer desperation, the protagonist runs much faster and throws away all of his plans. The plan became complicated when the race became tight, and anyone could win. He wouldn't get anything if he failed, which made him literally run with all his might without thinking about the plans he had made and only pursuing the third place kid that took his place and the place he wanted, without realizing that the race already became so tight that actually when the protagonist overtake with the third place without knowing that he finished as the winner. At that moment, all he thought was to overtake the third place, which was enough for him. After that, it all depends on my acting skills. First, I had to show that, even though I was exhausted and sweaty, I had to act and show how I was thrilled to have overtaken the boy who took third place from the protagonist and managed to keep it throughout the race before it was taken away. People came and celebrated the protagonist's victory. I was very happy for a while before realizing that I was not in third place but first place. In other words, I failed to get the shoes I wanted and slowly cried because of my failure. The protagonist stayed still as people who were happy and celebrating the victory hugged him and even threw him into the air. I, who played the protagonist, cried like a failure. It contrasted when people around him were happy and celebrated his victory. Still, the protagonist cried in sadness after failing to finish in the third. Honestly, the last time I watched the movie was long ago, and I might have watched the movie again when I entered junior high school. Even so, I feel like I really clearly remember all the scenes when I was acting. I still remember the protagonist's happiness and sadness as he thought he got third only to find out he won the race. The scene where he cries, while people celebrate his victory is one of the scenes from the movie I watched as a child and remembered until college. So with the help of those memories, it was straightforward for me to see how the acting was going, like a cheat sheet. I thought I would mimic those acting from my previous life before I felt like making my own acting and use those memories just as a reference. My scene was over after Taishi screamed, "Cut! Start the check!" The director did the cut and started the check. His face was smiling, and nodded with satisfaction. "It was awesome. I like it," Taishi said to me as I came toward him and looked at the monitor. I never had any experience acting in my previous life. Wait, I think I have one. I remember playing in a small drama in junior high school in art class. I remember my teacher praised me since I played well as wolves that get smacked by the main character since it feels natural. At that time, I was happy to be praised like that, but if I thought about it, isn't that he praised my stunt skill rather than my acting? It was such an old memory, but I started to remember it very clearly today. Anyway, it was pretty weird to see my own acting sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't feel enjoyable, but I see my acting as quite excellent and natural. I think it's really joyous and delightful. Okay, how about we have a closing party? The assistant director said that since Taishi wasn't that kind of person, he knew it was important to do this kind of stuff. Mainly to make his crew feel unity. Ah, how about you, Aqua? Are you going to join in? Taishi asked me, but before I answered his question, there was someone nearby who was quite enthusiastic and replied to him. "We will," Kana said. Honestly, it was something else that she answered on my behalf and joined our conversation. I looked at her, and I saw her mouth move with a sentence kind of like this. "We're friends, right? Please, help me with this one. Well, I didn't know what her plan was about this. But I knew she wanted to get close to other staff so she could have another role in the future. What quite hard-working girls. Taishi looked at me as if he was still waiting for my response. Well, I'll ask Miyako first. Good. Thanks, Aqua. The one who replied happily was Kana, while Taishi only nodded his head. Ultimately, I joined the closing party, and somehow, Taishi nominated me for the toast. Okay, thanks to you all for participating in the creation of Children of Heaven. Today, please eat and drink as much as you want in celebration of what we have done so far. Grasp your glasses and give cheers. I wish for the success of this move as well as success for everyone else. Cheers. Cheers. After saying those words perfectly, I sat down and had several conversations with the other staff. But to be honest, my attention was always on Kana. I was worried about her after all. What will she do, and what can she do at this kind of event? And the answer was quite funny but sad. She wasn't acting like a child and sat down with a beer bottle. As she saw someone had an empty glass, she got beer and poured it into the glass while conversing with that person. Yeah, it was funny but sad since she acted like a cabaret girl. And I was quite confident about who taught her like this. Ha! I sighed as I changed my seat near Taishi, who had just been left alone after he had some conversation too. Oh, Aqua. It looks like you became close with Arama Kana. Taishi talked while sipping a cup of sake in his mouth. Yeah, we've become friends after all. I replied. Friends? Friends, huh? I think that's a good thing for both of you. Really? Yeah. It feels like she became much brighter after meeting with you again. She's like herself in the past. Well, that's good if that's true. Ha ha ha, are you not that confident? Geez, there are a lot of bad rumors around Kana's mother, after all. Is that so? Yeah. Well, most of the story is about how hard she was to work with, and some people said that they'll see her berate Kana if she does something poorly. I wonder if there's some way to remove her from the picture. Ugh, that's quite something to hear. Since I feel like you're going to do it for real. I don't know what you will do, but if you want to help her or do something for her, you need to be responsible for it. This stuff isn't that small a matter after all. I didn't respond to Taishi and this time, only looked at Kana. At this point, I didn't know what really happened at Arama's household. To be honest, there was a big chance that if I helped Kana's career, their parents would be back to normal, but is that really a good thing? Since I didn't feel like Kana's parents deserved her, I wondered if she would hate me. Still, I felt like it would be good for her to do the same thing as in the manga by separating herself from her parents, retiring them to the countryside. Yeah, I would make a plan for them to do it. I guess. But it would be much easier to get help from her. I thought it happened 2 years ago when I seriously considered making my own security company. At that time, I didn't really know anything about how those worked or were to learn something about those kinds of stuff. However, since I was attending the elementary school of Shuchian Academy and was in the same class as the characters of Kaguya-sama, who was supposed to be older than me if this world followed the same path as the manga, anyway, when I thought about it, I was reminded of one of the members of the Impossible Girls, which consisted of Koyasu Tsubaime, Asaragi Kobachi, Shiranui Koromo, and the last girl, Ryujumomo. Ryujumomo was a girl with short light blue hair who always wore a cute hat. She was also one grade above me. Hence I never saw her within a year after I started elementary school. Of course, I was still in and out of the hospital and undergoing counseling when I entered elementary school, so there was an even less of a chance of me meeting her. The first time I saw her by chance, we arrived at the gate simultaneously. I was surprised that her appearance was not much different from the mangas. But it was easy for me to recognize her immediately because, at that time, Momo came to school accompanied by many men who appeared to be yakuza that I often saw in manga and anime. Although it seemed like a coincidence, at that time, I, who was just thinking about building my own security company, saw the meeting as a signal. It was too much of a coincidence for me to ignore. I had just experienced something supernatural a year ago. And I still remembered the words of Guru about stars and that supernatural stuff that made me feel paranoid because this seemed more like fate than coincidence. Therefore, I thought of a way to get acquainted with the son of the Yakuza family without much hesitation. I felt the opportunity to get to know someone from an underground background and learn things from the underground world, especially since I didn't know anything about Yakuza or criminal stuff in this world. It would be the same as my previous world or just the same as the story I read or watched in anime, manga, or light novels. At that time, I wondered what I was thinking, so I came close to her. But in the end, we were just a bunch of elementary school students, so I didn't need to be pretending or the like. I was actually confronting her and asking her if I could be her friend right in front of her face. I still remember the astonished expression she showed me at that time. However, thanks to my courage, it seemed to have made such an impression on Momo that even though I hadn't seen her in the past month, the two of us remained close friends. I could easily ask her if I could play at her house or not. I was pretty sure to know that Momo would react positively to my request. It was something easy to do for me but maybe difficult for someone else. That happened because Momo's background as a Yakuza made her difficult to interact with. It wasn't that she was scared or anything. It was just that ordinary people would be overwhelmed when knowing Momo's background. I mean, even in the manga in high school, where elite people gathered, she was still counted as the impossible girl. Moreover, for elementary school children who do not know many things, it was natural for many children to keep their distance from her. Those children didn't have any difficulty knowing her background as a member of an elite family. Although there were a few children she was close to, they weren't that close either since none of them ever went to Momo's house as they were hesitant. Her friends broke out in a cold sweat when Momo brought up her family's notorious name Ryujigami Yakuza. That was a reason why it was easy for me to get close to her, who didn't shy away from her family. No, I was probably the first person who was quite eager to get to know her family. In the end, Momo was still an innocent child who I don't think ever imagined the reasons behind my actions. She was happy that someone was close to her without fear of her family. Well, sometimes, little kids were just so easy, their ignorance and innocence was adorable. I did think that several members of the Ryujigami Yakuza knew about my intention. But those people let me go. Maybe because they were really nice to their princess, I guess. After 2 years, my relationship with Ryujigami Yakuza became deeper than my initial plan. It looked like they just happily listened to my questions about their stuff. Especially the old man, who was also a retired head of Ryujigami Yakuza clan or Momo's grandfather, who taught me many things. Geez, these days, my grandpa is always talking about you. As if he was waiting for his own grandchild. Momo said that while we went to her home. The two of us rode her expensive black-looking cars that were really comfortable to sit in. Really, I think he's just happy a child's talking to him. I replied to Momo's words. That's true. Usually, the kids cried when they saw my grandfather. Momo nodded her head and agreed with my statement. I remembered Momo's grandfather, who had the same appearance as the old man with a muscular body like Bang from One Punch Man or Sensei Nakiri from Sajiki. Or those people combined in one. No wonder many kids cried when they saw him. That's why. When we first met, I didn't cry in front of him. He immediately liked me, and it became much easier for me to ask and learn a bunch of stuff from him. It was just one problem though about him. Are you meeting with my grandpa? Momo asked. Of course not, he will be happy to wait for me. Is there anything you want? Like playing some games or something? Really? How about we play this game together? Well, I'm fine, but please don't cry if you lose. Okay. It may sound like a bad word for someone who is older inside, but I have my own reason. At first, I just let her win a lot since, in the end, it was just playing games with a kid, but it looked like she found out about me. Something that I suspected came from you. I didn't know how Momo knew about this, but after hearing that, she always wanted me to take her seriously. It looked like her competitiveness was something that was in her blood or something. Ha ha. This time, I will win, Momo said as she was confident of her skill. I didn't want to say it. But just like in the manga, she pretty much likes playing games in school because of her family and not many people around her. She didn't care about the rules and played games in the school. That was why she was confident and would cry if I defeated her hard. At some point, I wondered if there was another way since she always suspected me when I lost, as if I let her win. Even though, well, I tried my best to look defeated in a close manner. This means that Momo's intuition was quite good. Anyway, after playing with her for an hour, finally, I went to a dojo that was built in this massive Yakuza big clan house. I came inside and greeted the person who was already in the dojo sitting in such a serious manner that I could feel an intense aura coming from him. Have you finished playing with Momo? Ryuju asked me. Yeah. Good then. It's been a long time. How about we have some sparring? I want to see the development of my successor. I'm not your successor. You know. What are you saying? I have been teaching you our family's secret martial arts. There's no way I know that's the secret. Goo ga goo. Are you dissatisfied with our Momo? Huh. Geez, please don't just engage your granddaughter with someone carelessly. I do not do that. I engage her with you. A person I recognize as suitable to continue the Ryuju's martial arts and someone she is close with. No, she's just 10. Something like this is too early for her. Yeah, I was grateful that he taught me martial arts and other stuff too, but this side of him was troublesome. I guess maybe at first, Ryuju was just happy to see that there was a child who was a friend of his granddaughter who was not afraid of him. He only spoke casually at first before I slowly started changing the conversation between us. While I might be able to conceal my intentions from Momo, I was pretty sure that Momo's grandfather would easily see through my intentions. Therefore, I was pretty straightforward with him from the start. I think that's the reason he liked me. Especially when our conversation is sometimes quite serious or something unbelievable would come from a child my age. Of course, I didn't come every day because I had so many things to do, and it would be rude to come every day. From each meeting, I learned not only about the Yakuza but also about the underground world. But one more thing I learned from my conversation with Ryuju-san was how complex the family relationships of the elite families in Japan were. It helped me a lot when I slowly moved to 2nd and 3rd grade, especially when my family could count as a new, rising wealthy person because of new technologies. Then a year ago, he started taking me to the dojo and started teaching me martial arts. He seemed to know that I was learning various martial arts elsewhere. Of course, I was just a kid, so he didn't teach me complicated things and usually just the basics. Although in the last few encounters, the martial arts he taught me were getting more and more complex. Especially when he saw how quickly I absorbed and learned everything he taught me. In fact, I probably spent more time with Ryuju-san than Momo when visiting her house. My face was dripping with sweat, my breathing was short and quick, and I was lying so exhausted. Your basic skill is already good, Ryuju said while flashing a satisfied smile. Thanks for the compliment, I replied while continuing to control my breathing. So, is there anything you want to ask? Ryuju asked. Well, actually, rather than I want to ask you. Can I ask you a favor? What is it? Well, it would have been easier to make Kana's parents vanish with Ryuju's help. Of course, without me doing anything, Kana's parents would eventually retire. Kana lived in the dormitory after her parents moved to the countryside, away from the luxuries of the city, which was probably a good thing for the obsessed mother. At the same time, I did think Kana would experience many bad things and, thanks to that, grow as a person. I wonder if it would be alright for me to change that. So you want me to help you, huh? What do you want me to do with them? Ryuju asked me as the conversation progressed. Honestly, I still haven't decided what to do with them. However, I want to keep an eye on them and look for their faults that can be exploited. I replied to Ryuju quite honestly. After what happened, I didn't really trust an outsider, and I felt like the Ryuja family was more trustable and dependable. Of course, there was a chance they may betray me or do a lousy job. However, the security company that I tried to build still lacked members, and doing this kind of stuff was still out of reach also. Even though Ryuju's family may be outsiders and have a chance to betray me, at least they still have a sense of family and the like, as long as I'm still very beneficial to them and don't betray them first, or I could say we keep aligned with their benefit. I doubt they will betray me. Really, what's the problem with them? If I am not wrong, they are the parents of the fellow actresses you are working with. Right? Oh, you know about Tara McKenna? Of course, I know about her. Recently, I've started following the news about you after all. Ah, I don't forget about Strawberry Production too. She may not talk to you, but Momo watched those documentaries from Strawberry Production. Really? Yeah, and the last episode was quite something else. I have never known about the internet, but it looks like youngsters these days can use it easily. So I have been ordering the youngsters to tell me about anything they find. And the last time 2 episodes were all about your story was quite something else. They showed me what people said about controversial stuff in the documentaries, like Strawberry Production hyping you too much or trying to exploit you. Ah. That episode, huh? Isn't it a good episode? I made it sound as ridiculous as I could. To create a lot of traffic on the internet after all. Ha ha, yeah. The last episode told us that you make music for a new idol group. It's so unbelievable that people may find those episodes to be comedies. That was quite a fun episode for me. Thanks for that. Well, people who didn't know you will find that stuff in the episode difficult to believe. But it's quite believable for me after spending time for the last 2 years. I wonder how far you will go? I wonder. But at least I want to become the best that I could be. Is that so? Anyway, what will you do about Tara McKenna? Ah. I want you to investigate her parents and find any dirt about them, especially if one of them put their hand on her. Oh. Is there anything worth doing this? Ryuju asked the most important thing about this matter. Well. Lately, I heard a bad rumor about her mother. So I worry about her as her friend. I replied, but I didn't think this kind of answer would satisfy the old man in front of me. Friend? Huh? Ryuju replied, half-assed while playing with his bread. Yeah, as her friend, I know her talent as an actress is so good. Her job had plummeted because there was a time in the past when she had a bad attitude, and at the same time, Sakurajimimi rose to prominence. When her job decreased, her mother failed her task by making fuzz on the set and making it harder for both of them. I explained my reasoning to Ryuju, who nodded, but his face was still quite stiff. But how do you know about this? Well, it is based on a rumor I heard and my deduction. This is quite interesting. But what is the actual point of this? So I highly rate her as an actress, but her mother was awful. But thankfully, she acted as Kanna's agent, so Kanna didn't have any agency or freelancer. So if we make her mother in such difficulty or make her out of the picture, I can get her to enter my agency. Finally, I finished my explanation. Ha ha ha. That's good. Ha ha ha. Really? Having a conversation with you is always so surprising. Getting something else while disguising it as helping friends is quite something else. I like it. I will help you with this. This makes me really hope you will become my family's successor. Ryuju said while laughing with satisfaction. Sorry, but I will refuse it, and to be honest, making contact with yakuza is usually already bad for an entertainer. I thought this would be the most appropriate plan to handle Kanna's problem. At the same time, I could make her career much better than in the manga. It took 3 weeks for Teishi to film these movies, and usually, after filming, production houses do promotions as well as small things like press conferences. Something that Teishi and some of the cast would attend at. Usually, a famous actor in the cast, or the movie's main character. In other words, I'm very likely to appear at the press conference. No, with a production house related to Strawberry Pro, You could say that I would attract a lot of attention, especially since there would be a lot of reporters interested in Taishi's latest movie after winning awards in the last few movies he did. But this may be the first time I have had this kind of press conference. I had a short interview with Ruby most of the time, and Miyako usually accompanied us. But that was only in my mind before the planned documentary came out and gained more fame than I expected. Yeah, in that period of 3 weeks, the song that I created was finally completed. It was the same as my previous life, but because of that, I needed to supervise that piece of music. On the other hand, it looked like the dance choreography of my music had also finished. The new idol group herself already had a name, which was Starlight. Once Mumcho, Sora, and Ran idol group's name were decided, the plan to introduce them began. As Akiko said, as a big company, I would get to use as much promotional money as I wanted to promote the new idol group. Then I could use various methods that I thought would be very successful. I didn't know whether this plan would be successful or not. But in the 9 years that I had reincarnated in this world, almost all the plans made following the things I knew from my past worlds had always succeeded. In other words, I did not doubt that this plan would succeed. It was similar to a program or reality TV show about Bikamaki, Strawberry Pro and the new group idol. Bikamaki itself was already such a hot topic, the same as Strawberry Pro, which became famous with the VTuber thing and became a global phenomenon. The last was the new group idol. Strawberry Production, a small company in the past, made a popular idol group Bikamaki from nowhere with their center, A.I., who became a phenomenal multi-talent idol. Once again, creating another group idol after more than 10 years of never making another one. It was, of course, making such a huge buzz. But in the end, because of a small track record, the company became famous for VTubers and online creator stuff. The number of people who entered the audition was fewer than big idol companies. Even so, the announcement of a new group idol created a buzz in their community about the possibility that this new idol group could become another legend, but it slowly faded away. But the buzz rose again when the documentary about Bikamaki hit the internet. The documentary focused on Bikamaki, whose members had their own segment. It was about their songs, life and other things. Of course, to make the documentary interesting, they put anyone from Strawberry Pro in the documentary, so sometimes, rather than a documentary, it felt like a reality TV show. Oh, well. I didn't care since the most important thing would be whether the show was interesting or not. One of the famous from those segments was the interview with the center of Bikamaki, A.I., and the first VTuber from Strawberry Pro, Kizuna A.I. It was the most viewed segment when those segment clips dropped on YouTube. The most important thing said in those interviews were two things. The first thing was talking about their upcoming concert that will be held soon. And the second was that anyone finally mentioned the new idol group for the first time in the documentary. I heard Strawberry Pro is making a new idol group. What do you think of them? Ah, they're good kids, and I like them. They practice diligently, and it is easy for me to coach them. A.I. answered the question without covering anything up. Mentoring? Well, I taught them how to perform a few times. Is that so? Well, it was the first time we had juniors, so it was a nice experience. A.I. talked about the new idol group in a happy tone, and from their conversation, she looked as pleased as she could be. Their talk about the new idol group did not take long, but the conversation immediately made it to the internet. People made several forums and internet articles about those conversations within an hour. Several comments about Bikamaki, A.I., and the new idol group were massive but not trending. Till this point, I only found out about their announcement. Yeah, we never see their appearance or stuff. I'm curious about them. I wonder what they are like. When I heard that A.I. was mentoring them, I was quite thrilled. Bikamaki already had been around for 10 years, and these days, they had been busy with their own activity. If this continues, they may graduate, right? A.I. mentoring them. I wonder if this may pass the torch in Strawberry Pro. No. I don't want them to graduate. The reaction mixed, but most of them had a good and more positive attitude. I plan to make Starlight have a good introduction and, at the same time, to make my comeback much more prominent than ever. These documentaries helped a lot after all, and I didn't miss letting this chance go. At first, I thought that my first after a long hiatus would be in the movies. But after seeing what actually happened, it felt like a good thing to make another hype by another means and make an appearance in this documentary. Such a good move to make another promotion on my movies too. That's why we made a special episode of Ruby and I in that documentary. Well, of course, I would be in there too. It was a rather hot topic when we were announcing that episode. Even though Ruby wasn't as famous as Maya or Kana, she was still a household famous child entertainer, especially as a rising child pop star and, as not only her twin brother but a famous child actor that got a hiatus because of an accident in the past, and it would be my first appearance in public after those horrifying accidents. Of course, I am pretty sure the documentary would be brought to the public's attention due to the presence of I, who was also involved in the incident. People's curiosity was pretty high about this topic. Well, because of that, I couldn't refuse or waste the opportunity to appear in a documentary that would attract the attention of many people and provide high ratings. I wonder what kind of aftermath I will get after the documentary. I hope I will have a good episode to obtain an article worthy of public attention. To be honest, I felt a bit anxious and maybe afraid for a bit. I wondered if I would do this right. But it looked like that episode was successful since it had the most significant approval rating of the documentary. After those episodes, the documentary project was trending on top searches. At the same time, my name and I were a trend too. Well, the content of the episode seemed to successfully receive comments about being a well-made episode. The 1.5 hour interaction between the twins and I was felt by everyone who watched as cute and wholesome as they would have thought to be. Most B-Comic-y fans thought that a segment with child actors would be performed with other members and never thought I would be the one who would carry out the segment. I had a small figure, and her sometimes childish behavior didn't strike them as someone who would be good with children after all. That's why people quite liked this episode, since people seeing our interaction in that episode showed how good the chemistry was between the three of us. Well, Ruby and I would have acted like we usually did in our home, and it was the same as I did. There was a comment that said, "They're really close and good to each other like a family." I never thought that I would look like a good mother. The twins are really cute. Seeing them makes me want to have twins too. Ha ha ha, in your dream. You need to find your partner first. I can help with that. My nephew always watches the video of Ruby's song. She likes her a lot. Seeing this episode makes me remember how good Aqua is. It's so sad what happened to him. Yeah, when I saw him talk, he had difficulty after that incident that made him fear seeing a sharp thing. It broke my heart. Underscore, but I'm glad he's fine, and it looks like he will act again in Taishi's movie again. I will watch it twice. I will watch it 3 times. No. 4 times. 10 times. I scrolled my screen and read positive comments about those episodes. I thought appearing in those documentaries was a good choice since people were waiting for my next movie. Anu-chan, what are you doing? Ruby asked the question while hugging me from behind as she tried to look at my smartphone. I examined the page about our episode. I gave her a slight pat as I replied. "Oh, that's a massive success, right?" Ruby, as she looked, enjoyed every bit of my pat. "Yeah, this is really good. Especially, people like this part. I saw the clip of those episodes on YouTube, and that is one of the most viewed videos of any clip from those episodes." It was a conversation between I and me after the interviewer asked the question to the 3 of us. "Oh, you 3 look so close." Of course, after that incident, the 3 of us were close to each other. I replied with her best smile. "Yeah, I Also helped me a lot during my rehabilitation. I responded with the sweetest smile I could muster. Oh, that's really nice. The interviewer commented, and I immediately replied to it. Of course, I'm close with them and look how cute they are. She lightly hugged them, held our hand, and she had such a loving expression. That's right, I myself have seen I sing since childhood and have been a fan ever since. I even remember all the dances I did. Ruby said those words and did I dance. It wasn't a surprise that she could easily dance, but people loved it when she did it. Oh, you're so good at this. Yeah, I want to become an idol like I someday. Ruby answered fluently. Really? I'm happy to hear that. I replied to Ruby's words as well as gave her a loving pat on her head. What do you think about her dance? Well, it's 10 out of 10. Of course. Yay! Give me another pat. Ruby didn't shy to ask that kind of stuff, even in front of the camera, while I didn't hesitate to spoil her too, and they acted just like in our home. It felt natural. Even the interviewer couldn't help laughing at how close the two of them were. You'll become a very spoiled mother in the future, I. The interviewer said it to I. Well, it can't be helped since these twins are so cute and so smart. Their mother must be such a good-looking and smart woman too. I shamelessly praised herself, while the interviewer, who didn't know the truth, laughed at I's words. How about you, Aqua? What do you want to be when you grow up? After a long time, the conversation was just about I and Ruby. The interviewer changed it by asking some questions to me. I want to continue being an actor. I answered honestly. I couldn't lie that I actually enjoyed my time when doing acting in the past. Is that so? Yeah, I'm having fun when I'm acting. I'm also learning a lot of things while doing rehabilitation, like writing and learning to play music. Oh, that's good to hear. What kind of musical instrument do you play? I learned to play guitar and piano for a bit, but this day rather than playing musical instruments, I like to try writing one. Writing one? Yeah, I don't think my writing is good. But I think it will be better to try it rather than never try to do it at all. Although it still feels embarrassing for someone to look at it. Is that so? But that is still amazing. That's interesting. How about I sing one of your songs at our concert? Isn't that fun? I said that since this is already our plan. Yeah. That sounds fun, but what will the fans think? It's fine. My fans will be happy if I sing your song. Well, okay then. I nodded while acting as shy as I could. The interviewer laughed when she saw I acted shyly. By the way, about becoming an actor in the future? So you have plans to come back to acting? Of course, I am acting again in new movies that will come this year. Is that so? Glad to hear that. I couldn't say that much about it. But I think the announcement about the movie will be out shortly. The clip was finished at that moment. The clip contained Ruby dancing one of I's dances and a conversation about how I would sing the song I created. Most comments said how cute the twins were and how wholesome the interaction between I and the twins was. These episodes elevated my name because people realized I was returning as an actor. People's reactions were primarily positive. Even some websites wrote about how inspiring it was that a child actor was returning to acting after such an incident. Also, how touching for I to sing a song made by a child who saved her. Well, I was quite happy because this way, people wouldn't really question how I could write a song for a new idol group since my song would be sung by I first. Most people would think that I would write a childish song. Your plan is really going well, Anya-chan, your name is pretty much everywhere? Ruby said while she looked at her own smartphone. Yeah, of course, but I think it will become bigger after tomorrow's concert. Mama will sing one of your songs at the concert, right? I never expected you to write songs that good. I wonder if you can write me one too. I'm jealous. Ruby said in frustration. You want one? I will make it in the future, but for now, I will become busier. Yeah, because after the concert, I would sing my song and, of course, at this concert, we would follow the plan and bring the new idol group, Starlight, to the spotlight just like Rin in Idolmaster. It wasn't their first time in public, since I still feel like it was a bit wrong to give their publicity at that moment. Actually, I was following the Oshinoko manga. Starlight showed up for the first time in public as a surprise guest in a collaboration between our VTuber and our internet talent. Still, it was just a small introduction and funny dance like in the manga. Anyway, tomorrow will be another turning point in my life. I didn't want to sound overbearing, just like I usually do. For the most part, my plan has always been successful in the past until now, and this wasn't that different. Even though most of my plans were something based on my previous world, I was just tweaking it for a bit. The Bikomaki concert was a huge success, and just like I promised, she sang the song made by me. Well, it was our plan anyway. Since at that moment, I would sing solo, which was the best moment to put Starlight to perform together with I as backup dancers, copying what Idolmaster did to Rin. Of course, there was another reason to choose this moment, to promote Starlight and me simultaneously. I had confidence that I would be a success after I finished her solo part. There was a lot of music I could remember and write, but in the end, I settled on I,'s song to be an anime song from the previous world called My Dearest. It was a song by Supercell. I thought that song was a really good song. E/D, it has been 11 years since Guilty Crown. I feel old. When I talked about My Dearest, it made me remember what happened when I wrote that piece of song. I mean, I didn't know how I did it. But I thought it was such an easy guess that she knew about my conversation with Ichigo. This means she made him talk. And to be honest, Ichigo was very weak against I hear you're making songs for the new girls. I said with such contrast within her smiling face and pleasant tone while her eyes told me another story. Ha ha ha. I was quite excited when I heard about the new girls and, to be honest, forgot about you, Mom. But it's fine. Ichigo already told me, and I already made one for you. I replied to her honestly, since I didn't feel any good lying when dealing with I who acted like this. Geez, I knew you were really smart. But just like I said before, if you try doing something, you need to tell me, okay? I don't want something to happen without me knowing anything again. I scolded me while she pinched my cheek with her two hands. It was quite painful but gentle at the same time. After what happened years ago, she kept meddling with everything that I was trying to do, and it looked like Miyako didn't keep any secret from I, like in the past. Yes, Mom. I will be careful next time. Well, to be honest, it would be quick just to act like a good child. I nodded her head when she heard my answer, as if she was satisfied with my answer. Okay. So where is my song? I smiled in a rather good mood when she asked me those questions. Well, this is something I made for you, Mom. I gave her the paper with the music on it. Good. Era, my dearest. Hoo. I wonder if this is what you thought of me when you wrote this. I smiled happily with a satisfied face and, without hesitation, showered me with love. She kissed my cheek, right and left, even my forehead. Sometimes, I did think this kind of love was excessive. I mean, I didn't remember my mother in my previous life giving this kind of kisses and stuff like I always thought maybe it was because it's an anime world, so things like that are common. However, I guess my thinking wasn't right after all these years. But at the same time, I was getting used to it and probably didn't think much of it other than enjoying what was happening. Yeah, I guess at this point, I've gotten immune and gone too far. I think I couldn't say that Akiko went easy with everything. I wanted since, in the past, I tried not to let her kiss me like this, and she showed such a painful, sad face that I immediately gave up and let her do anything she wanted. Ultimately, I was like Akiko, very weak on her, and spoiled a lot. Yeah, I couldn't complain when he told about our conversation. It looks like I remembered the past too long. Anyway, people were really surprised by the song I sang in the solo part. Most people thought this part would be wholesome, where I sings a song made by a kid that saved her in the past. But what the people heard and saw was a banger song. It wasn't only the song, the dance was good too. The clip about I introducing the new idol group on the stage after the song was over was quite popular on the website. After the solo part, I thanked her fans before talking much about me. Thanks, everybody. Do you like the song? This is a song made by Aqua. Isn't it good? He is such a cute but talented child. Blay, 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 so you must cheer for him too, okay? The crowd was excited and cheered for I, and screamed my name too. Well, it was very well known in the I fan group that I saved her from that hideous incident. By the way, about today's backup dancers. I invited them to come on stage this time, even though they're still new. All of you may know them already. The crowd was excited as I introduced them individually. These girls are my first juniors. That's why I'm quite excited and told them to join me today. I helped them a lot with their training, too, right? Mumcho. I asked Mumcho, who at this point had already changed her appearance the same as in the manga, blonde hair and blue eyes using a contact lens. Yes. Senpai was always nice to us. I'm so honored to be on stage with her. She replied while looking very nervous. Is that so? I'm happy to hear that. Let's ask them what they thought of performing on stage. I asked them, this time toward Sora, who was surprised and looked at their friend, Mumcho and Rin, who nodded at her. It was as if they were communicating by telepathy before answering I's question at the same time. It was wonderful. They answered with such passion. I'm glad the three of you like to perform. I hear your group already has a song, right? Yes, our song was made by Aqua too. Really? I can't wait to hear that. You all can't wait to hear too, right? I asked them before she changed her focus to the crowd, who immediately answered her with passion. After the concert, Starlight's name, my name, and, of course, Bikamaki became top search trends. People were surprised and praised the song that I made. Although, of course, there were various negative comments about me, mainly that they couldn't believe a 9-year-old made the song and that it was all made by Strawberry Pro. It was so natural for some people to think about a conspiracy to entertain themselves. Even so, Starlight immediately blended into the documentary very well. They started to appear in the episode, even in the last episode of the documentary, they publicly showed their song made by me, Beat Eater. It was so good that their song became viral and the #1 hit on the charts. Their songs were great, they were a group that would be successful. People who deserve to be successful will eventually become successful, these are the words they say, but they can only say those words because they have become famous. As their song became #1, of course, my name was carried with their success too. Just like I thought there was a lot of praise and, at the same time, ridicule, and people said stuff like, there was no way a child made those songs, and the company made all of this up. Well, it was still quite manageable. Until the news about the movie that I acted in and directed by Taishi had the screenwriter as Taishi himself and the co-writer myself. After that news came out, the Japanese media went into an uproar. If these were born of a genius or a fraud, or a fake driven by a company became a hot topic. This time, My name was literally everywhere. For better or worse, I like this free advertisement since the movie will finally premiere soon. Dozens of movies come out each year. And if you added all other movies from overseas, the number would greatly increase. Of course, not all movies were the same. There were movies categorized as blockbusters to B movies. Then the movies made by Taishi always attracted people's attention because the movies he shot always ended up winning awards. Therefore, it wasn't strange that many people kept an eye out and looked forward to Taishi's next movie. It wasn't that big a deal for a while. Still, people couldn't help but furrow their eyebrows when they saw that the movie Taishi was making would be starring 2 child actors and 1 adult actor who was famous as an idol as their main cast. They might be worried, but when the news about me came out, the stories about a 9-year-old child being the screenwriter on Taishi's newest movies hit the public. To be honest, the story became wilder and wilder each day. Some people started to call out and make their own conspiracy. Even though people in the past praised me as a genius child actor in the past, it looked like it was too much for them when I was doing well on another thing too. A child, making good music and even being a screenwriter with a famous director sounded like a fake to most people. It was very believable that Strawberry Pro was behind the music I made since they had the resources to do that. Even the company may have paid a lot to director Taishi to put my name on the script. They make a correlation between Taishi's relationship with Strawberry Pro. Even in this movie, Taishi made me the main character and chose one of the B Komiki members cast as the sibling's mother. Some websites even expose Taishi's relationship with Strawberry in the past, for example, when I debuted on the big screen. I appeared in the same movies and any other small thing he did in the past 3 years. It made it easier for people to become doubtful, even though there was negative stuff around the movie as the screening date came closer. Most people anticipated the movie. As the music that I made was still on the top of the chart, it made people curious about me and read all the news, and it made them even more curious. I didn't really care if the people watched the movies with the hope that those movies would be bad and become a downfall of Taishi or me. It may be just some people curious about me and people who genuinely support me. Ultimately, it was just increasing the number of people who watch my movie. Honestly, even though my plan has always been successful until this point, sometimes, I couldn't help but feel such a huge pressure on me. It still made me nervous when the movie premiered, and as part of the main cast, I watched the premiere itself. Well, if you asked me about the movie, even though it used the same idea, the feeling and story were kind of different. In my previous world, this movie won several awards. I wonder if it would be the same. Since most of my plan was kind of a carbon copy, a thing that I know from the previous world, and this movie may be the first thing that I changed a lot from the original. Even though I told myself not to think too much, in the end, I did it. It was related to many things, and I have been preparing this plan for a long time. Of course, I felt worried. That's why, after the news of how much we got and the reception people had after a day, it was another successful and good news as the movie got positive reception and a good number of people watched it. People talked about the movie non-stop. Once again, people watched me acting again, and the response was really good. Most people thought the movie was a good one, but maybe not as excellent as Taishi's usual movies, and that might have had a connection with me as his co-writer, which was not good, but in the end, the most important thing. It was a good movie with memorable acting. My acting was praised, and some said that the genius actor returned from hiatus because of illness and he came back with excellent acting to show that his coming back to the acting world once again was something that people liked to read. It wasn't long before those kinds of stories were all over the news, and people became eager to watch my movies. Even after 1 week, the drop isn't bad and stayed strong for long. Be well prepared. It looks like they have a lot of questions for you. When those people know you are coming, they might try to do something overboard with their questions. But you can ignore it. Miyako told me as she was escorting me to the press conference. With the success of this movie, it was only natural for the main cast to do promotions, and one of them was an interview at a press conference. Although I was underage, the number of promotions and interviews was not as many as those conducted by adult actors. My attendance at press conferences was also limited as I was never out of town and was usually scheduled during the day. Of course, we had a guardian around us. Yes, us, because whenever I do an interview about this movie, I always do it with Kenna. Yes. I've memorized all the questions that will be asked. I replied to Miyako. I don't know if this was the same for all child actors. However, most of the interviews I've had have been planned from the beginning. The questions to be asked and the answers to be said are usually already in place before recording. Or it was just what Miyako did for me. That's good. Once again, I told you that there is a possibility that the interviewer may ask questions outside of what has been promised. You don't need to answer and just ignore them. Miyako tried to alert me. It felt like she rarely said this to me. In other words, there was something different about this interview. Miyako, is there something wrong with this interview? That's why I asked her. She showed such an unpleasant face. Well, there's one that came from a quite annoying magazine. Sometimes they make great stories occasionally, but they usually go crazy about the controversy and conspiracy they like, and it feels like they have their eyes on you. Just like always, Miyako replied with an honest feeling. Is that so? Why could we just not bring them? Of course, I want to do that, but too bad, that in this industry, we are still connected to them somehow. Are you saying that there's someone who wants them in this interview? Yeah, that's the irony in this industry. Actually, I chose this interview and you specifically since you're more reliable than or Ruby. I know you can handle them. Miyako sighed and smiled at me with such trust in her eyes. Poor Miyako said something like this about her. No, to be honest, always does something overboard when it comes to you. As for Ruby, I can't trust her at all. That's awful of you, Miyako. But that's true, I would rather people try to hit me rather than those people try to do anything to and Ruby. Thanks for that. I thanked her since, to be honest, for me, it was a good decision for her. I wonder what kind of questions they ask during the interview to get article-worthy remarks from me? How are we going with something interesting? I told Miyako, who sighed as she stared at me. Do whatever you want. You wouldn't listen to me at all when you had that kind of expression. Just don't do anything crazy. I guess. You sound like I will do something bad. I am just thinking of granting them what they want. I responded with a smile on my face. Really, I can't wait. Chapter 47, Interview Second. It wasn't long after that conversation, me and Miyako arrived at the building, and someone guided us to the conference room. That person who gave me orange juice from the lounge before she left us. I waited while drinking that juice, and when the juice ran out, Kanna arrived in the conference room with her mother. Kanna immediately came to me as soon as she spotted me and sat beside me, after what happened between the two of us from filming together until today. It wasn't strange for the two of us to be so close because we were only 1 year apart in age. And this poor girl doesn't have many friends. If I thought again, wasn't a con like that, too, she didn't have any close friends? And too? I wonder if that happens to every child actor since every child actor I know in mangas and anime didn't have any friends. Hey, how are your school grades? Out of nowhere, Kanna asked a question. But when I saw her happy expression, I could only predict that she had a good grade and didn't have anyone to brag or talk about. Once again, I felt sorry for this poor girl. She didn't even care that she asked someone below her grade. Well, I got 100 for all Japanese, math, science, and social studies grades. I answered her honestly. All 100? Her eyebrow was twitching when she heard my reply. Her face showed I lost all over her face. So, how about you? Well, I failed my tests a bit. It looked like from her expression that she changed her mind. It was easy to read her, at first, She thought that she got better grades than me, and I didn't know why she thought like that. Is that really true? I stared at her, who sat next to me. And honestly, just like in the anime, manga, she was pretty easily pressured, and just by staring at her, she gave up. After falling silent for a while, Kana replied, "Actually, my grades are increasing. 90, 100, 95, 90 were my scores." I flashed a smile and responded to her reply. "Ain't that a good grade?" "Yes, but. Phew, I knew something happened, right?" "No, nothing happened. I do not feel any jealousy when I see my classmates comparing each other's grades," Kana replied with a blush on her face. "Geez, look, why don't you join them instead?" I responded to her with a question that actually made her act shyly as she tapped my shoulder. No, it's just kind of difficult." I felt a bit sorry for her, so I patted her head, as she naturally reacted with the usual "geez, I'm not a child" look, but she still let me do the things I did. Our conversation continued in a very friendly way, adding some jokes in between the conversation. From the conversation, I learned that she was getting busier because of the movie's success. She started getting more interview offers and other small jobs. I couldn't help but wonder if it would be alright for Kana to continue to be with her family, especially her mother, as with the success of this movie Kana regained her former fame. I didn't know how bad their relationship was in the manga. Still, it sounded like at some point, her mother became worse and she was obsessed with Kana's fame. Her father cheated on her because of his disgust for her obsession. I didn't find out if their parents divorced or anything. So maybe they're still together in the manga or anime, they just moved out to the countryside. I saw her mother, who eagerly talked to people in the conference room. I saw her eyes were filled with energy. I saw her having a conversation with Miyako, who had a tired face. I wondered what they were talking about, but I could kind of guess what they were talking about. Most likely, Kana's mother was trying to sell her daughter. Either way, even though this movie raised Kana again, I didn't think she had the same hype as before, and other rising child actors were around too. So even though there was a chance that her mother didn't act like in the manga in this world, I didn't trust her, to be honest. In the end, my plan was still to remove her parents at least from management. But all of those thoughts were gone when the interview started. "If you two are ready, shall we start the interview?" It was a pleasant tone from the interviewer, a woman who sat before me. She seemed to be the same age as Watanabe or just 2-3 years older than I. She also had a gentle face with beautiful short black hair. She was a good choice to interview a kid, but my problem wasn't her. But the guy she was with. Even though he had a gentle and friendly face, I could feel the sharp edges of the eyeliner above his wrinkles, showing his confidence. From his talk with Miyako and other people, it was easy to find out that he was the supervisor of the interview. Well, even a newspaper outlet still needed to teach their personnel. "Ah, you're the famous Aqua. Nice to meet you." He greeted me in a friendly way, and I tried my best to muster my friendly reply since he was different from any people I met until now. For the first time since what happened 3 years after Rai got stabbed and rose from the dead? Also, this is maybe the first time after I experienced meeting with Guru, I experienced a supernatural thing, as I could feel or rather see something on him. I didn't know if it was malice or something else, but I could see a dark mist around his body as if telling me the menace or bad aura from him. Because those dark mist gave me a chill and, it actually reminds me of something. How do I say, seeing those dark mists reminded me of death. His presence took me to notice that I didn't particularly remember my own interview. But I think the interview I did barely passed since Miyako didn't show any displeasure or anything, and the interview itself went well. Until I saw, he smiled at the interviewer, or I might have said he gave her a signal. To be honest, I felt kind of sorry for the interviewer since it was easy to see how reluctant she was and displeased for a moment. Sometimes, in the end, a worker can't do anything if it is an order from the company. "Can I ask you something, Aqua?" "Okay," I replied, A bit slow since I saw him for a moment. You know, it's amazing that you can act, make a song, or even write as a screenwriter. How do you do that? Is there anything special? Ah, about that, I remembered my conversation with Miyako, which made me understand what they were going to do and what they wanted to get. I did think they wanted to get something controversial from my guess, especially about conspiracy. Well, I can give them something for their magazine. Well, in the end, it's all about learning. I guess. Learning? Yeah, I mean for acting, I learned from the best. What I meant was just look around me. I learned all this from the best, like I, and Teishi. Of course, I can act very well, especially when I learned directly from Teishi and for 3 years. I didn't only learn about acting but everything about making a movie, like directing and filming. Of course, that's not all. There are other things that I'm very confident about. Especially my memory, I can easily remember the things I learn, which makes learning easy. If I am not mistaken, Japanese people usually choose to be modest, which is why I did this. I gave them something to write in their magazine or any company of their own. That's something to hear. If that's the case, I wonder what you think about people doubting everything you make? Well, if I'll be honest, I don't really care about them. Is that so? Yeah, I mean, no matter what I do or say, those people will always doubt me. And no matter what I say to them is meaningless. That's why, rather than thinking about them, the only thing I can do is just to keep creating, and in the end, they'll be silent themselves. In the end, the result of the interview had headlines that were my words, and they made my words sound provocative. It was rather interesting since it made my name once again on the website and made another new conversation too. But for me, the thing that caught my attention the most from the interview was my experience of seeing something supernatural happen to me. Because what happened felt like a signal to me. Therefore, I wrote down his name and put that person under my surveillance. Chapter 47, Interview Second.